is up, everybody? Welcome on in to the Titan Series Premier Finals. We have 16 teams who are ready to battle it out for their fair share of a $2,000 prize pool. They've been fighting over the last couple of weeks in order to be at this spot, and I know that they are ready to take each other on. My name is Dandro. I'll be your host and one of your casters for tonight, but I'm not going to be alone. Let's bring in the other two rapscallions who are going to be with me. It is, of course, none other than Mustache Dave. I actually think this is the best mustache I've ever seen in my entire life. And also the big brain himself of PUBG Mobile. It's Enigma. Dave, I'm going to kick it off with you. How you doing, my man?
Hey, man, I'm feeling good, man. I'm ready to go. I'm excited. We got 6 games tonight. And honestly, I know I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but I'm looking for C4, the back-to-back-to-back champions here.
Ooh, all right. We're going to talk about the teams a little bit later, but Enigma, hey, you and I got a chance to chop it up there on Monday night. Glad to have you back here, of course, for the Premier Finals.
Oh, thank you. I always love being here. But, I'm a little self-conscious now because, I can't grow a mustache like Dave like that. And, everyone's talking about my head now. So it's a little bit of a slippery slope with that. But no, for the most part, we're looking at the teams. C4 is a little... Yeah, I'm not really on the same side as Dave with that one. But, like you said, we're talking about it a little bit later. And, I'm just happy to see some PUBG Mobile go on tonight.
Yeah, I'm super excited, right? Of course, we had the Challengers Finals on Tuesday. We saw 4 of those teams who did get relegated down, had to fight their way, and we have 4 new teams that are coming back up. But before we get into that, let's talk about the standings overall for the Premier side of things. Let's take a look, because this is where we were looking, and well, from what I saw, it was loops all the way, but Extreme Slayers were right hot on their tail. Dave, was there any surprises for you when we were looking at this rankings list kind of before we got here today?
Heck yeah. I'm looking with my telescope all the way in that 16th spot, C4. Listen, fellas, I'm going to be talking about this team all night long because I want to see if they can go from that 0 to hero run here tonight, because this season they did horrible. I'm just gonna be honest, they did absolutely horrible. And now let's see if they got what it takes to pretty much show up and finish number 1 here tonight, because they are the back-to-back champions here.
Now, obviously, Enigma, you had something to say about C4. Who's the squad that you're looking for that might be coming out on top when we're all said and done here tonight?
I'd have to go with YKG. They had played PNPL yesterday, the day before as well, and they were just really showing up and showing out. Obviously, that's not including these international teams playing with them, but, for the most part, YKG really was just showing up and showing out compared to their counterparts like NHyper, where we're expecting them to do well in the qualifier portion at least, and they barely even scraped by. So, for the most part, I'm going to be looking at all the NA teams to see if they're able to, show up and perform against the international teams. But, we got 6 games. Only time will tell at that point.
I love that. We have 3 weeks of qualifiers, right? Those top 8 teams that were overall in the rankings come in with bonus points for today's event. But we had one person who really showed out in week number 3. It is, of course, our week number 3 MVP. It is Remix from Extreme Slayers, boasting some impressive stats, taking home 5,000 UC. Is a little bit of a prize pool. But Dave, I know you had a chance to watch some of the qualifiers. Kind of talk to me about Remix. What makes him just this player that's able to put up numbers like this?
Yeah, Remix, one of these players who just had their back against the wall multiple times and really put the team on their back to really try to snake it, get some more additional points. But the real impressive stat here are the eliminations. My dude is out here just popping heads left and right. I'm hoping tonight Remix can kind of bring that same energy for the finals.
Well, and then we also had an MVP over the qualifiers overall, and, well, no surprise, it's a player that's on Team Loops. It's Chief. They were at the top of the boards, and Enigma, I know you definitely have probably some things to say about this guy.
Well, it's not just him. It's also including Loops. They're a team where, any 4 of those players could be showing up and become the qualifiers MVP. So it wouldn't surprise me going into tonight if we see Chief as well, end up being the MVP for the overall finals portion, if not one of his teammates. So, a lot of that is going to come down to, can this team perform well enough, have that sort of mental fortitude they've had the last 3 weeks in their level of play, and make sure that they're able to come out on top tonight.
Yeah, that's really what I'm going to be looking at, right? Anytime we start talking about a battle royale game, and PUBG Mobile especially, right, it kind of comes down to consistency. We only have 6 maps. We have a variety of the maps that are going on as well, and it all comes down, and I love that. That's some charisma, right? Throwing hands with the player that's down, making himself known. I hope we see a little bit more of that. I don't know. Do we call that toxicity? Maybe friendly competitive love? I don't know. We'll have to go ahead and see. But hey, but they aren't the only teams that are competing here today, right? We talked about it. Challenger Finals, that happened on Monday. Enigma and I were here. We have 4 teams who kind of came up from that bottom tier that kind of fought their way through. So let's take a look at the standings. And Dave, one of your boys, they didn't really make it through. It was the Zombie Boys, who are nowhere to be seen.
Hey, that one hits hard, man. The Zombie Boys last season, nobody believed in them. This team, they finished I think in 3rd or 2nd place in the finals this season. I was all on the hype train. I really believed in them. Last thing I heard from the Zombie Boys, just said, Dave, we're qualifying. After that, just radio silence. So, hey, next season, maybe we'll see them back again. I'm always going to be a fan. But yeah, Zombie Boys not qualifying here tonight.
Well, let's, Enigma, you and I had the chance to kind of watch a lot of this action. And a couple of these teams, like 412 Nomads, Butterfly Effect, Excuse, they were really popping off. But which of these 4 teams that's moving up from, of course, this Challenger Finals, do you think might actually cause some chaos for some of these Premier teams?
Well, obviously C4, but they're, a Premier team that went down and came back up. For the most part, I'm looking at Bope Esports, a team that, over the last few weeks, even though we weren't able to stream it, they were able to see their level of play and performance really just shine out in this sort of challengers, qualifiers, and stuff like that. And even in PMPL, they're one of the top teams in that tournament going on right now. We can look at the standings too. 412's another big name. I believe actually they're a Russian team that has moved to NA to play in tournaments. So, love seeing international play coming, just from anywhere in the world, so to speak. But, obviously XQS as well is the other team that did qualify. I really like seeing these newer teams come in, not just the same tag teams like WSB or Butterfly Effect come back and qualify. I love seeing that new talent come in, and it really just proves that teams are evolving and adapting to this sort of level of play.
Yeah, let's see who they're going to be competing up against as we get a full look at our lobby here today and all the teams that are competing. You can see we have some of the fan favorites like we've been talking about. We have Loops here. We have Passion Fruit Esports. I know that's one that Mr. Taylor Reflections Noble was calling out. But, Dave, I asked, who are you going to be looking at overall? Draw me some attention to maybe who's your dark horse when we look at this team list, right? Obviously these teams are here for a reason, but maybe who are people not really betting on to make it, who you think might actually have a shot to put up some numbers?
Yeah, that's a great question here. I'm looking at teams that are underrated and for good reason, right? But they also could show up here tonight, and that's going to be Excuse for me. One team in particular. I know this team, they've been trying to work on their isolated fights and just, better position themselves before taking the fight. Like they told me straight up, that's what they want to work on. So let's see in these 6 matches tonight if they can kind of show up here and show us what it's all about. So Excuse, that's my pick.
I love that. They were really showing out in the Challengers Finals. They were kind of being a nuisance for a lot of the top teams that we were expecting. They were coming out on top out of nowhere. Let's take a look at the standings kind of coming in here today. And Enigma, obviously, some of these players and teams are coming in with these additional bonus points. But I'm going to kind of ask you the opposite question. Who do you think has the pressure on their back to really perform today? Who do you think everybody's expecting to run away with this? Given that we have these extra bonus points added on.
At least for NA, it's got to be Extreme Slayers. They finished 2nd. They have the 8 bonus points going in. They're just behind Loops. All the other NA teams are unfortunately, quite a few points back just from not even starting into game 1, including like YKG and Execute. But Extreme Slayers, they did have the week 3 MVP like we noted earlier. They have the talent and the skill. It's a matter of can they show up tonight and actually apply it to the matches.
Yeah, well, guess what? We have our MVPs. We've talked about Challengers Finals. We've talked about how we got here today. We've looked at the teams. Let's take a look at the maps of what we're going to be playing here across our 6 games. Pretty standard stuff, right? We got Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Vikendi, and then wrapping it back up, of course, with those first 2 maps again. Now, and then I'm going to kind of kick it back to you because you and I, when we were here for the Challengers Finals, it seemed like there were some teams that really came alive on this sort of middle set of maps, the Sanhok and Vikendi, where they can get more aggressive. They can kind of play a lot faster. Do you think the premier sort of team list is going to shake out the same? Or do you think because these are a higher level of player, they're going to have, kind of rely on those bread and butter maps a little bit more?
Well, I think they're going to obviously see the aggression from a lot of these teams, but it's going to come down to, can these teams minimize the mistakes that they probably made during those challenger finals and stuff like that. I mean, we're going against loops and stuff like that where, if you're just having your little foot or shoulder peeking out, a little chicken wing around the tree, I mean, they're going to be beaming you. So a lot of this is going to come down to, can they make the plays, but in a smooth and, standard level of play. I mean, we're at the top of the top right now. There's no room
Yeah.
for error. And I mean, 6 games really reduces that, I guess, cushion you have of making errors like that. So, I mean, we have the 6 games. I'm expecting these teams to really, be trying to, sharpen their knives and, sharpen their minds even and coming into this play.
Sure. And Dave, I'd love to get kind of your opinion on, obviously as some of these teams are coming into this, they've been here, they're the premier team, right? We got a couple people coming up from challengers. Do you think that any of those challengers teams might cause a little bit of chaos for some of these premier teams, or it's just another day in the office? They know what it's like to be here.
No, I see where you're going with this, and I definitely agree, because these other teams, they've been so focused on the premier teams, they got comfortable with their lobby, right? So now tonight we're kind of throwing in some additional teams. You never really know what they might pull out the hat here. So all these teams are definitely going to need their head on the swivel here tonight, without a doubt.
Yeah, I that's what I'm kind of looking for personally, right? I mean, we got to really just look at overall, just when it comes to some of the maps here, right? Like, you got to be, it's cool. You can have your 1 or 2 maps that you're feeling comfortable on. That's great. But you got to kind of be firing on all cylinders, across the sort of 6 map set. We saw Bope Esports from the Challenger Finals, right? They was kind of they barely kind of came in. They were number 4th, but they had 2 maps back to back where they were dropping like 14, 15 eliminations each. And so that really kind of set them up. But what I'm going to be looking for is really that more professional kind of level of play. Because, hey, this ain't challengers anymore, right? We're up here. This is the premier level. These are the teams who know what they're doing, some international competition that are coming in. And I'm excited to see what they have. So let's run before we're very close to dropping into map number 1. Let's talk a little bit about predictions. So Enigma, I'm going to kick it off with you, right? Who do you think is taking just this first map number 1?
I got to go with loops. I mean, they're at the top already. They got the 10 bonus points. They seem to be always, firing on all cylinders for all the matches, all the weeks of play, which is why they finished first. So my pick's got to be loops.
Okay, going with the sort of fan favorite, the consistent top of the leaderboard, not really playing it too aggressive. I find that interesting from you as Mr. who loves to push everything himself. Dave, give me your predictions here, man, because you've been watching the premier side for the last 3 weeks, qualifiers. You got a pretty good idea on some of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, Loops, easy pick over here without a doubt, but I'm still going to stick with my kind of storyline here tonight, and that's to see what C4 has in the tank. Can C4 truly be the 3rd-time champion here in the finals? And I'm thinking game 1, if they can have a really solid performance, and your question asking a winner chicken dinner, if they can get a chicken, the momentum is going to be feeling mighty fine throughout the rest of the night.
Listen, I had some chicken for dinner right before this, and I'm feeling mighty fine. So I got to agree with you that if whoever wins this chicken dinner off map 1, they're going to be feeling fantastic. Me personally, my prediction, I'm going with a lesser known team. I'm going with Intense Gaming, right? And this is simply based off of the fact you might think there's statistics and other gameplay and clips I've seen. No, I just like their logo. It's a dolphin. I'm a big dolphin fan myself, right? I know. Listen, I'm new to the PUBG mobile community. I love their logo. I've heard great stuff about Loops and C4. Okay, that's great, but they're my pick number 1. I'm gonna look big brain if they come out on top somehow, being obviously their Dolphins themselves. Now, number 1 is getting ready to get started here. So, well, let's get ready to kind of talk a little bit more, I think, about what we have going on here. Enigma, obviously, if you're one of these teams, you're a high-level player. You've been here before. You know what it's like to be in this seat. You're kind of bringing your team in. What are you telling your teammates before we get ready to hop into map number 1?
I mean, everything comes down to the first game. Dave, I think, said it especially well. It's just, if you have a good, solid game 1, the bonus points don't matter that much. I mean, we've seen in previous tournaments where the bonus points play a huge factor, and we've also seen it where, they'd play little to nothing for it. So a lot of it comes down to just the consistency level of play. And I mean, I felt sorry for Dave because the Zombie Boys had actually even won a game on the Challenger, finals and stuff like that, but they still unfortunately didn't get to the top 4. So it's all about how you go about the games, all six, not just one or two of them. If you do well, it's about your consistency and the level of play you're able to bring, even when you're making errors, or at least, these rougher zone shifts possibly these teams are thinking. So, I mean, it's all just going to come down to, that mental fortitude and keeping the points at least to a minimum of a few, maybe 5 or 6 even.
Yeah, I love the mental fortitude aspect. I feel like it's something that's a little bit overlooked, right? When we talk about this sort of higher tier competitive play just across esports in general, right? It's easy to have one banger map, right? It's easy. You drop in, you say, hey, we got the chicken dinner. We have 15 limbs. Great. What a great 25-point game. But if you drop the ball on the couple other maps, it means nothing, right? So to have that mental fortitude where maybe if you even have just a rough sort of map number one, map number two to kind of come back on up. That's what I'm really looking for, because we even saw that in the Challengers finals, right? We saw some teams kind of come online in, of course, those last two maps after they struggled in the first two. So guess what, though? Enigma, we're going to say goodbye to you for the time being. We have map number one ready to go. Dave and I are going to be casting these first 3 games for you. Dave, I'm excited to be here. Not only one, that I'm back here casting some PUBG Mobile, but I'm doing it with you. And, well, we have a little bit of a giveaway going on for our friends in the chat.
Let's go. Type in those codes right now before they're gone. And guess what? It's probably already gone, because you know what? We all need our UC. Now, I'm still on the question. You're picking Intense Game because of the logo. I like the pick, but we're talking best logos here. What happened to passion fruits? I mean, how can you not like a couple of fruits hanging out here looking angry, looking to get some elims here tonight? I mean, passion fruits, without a doubt, has a pretty stacked logo, in my opinion.
I gotta imagine you're gonna have some confidence, right? You're like, what do we want to call ourselves? We're trying to be this try hard, intense. We're at the top of PUBG Mobile, and like, what's our team name? Passion Fruit Esports. Lots of passion involved here. And I'm, from what I saw from some of the past broadcasts, they are a passionate group, right? They're not afraid to take fights. They're not afraid to push some of these engagements and be able to kind of get some of these insane angles and start taking pop shots at people that are there. But as we get ready to hop on in here, Dave, obviously this is sort of, we were mentioning at the top of the show, this is a bread and butter map for a lot of teams, right? If you've been playing PUBG Mobile, you know this map like the back of your hand. So as you get ready to drop on in, what are maybe some early strats you might be able to think of just from some of these teams, right? You're loading in, you're seeing this plane line. What's looking hot to you?
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, something that Enigma and myself have been kind of going back and forth about here, and I think it's the topic of hot dropping, and I think that's an important one here as well, because we do have the additional teams kind of showing up in the lobby who qualified for this night. Will they want to start strong? Will they want to take that desired loot spot? Say they've been practicing throughout the contenders. Or do they just give it up to the premier team? So I'm looking forward to seeing if we have a couple early fights here, just because these teams are going to be competing for their drop spots.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of looks like everybody is dropping pretty close off of this plane line, kind of making their way up maybe towards Rozhok. Looks like a couple people landing school, maybe 2 teams up at Georgia Pole. So we could see some rotations in for some squads if they decide to get a little active early on. That's what I'm going to kind of be looking. We saw in the Challengers finals that some of these teams, they were not afraid to kind of hit the ground, grab some of that loot, and be able to push the equation. But what they kind of have to always think, right? It goes back to the tried and true battle royale sort of idea, which is, what is the loot you get off the ground? Because if you only find, a helmet, you only find a vest, and you try and take that early engagement and you burn those resources, you're going to be in some sore trouble, especially if you have a team that comes up and wants to third party you.
Exactly. And some of these teams, some of these players, they got grudges as well, because you have to remember, we've been having the Titan series for a couple seasons now. So maybe one of these premier teams knocked out a team, pushed them down to challengers, and now they're coming back here tonight with vengeance. So I'm looking forward to it, man. Tonight should be a pretty entertaining night, to say the least, here, as we're going to be seeing Excuse right now. We were talking about them in the pre-show. This team looking to tighten up their isolated fights. Let's see if they can do that here tonight.
Yeah, I loved some of the stuff we saw from them in the Challengers finals. They were really looking good. They were that squad who we kind of would look at them at the beginning of a map and then wouldn't really see much out of them, right? You'd see their names pop up in the kill feed a couple times, but then nothing too crazy after that. And then all of a sudden, they're always top 3, right? With a decent number of elims kind of out of nowhere. So that to me was always something really telling, right? Yeah, like we were saying, it's easy to drop a bomb. It's easy to drop, a number of elims on one single map. To be able to do that consistently shows you're feeling yourself when it kind of comes to the game for sure. Now, they did land up here kind of in this northern side of the map, but they are not alone. We do have Aton Esports, who's not too far south from them, so they could be kind of ending up in that early engagement.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're looking like they might find themselves in a little sandwich action here moving forward. So definitely going to be tested on their rotations. And I think that's the case for a lot of these teams because they're trying to get comfortable. Some teams, some players, they might be nervous. This is their first game. They're looking to warm up. But the thing is, it's so important to just play your game and not overthink your moves either, right? Because once when you start to overthink, that's when you make these tiny mistakes. Next thing you know, you're down 2 players, and then next thing you know, you're down and out in like 11th position, and then you're blaming each other, and then the whole night's ruined. So hopefully these teams, these players, they're just showing up here in game 1, really chill. They got the game plan, and they're looking to execute it here.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that you're looking to try and get obviously up into that top 8. You can get some of those placement bonus points. So totally agree. If you're landing below 8, if you have 4 or 5 eliminations to your name, well, that's great. But you don't have the placement points to back it up. It's going to be heartbreaking. And like you said, hopefully some of these teams, they've been playing together enough that they absolutely are feeling each other. Hopefully no just absolute team breakdowns occur here after map 1. That would. You're right. It does happen, but hey, I'm gonna give some credit to some of these squads. It's Premier, right? They've been playing. They know what it's like to be here. I don't know. Hey, maybe we will have an absolute breakdown. Who knows? Maybe C4 will be one of those teams, and well, you'll look like a fool yet again.
Yeah. Hey, I'm telling you, man, sometimes you just get so tilted. I think last finals, I think there's a team who just consistently got dead last, and come game 6, they were missing some players. I mean, that's how tilted they were. So it's understandable. At the same time, it's also like something that, like you said, these teams have most likely been practicing, working on, because it's not just about who can hit those shots. It's about who's a good teammate, who's got your back, who could uplift your spirits when things aren't going your way.
We love to talk about that, right? The intangibles that you can bring to a team, because when we're talking about some high tier PUBG Mobile like this, everybody's got some skill, right? Everybody's got some gun kind of skill in their back pocket. So it's about which of those players can be a good IGL, who's making the good comms, who's making the kind of smart plays and rotations to be able to kind of set themselves up for success. And so, especially when we talk about this group of teams here that's in the Premier side of things, I think we're going to see a little bit more big brainness kind of come out. I know we have Enigma in the back who's he's sitting here seething. I know when we were watching the challengers, he was like, what are you doing? What is this play? Like, well, guys, what is going on? And maybe he'll be doing the same here today. But hey, hindsight's always 50-50 when you get to watch somebody else play the game rather than play yourself.
Yeah, he just sent me a message like, what are you doing, Dave? What are you doing? Hey, relax, man. We'll see you at this game. We'll get your take here. But passion fruit, so we're just kind of getting a little glimpse of everybody's rotation here, everybody trying to find a foothold in circle number 1, as it is going to favor some water. Actually, I believe if I had to give it like a percentage, I think 20% of it is going to be in the water. So that's going to take away some of this terrain for these teams to hold down in the early game.
We saw a couple little bit of a boat play happen on Monday night. Maybe we'll see something similar here, but it does look like most teams have found themselves. They have grabbed their vehicles. They've sort of made some rotations. Most squads in the zone already. Couple of stragglers, though, I will say. We have YKG. One player is just out at Quarry. Just I don't know what they're doing. They're just chilling out in the blue zone, trying to make their way on in. But hopefully they can get here in time to join the party. But so far, most teams kind of making their way up here, this northern side of the map, already making these rotations in. And I don't think we've really had any engagement so far. I mean, I see where maybe some teams are missing some players, but I'm seeing Passion Fruit Esports is the only team with damage on the board with a whopping 28.
Yeah, it looks like Sixless doing some scouting over here, and I believe might have spotted out that buggy because we saw him quickly kind of bust that U-turn over here Koi going to be taking some shots. So if Sixless didn't see, now we know, as Koi's kind of making sure that Sixless is aware, like, hey, I'm over here. You want this fight? I got that smoke. You better watch yourself. So looks like Koi now going to be retreating back to their teammates, hopefully trying to avoid what looks like a 1v4 if Koi kind of hangs around here a little longer.
Yeah, I was kind of looking like, where is the rest of Hyper? You know, like, is he kind of drawing their attention so that way some of the other teammates can get an angle? Or no, it looks like Koi is just kind of poking the bear a little bit. I do love that. As we can see, Exit's Fate able to take down one of the members of Ace of Spades. It looks like Bale had to dodge out of here, but they still know exactly where he is, getting in some nice shots. Oh, yeah, look at this.
Ooh. Little mini snipes out there. Bay really low in the health department, and it is early game, so looking at the meds, okay, we're good for the time being, right? But regardless, we're stuck behind a tree. We got that bike. We're looking for the pickup, and not only that, oh no, it's Fate now looking for the wraparound. Bay, my man. I don't see you surviving this, and I think they believe the same thing. That I'm going to Molotov myself, try to deny the point. That's when you know things aren't looking well. When you take out the Molotov on yourself.
I mean, it's a bold strategy. It's a bold strategy, but guess what? I kind of like it, right? I mean, we saw even across sort of the last couple of weeks where the couple little bit of points have really made the difference, and so you don't allow that point to go to one of the other teams, and that could be the difference maker at the end of the day. But I agree, you're dropping a Molotov on yourself while you're about to be down.
Kill Switch still got the point, so my dude didn't even finish the job they started.
You tried. He gets the you tried.
Pat on the back. Better luck next time.
He gets a sticker.
Hey, that's what matters, right? Did you get your sticker? And what's even more impressive is that Execute is playing pretty aggressive, right? For only being a 3-man here this early on, so you love to see it.
I mean, I don't blame them, right? I mean, why not? You obviously, you're down a player. Maybe you can kind of play some mind games with some of these teams, right? They're going to be expecting 4 players rolling up on them. If they know where 3 of you are, they're like, where's the last guy? Where's the last guy? Maybe we don't want to get aggro. But on the other side, we have 412 Nomads, one of the Challengers teams coming on in, hopping out of the car, getting in some fantastic shots out here. And it's against C4. This is sort of a battle of the 2 teams who just played against each other on Monday.
Yeah, really big fight right there, and Free Point actually clutching it out, but they're not out of the woods quite yet because they are going to be getting third-partied. What I believe is Coops, the NA GOAT, showing back up tonight for us. Okay, from Passion Fruits, trying to third-party that little engagement down there. And not only that, I believe YKG also kind of pulling up. So Free Point, you got a couple points, but you ended up kind of getting pinched out there in the open, and it is what it is. At least they got some limbs to start off the night.
That's true. I mean, it kind of really unfortunate because you had 412 and C4 who were taking that fight and both just get wiped immediately. Yeah. First 2 teams out in this lobby. It looked like maybe it was Hyper who was able to roll up and kind of take advantage of that third party and kind of put them both out here. So not a great start for either of those 2 of our teams coming up from, of course, the Challengers Finals. But hey, it's only game number 1. We still have 5 more games to go. I have any reconciliation in my head, they're going to be able to do it.
Did I jinx C4? I said C4, game 1, get the chicken, you're going to be feeling good. Listen, 5 more games, C4. 5 more games. Come on. I want to see the back-to-back champions really show up here tonight. But they do have 2 elims, so hey, they got some points, at least not the goose egg here in game number 1.
They could be having breadsticks like 412, so we'll take the dozen, the 2 that are there. I'll take it. I kind of like this. We have Super Laser Reflex kind of maybe trying to catch out somebody here. Actually, it's going to find one player from Extreme Slayers. Hops out of the car. Can they be able to get any damage? And teammates are here. They're getting the shots on in, but I don't know if it's going to be anything meaningful.
Yuya is out of here. My goodness. What was that, man? But looks like SLR, now they're actually down a member as popping out here in the open. Not the best of calls here. And now they're all just kind of scattered, going their own individual directions, just trying to survive at this point.
I mean, yeah, you try and... Oh, no. You try and take that in engagement, right? You're feeling pretty good. You say, all right, hey, some easy points, catching somebody moving in their vehicle. And well, the tides turn so quickly on them that they just have to scatter to the winds, try and just stay alive and can potentially regroup later. But I liked the aggressiveness that was coming out of them, but unfortunately, it does just backfire on them.
Yeah, and I believe we're seeing so much of a chaotic kind of gameplay right now with these vehicles because the circle did hard shift down there to the southeast. So all those teams that were kind of betting on the coastline and calling that home, well, no longer in play. So yes, Naya wide open for the taken, but a lot of these teams that we're seeing flash out here, oh, we'll get back to that. Oh, my dude. So, and Hyper ended up chasing them down, but a lot of these teams not in the best of positions right now because of the zone shift.
Okay, here we see. Oh, tries to be able to light up the team, running at them with the vehicle. I think he was able to snag one, but unfortunately was not able to get out of the way in time. I kind of like that. Sometimes you just got to stand your ground, right? You got to pull the gun up. You got to let the bullets fly in order to try and make something happen. I love that. And, well, here's Excuse. Here's a team that we thought was trying to make some moves as well. Looks like 2 players already down. One is full, and Rosh is the only one still up trying to make something happen.
Yeah, what a clown fiesta over here on the west side right here. It's all these teams just trying to find a foothold. And, yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. You got N-Hyper rolling up and all just trying to drive by you. What do? Do you get in the vehicle or do you at least stand your ground? Totally agree. And it looks like they were able to take out Chiffon in the mix. So GK First should be able to get picked up. And Hyper already with 3 limbs. But YKG looking to pull up down here.
Kind of like the Spheres in the car, maybe trying to pull some aggro away from the teammate. And yeah, it looks like Koi maybe is just going to hop in that car, kind of reposition a little bit. Oh, you got somebody way out there. Yeah, good luck. Good luck staying up. Have fun.
Geez, another hard shift too. I mean, to start off game number 1, definitely not going to be calm, cool, and collective. Because now it's going up there to the north, and INF going to be holding down Stalber up there in the top. Looks like Loops might be clashing with Team Jaguar. There's going to be so many fights. I hope you're ready.
Like this Jaguar just sitting up at the top. Kind of have the high ground here. Mythic, maybe the one. Maybe hit something with that grenade, but here we go. We're in the shots come out. Maybe can kind of use this rock formation a little bit. It does look like the trade does come out from Ayala. Pushing back up. Mythic might be able to get the jump here.
There we go. DBS all day. They call me DBS Dave, by the way, around here because that gun just pump and dump, baby. That's all you need. And Loops showing up here towards the late game already with 2 elims. Now they're trying to make their way into the zone. They're going to have to be cautious, though, because I know YKG are going to be down here. But look at this. Simple, still alive.
Kind of like this play, right? Knows that Loops is right above them and can...
Oh, okay.
Wait.
Trying to get MVP, I guess. It happens. It happens, you know.
Okay, Chief.
Mistakes. Uh-oh, Ayala. Okay, I think they're looking for Simple. They believe Simple's in that little Harry Potter tower. But no. My dude's down here just not making a sound. Just trying to get some more placement points out here.
I do kind of like this play, though, from Simple. I think you hang out here, knows that he doesn't super have to look like anywhere else, just has to worry about Loops above them. And then if they try and maybe wrap out, think like, okay, well, maybe he was able to make a rotation. Maybe he's out of here and potentially catch someone. And just playing like a little bit of a rat. Well, when you're the only one left alive on your squad, sometimes that's all you can do.
One would say it's a simple plan, you know? Don't die.
Ooh. Okay.
Low hanging fruit, you know. My brain. Okay. Enigma's the big brain here. Just saying.
Would you say that he's just a kid? That's a song by Simple Plan.
Yeah, that one went over my head. But yeah, I agree, 1,000%. As now we're going to be getting back into the gameplay. Sixless, the snake in the grass, caught by Joey.
Ooh. Chico here, kind of playing from a side angle, able to get in the nice bit of shots here. Looks like YKG, they've been able to take this fight and are able to reset off of it. Huge win for them as Adrian has been able to kind of hop out, claim their little slice of paradise. Goku's above, might be able to get in, of course, this full.
Gee, YKG 70 limbs so far, and they still have 4 up and they're pretty healthy. And not only that, they have a nice little buffer between them and Loops and Extreme Slayers. So definitely keep your eye on YKG as we make it into the late game. But look at the terrain. I mean, the different levels of terrain right here is going to make this end game so interesting. A nice little shift, so we'll be sending these players uphill.
This is going to be tough for some of these squads that are kind of below, right? You want to be this team with the power position. You want to be near the top. And right now, that's only a couple squads that are really sort of battling for it right now, right? We have Intense Game, who's one of them. You can see Gadrian is trying to make the rotation out and is able to turn him burn on Chuko. Oh my God.
Got him. I mean, we're seeing so many just straight up, just YOLO sends, YOLO pull-ups, and you know what? It's been looking pretty beautiful as now IG 5 elims in the pocket here themselves in game number 1. So INF, they've been big chilling in the north, kind of just trying to hold down as much terrain as possible, and they've been being favored a couple times here with these circle shifts, but eventually they're going to have to show up here. But they do have 4 up. They do still have 4 up, and I have to assume their ammo, their meds, their armor, all looking pretty spiffy.
Yeah, if you have 4 up, but only 2 eliminations to their name. I mean, let's take a look at some of the other squads. You got Loops with 3, also have 4 up. YKG has 8 with 4 up, and that's kind of your real competition. I mean, you do have Bope who has 3, but they only have the 1 elimination that's there. So I feel like INF, they need to be the squad that maybe cleans up some of these solos that are still around here so that way they can be in strong contention. Because, yeah, I mean, even if they go out in 4th with 2 or 3 eliminations, you have a team like YKG who's taking at least 2nd. That's a solid lead on the leaderboard that we're looking at.
Uh-oh, Adrian's out here cooking. That's going to be Remix, the MVP, behind the tree, trying to stay alive. Ooh. Adrian popping their head up. Remix with the immediate trade right there. Wow. Almost taking down Adrian to about 50% HP, but Remix, done.
I like the patience there from Gadrian, right? Could have very easily just popped up and tried to get the full spray in the one shot, but says, you know what, I'm going to respect this player. I'm going to kind of just keep poking my head up, kind of snake this little bit of a rock heady and see if we can manage to get the elimination. And they do. Yep. And you saw how close it was, right? I mean, we still went down to about 30% HP. So a little bit of a smart play there. I like seeing that. I like seeing the discipline out of some of these top tier players.
Talking about discipline, SLR right there, just straight up. Rat mode right there, and I respect it. I respect it. You know, they're only a duo. There's still a couple teams, heavy hitters in the lobby. Let's try to get some decent placement points. So we'll see how far that will get them, because right now Loops is square up with Bope.
I like this. You can see Mythic has used this car to wrap behind and kind of gain some of the aggro from Bope. And, well, you have the 2 teammates that are up on top of the hill who are able just to kind of finish them up and drop them off. So Loops, they were top of the leaderboard coming in here. And, well, you're starting to see why. It's some of these plays where they're able to make these wraps, make these rotations, and come out on top and just kind of bamboozle some of these other teams. And they're doing it in style. They're kind of giving YKG a run for their money.
Yeah, too easy. Right now, Loops with 6 elims, YKG with 8. So both of the teams still with their numbers, looking to close out game 1 with that winner chicken dinner. So IG, okay, that's your team. 6 elims, not too bad. Down to just a solo, though. So let's see what they can accomplish here in the late game.
I mean, if you are either Intense or Super Lazy Reflex, you are literally just trying to play for as many placement points as possible. You're trying to let some of these other squads fight it out amongst each other and just only take the fight you absolutely have to, or that's a guaranteed elimination. So hopefully they're able to kind of slot up where they need to, but I'm kind of waiting for sort of Loops and YKG to take this fight against each other. It's almost like an unstoppable force means an immovable object is what I feel like. Loops, they're that obviously that unstoppable force. They're just playing aggro. They're making rotations. They're using the vehicles. And it looks like YKG is focusing a lot more on positioning. So I'll have to see what goes through as Chief kind of takes a peek out, spots some below, and is just snaking their way up and down this hill. Maybe can spot a player out, getting some nice shots.
Yeah, Loops, they're doing a great job here at getting the advantage. Not only that, they got a couple of vehicles to go with it to kind of provide that hard cover. But now here comes Chief, 6 grenades, looking to go fishing here.
I love this. This is my favorite part of coming into PUBG Mobile, man. Is just watching how talented these players are with these nades. And you're seeing some of them connect. 24K has to back up, kind of drop behind the car. Maybe can get a spray on this vehicle. Are they going to be able to bring down 24K? They are. And it looks like INF is kind of being able to third party a little bit. You're seeing some shots go down, but Loops is looking like they're going to be the team that comes out on top. Mythic did go down to INF, sort of up here at the top as, well, Super Lazy Reflex, they're trying to get aggressive now as they're going to find INF. Some of these squads, they are starting to find each other, and it is not going down without a fight.
Ooh, what a surprise right there. Shout out to INF, finally making some moves happen. Third party and Loops when they were making that push to take out YKG. But the SLR, the Snake duo, kind of surprising them from behind. Regardless, INF getting a couple more limbs, but now Loops, all eyes are on you as they look to seal the deal. Winner, chicken dinner here. Let's see if they can pull it off.
INF kind of went from being in a terrible spot to being in a great spot now, right? I mean, Loops, they have 4 players up. They had somebody down. IG, it's just that 1 player remaining. So INF kind of looking to maybe take this 3v4. They do have the high ground here, kind of saying, hey, it's over, Anakin. I'm going to chill up here. We're going to take this fight, see where this zone decides to pull Federal. Like maybe wants to use this car to gain an angle. I like it.
Yeah, looking to either gain that angle or just make sure that nobody's behind him, right? To backstab him once again, like SLR kind of did earlier on before getting really aggressive. And the spy sense is definitely tingling as now, like they're going to be grouping up. But Loop just sending it dead center.
Here's the real question. You kind of have, I feel like this is a bait care package that's in the middle here, right? Like this drop, it's here, it's looking spicy. Maybe you want to see if you can grab some high tier loot out of it, but I just feel like the second any of these teams try and go for it, it's going to be a death sentence.
I agree with you 100%, but then again, we're talking about Loops. Loops are definitely going to snag that package and get that level 3 gear.
Who's still alive? It's Gadrian. We saw Gadrian kind of play that patiently in order to get that final kill that we watched a little bit ago on Remix. Stream Slayers, and just has been playing patiently, playing these rock formations. It's, I believe, still in zone, even in this sort of position. And this is some rat activity, and I love it.
Yeah, and even if they get taken out right here, a 3rd place, that's 5 points. And add that with their 60 limbs, that is a solid performance for game number 1 that's going to set them on the right track here.
Coming down to a stalemate. And it's just kind of a Texas outlaw sort of just like looking between all of them, right? There's trying to look through. We have INF and Loops kind of looking at each other, and well, it's Adrian is on the other side, and is just kind of maybe just barely hoping that maybe it comes down to like a 2v1 and maybe it can come out with it at the end.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Adrian can definitely play spoiler, and I feel like is leaning more towards the back end of Loops here. So right now, Chief in a bush, top 10 bush, by the way, can't see him. Yep. See what will happen as Influence Rage trying to really set themselves up because we're only in Circle 7. So we actually have some time for these players to really slow it down, pump the brakes and set up and make a game plan, I guess you can say. But it looks like Mythic trying to wrap around, get behind them, hugging the blue. So even though they have time on their side, both these teams, you can tell, they're really antsy to just seal it. Seal the deal, get the win.
You can see they're kind of just trying to maybe land some of these grenades up over the top, maybe catch somebody out on the back end, but it doesn't look like anything here. I do love the Influence Rage. They have the vehicles and Loops don't, so if they get a little spicy with it, they could maybe make some fast rotations that Loops aren't expecting. So far, it looks like maybe a little bit of respect as the zone will decide to push in. Slowly but surely, Mythic is getting here. If Mythic stands up just a little bit, I don't know, could cause some chaos.
Mythic is really going to be the deciding factor here. Going to be within range to throw the Molotov. Get INF back against the blue here. Nice little grenade. I mean, he's putting in big damage, so now I have to assume the call is going to be coming out on the team to just push. I believe that's what we're going to see here.
Now look at the way these are landing. Federal takes some damage. Lil Boy takes some damage. Fly is up here, kind of just trying to stay up there. Smokes are coming out. But look at Mythic. This is the player I'm kind of keeping my eyes on. If Ayala and Chief, if they can kind of manage to get there and get into position, they could kind of pop up his 3 and just wipe INF off the board. And then it kind of just becomes a guessing game of course, where Adrian is. But Mythic slowly but surely is trying to get into position here. Snake in the grass, just on his stomach.
I mean, you could smell him. One play that Loops might implement as well. Cardozan does have a vehicle, so we might just say, hey, we're sending it, boys.
Yeah.
Cardozan, solo vehicle, try to get the runovers. Meanwhile, the 3 teammates just straight up sending it, trying to get the shots off here. So Ayala, Molotov in hand, little boy, 2 grenades, but Influence, they're running out of utility here. I mean, both these teams kind of been tossing it back and forth here, and there we go. Mythic from behind.
Mythic finally executing on this positioning. Is able to find 2, take the fight on the little boy. Is going to bring up the shotgun. The pumps are in. Is able to find 1 flaw. Only 1 left alive on INF. You're seeing some of the shots come on through. Loops pushing the aggression as they come up around the box. Can he be able to go here? Of course, with this shotgun gets the 1-off. Can he get the kill onto Ayala? Trying to be able to move her around. Dan is able to do it. Flaw, the 2v1. Loops, this is backfiring so fast.
Not only that, Adrian is still alive. Finally going to be popping up right there. Getting a quick elim. My goodness. Now it's a 1v1v1.
Wow. How fast did that just absolutely collapse on those 2 teams? Huge MVP play there from Flaw to be able to win that 2v1. Cardozan is the one that's left up. Mythic is still here trying to maybe make some call outs to where Flaw is. Flaw just has to be careful. If he kind of peeks up too fast, Adrian kind of has a solid sight line. I wonder if Flaw wonders if he knows where Adrian is, but that's a good grenade.
Mowing down the grass right there. DBS, by the way. OP. The DES coming in clutch right there for Flaw. Let's see, Cardozan in the tall grass. Flaw has an idea that Adrian is down there, but Adrian's actually crawling towards Cardozan. So it's coming down to it. We're already in stage 9, so it's going to close dead center.
Will force a little bit of fights going on here, but look how close Flaw and Cardozan are. Yeah. Oh, ooh, I thought he had that for a hot second, but Adrian at the end comes on up.
What?
Listen,
my
I want to say
goodness.
it. I don't want to say it, Dave.
Your team? The Dolphins?
The Dolphins.
The
Dolphins
Dolphin logo.
come alive.
Oh.
Adrian makes me look like a god. Oh my god.
Adrian. I mean, we talk about clutch cards. Adrian with 6 elims in game number 1, around 500 damage done. But just the discipline to just hang tight, hold back, let the lobby play its way through. Remember, we were talking, there is plenty of time still available. Adrian definitely taking advantage of that.
Well, we got somebody who I know he's squirming in his seat. He wants to give us all of his thoughts on that. Enigma, welcome back on in. Game number 1, it's done and dusted. We have Adrian from Intense kind of staying alive, able to clutch it up in the end. But let's kind of focus on the map overall. What were some of the key highlights that you saw in that map number 1 that you think might set the stage for the entire night overall?
Well, I think that first map, just the zones were really just awkward for some of the teams. You don't really see that eastern side of, Severny up towards Stalber Hill. And, well, I mean, I'm not really expecting that either.
Yeah.
I didn't catch that earlier. But no, the game itself really came down to, those early game skirmishes and if you lost players. And you talked about it, Dandro, about, Loops being this unstoppable force versus, we thought was going to be an immovable object, but really just was a piece of paper or something. Because, I mean, YKG got absolutely slaughtered. And then ultimately it came down to that, 4v3 positioning. Loops, I thought had it with the off angle, but I mean, if you're hitting it with the DBS, it does not matter what kind of man disadvantage you're in. And Adrian, playing it, close to perfection as you can. He saw that Loops player all the way to his east on the cliffside, 3 or 4 zones prior. He chose not to take the shots. He wanted to play that late game, try to have these players dwindle each other down in the fights, and ultimately, allow him to get the win out. But, I mean, all these early game skirmishes, I got to go back to it, really just were like, okay, I expect these 4v4 fights to be going on. You have the early game aggression, but then I feel everyone just forgot the memo of, hey, It's a battle royale. We're having other teams in the lobby, 14, 15 other teams that are possibly around you. And we saw, with the 4-12 fight, we had YKG, Passion Fruit, and Hyper shooting you as soon as you take that 4v4.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting these teams, to possibly play it a little bit slower, a little bit safer, or just, let's just go at it again. Let's just make sure we have one person watching for the third party, and we're good to go. So, I mean, a lot of it's going to come down to what these teams choose to opt into, but I'd like to see that little bit more of a passive play come out and play for this sort of later game, because ending the last zone there with only 6 players is really just a bit of a fumble in minds. But Intense Gaming, we could see here, 1,300 damage total. It wasn't like they weren't doing anything that entire game. It wasn't like, they were ratting it out for the whole entire game. They ended with 8 elims, unfortunately 0 revives, which is a big one. But I mean, the damage speaks for itself. They were putting fights in, and unfortunately they were losing players in those fights, but ultimately allowing them to take the win at the end.
Wow, what a fantastic breakdown. But let's take a look overall at some of our players from that game. Well, Mythic from Loops, Adrian from Intense, and of course, our MVP of Week 3 Remix up here. Dave, any surprise by any of these stats?
Yeah, I'm still surprised by Adrian being able to get that win there. I was really rooting for Loops because they were just popping off, and we see Mythic up here. I believe Loops as a team, almost 2k damage done in game number 1 with 13 total elims. So they were really just showing up, playing their game, being really ultra aggressive, and catching a lot of teams off guard. But like Enigma was mentioning, late game, where was everybody? You know what I'm saying? People forgot that there's a late game here in PUBG Mobile. So that kind of went towards the favor of Adrian, just playing patient. But regardless, I mean, we got bonus points. I think IG only coming into tonight with 3 bonus points. They needed this win a little more than Loops.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Look at the points that Loops put up. They come in with 10 bonus points, and after game number 1, they're able to lock in an additional 19. This is what I was worried about with a team like Loops, right? They kind of come in here, and they're able to just drop this banger game number 1, and they're just immediately putting the pressure on the rest of the lobby to try and catch up. But guess what? We have a couple other teams who are still kind of making their way through. A couple 3 points here, a couple 1 points there. Dave, I mean, let's take a look at these bottom teams. I mean, I'm looking at some of these teams like C4, Excuse, Ace of Spades. Like, I don't know. What do you think's going on here?
Listen, one game, all right? One game, all right? You got one game. And C4, I'm talking to you directly because the back-to-back champions here, if you want to be the third time, the three-peat, we cannot have a game like this again. 5 more games to go. We need massive elims. We need solid placement points. And then they should be looking at that first place here once again. Hey, I'm calling it right now. C4.
All right.
Champions. Let's go, baby.
Champion.
Well, let's go, baby. Don't let me down.
The current champions are right now. No surprises here when we kind of take a look at this overall. But Enigma, I kind of want to get your thoughts when we just, we've only had 1 map. We still got 5 more maps to go. But I don't know. How is this shaking out to you? Any surprises here? Or is this about standard business that you kind of expect?
Well, I mean, it's standard business just looking at the qualifiers. So now, I mean, we see all the top teams, top 5 are just names I could have just, thrown at you and you would have agreed with. I mean, Loops being first with IG. IG, you picked them for the Dolphin, but I would have picked them just for the sheer talent that those players have. But one team that's standing out to me right now that made it into that top 8 in the overalls is SLR. I noted it in the qualifiers. They had a few good moments and plays. It's just unfortunate they weren't able to secure that through 100% of the match itself. And now I'm wanting them, to be able to apply it for the whole entire match. They made it into that later game. They got into that top 4 or 5 position in that last match, but we're needing the top 2, 3. We're needing those double-digit kills because, you only have a few games to catch up to Lutz, and the whole goal is to get into that money positioning. And, you only have a few games to do it.
Top 3 is getting paid out today. And the one thing that noted to me on those rankings, right, when I look at that 3rd place position, right, you had Loops at the top with 29. Not too far behind them, you have Intense Gaming. And then there is a drop where we're looking at that 16, 15, 14 point spot. What is around 3rd? We still have plenty of more PUBG Mobile to play. Do not get me wrong. But this could be setting up the story for the entirety of the night. So what an insane map number 1 that we had. But let's take a look at some of the maps that we have coming up here for the rest of the night. that we have going on here, because obviously we got a couple more and we know that playstyle does change. So we're going up into Miramar and Enigma. I'd love to get kind of your idea. You just came from Erangel. You're going to the next map that you have a very solid idea on. You and I were talking about it on Monday, that how this is a much more long-range engagement map. I don't know. Do you think that teams are going to adjust their play style, or are they going to stick to the program?
Well, I mean, Hot Cheeks and Dave have said it time and time again prior, on the previous broadcast about bringing in that Mini 14 for the long-range engagements. I mean, we saw a lot of third-party going on in that Erangel match. A lot of it, was more so just driving up and, shoving a DBS in their face. But this time, around, it's going to be a lot of those long-range, 300-400-meter shots with the Mini. Take your time and, just get them one by one. But I mean, in terms of teams I'm looking at your Dolphin boys right now. Because I mean, in the previous season, we had seen them drop, I think it was 22 eliminations or something in just one Miramar match. So they're a team that has always had my eye, in the back of my mind when it comes to any sort of Miramar match. And obviously, I'm looking at Loops, I'm looking at YKG, teams that are able to get those eliminations racked up in the early to mid game and then try to close out in the later portions of the match.
Well, Enigma shot out a couple teams. Dave, let's maybe not root for C4. Who's a new team that you hope coming into this map maybe might find themselves and fare themselves a little bit better?
I'm going to be rooting for C4. Just throwing it out
you're committed.
there, all right? Find me later. C4 is the team, right? I do like the Dolphin boys pick. By the way, shout out to the chat, because we were just, they said his name is now Flaw. We're talking about Law, by the way, but the chat also wants to name him Flaw. So I love the chat. If you're watching, hit that like button. I mean, we're just having a great time here tonight. But yeah, I'm sticking with C4. But if you're forcing me to pick a secondary team, and I feel like that's what you're trying to tell me to do here, Passion Fruits. And the reason being, Coops, the GOAT from NA, back in it, baby. Back in it. So I'm picking Passion Fruits because we got Coops back in the mix.
I love that. Listen, hey, I'm the new guy here to PUBG Mobile, so of course, I mean, Flaw, I'm not gonna lie, does go pretty hard as the game. Please roast me all you want. Listen, I can take it. I know I was calling him Gadrian, and they're like, that's actually Adrian. I'm like, that makes so much more sense. Oh my God, you're 100% right. But doesn't matter, all right? Because we're here, and we have an intense game number one. Map number 2 is coming up here in a little bit, not too far away. The lobby is loading up. So right before we get in, we talked about some of the teams that are competing here, but Enigma, we're here. You're our big brain analyst. You're coming in. Dave and I, we just talked for a long time. So kind of, if you're one of these middle of the pack squads, maybe you had an okay early game, you made the correct rotations, but you just fell flat in the middle. You couldn't convert into that end game scenario. What do you think you need to do different kind of coming into this next map set?
I think a lot of it's going to come down to, being able to hawk that kill feed and let other teams fight on the edge of the map. Because we saw a lot of teams taking the engagements themselves, and ultimately both those teams were ended up getting wiped. It was always the third-party teams. We saw Hyper do it. We saw Passion Fruit do it. We saw Loops do it even. A lot of it just comes down to, you letting other people weaken themselves by fighting teams, and then you come in and just pick up the easy free points.
I definitely agree with that. I mean, we saw, like you said, there was a number of teams that kind of came in, they third-partied. Very quickly, I might add, right? I mean, I think it was it was a blink of an eye, right? That 412 C4 fight where we were like, oh yeah, this is great. And then all of a sudden it was like both teams are just deleted and they're the first two teams out. So I gotta imagine that's gotta be in the back of their heads, right? They maybe might be like, all right, let's take an early game gunfight. And they're just gonna be like, maybe not. Maybe let's not do that and get immediately deleted. That's out of here. But Dave, I want to kind of get your ideas, on some things. You mentioned Coop, right? This NA GOAT Coop. Talk to me about Coop, because as somebody who has no idea who the NA GOAT is, I feel like this is somebody I should know who it is.
Just the GOAT. I mean, you put Coops up against maybe one team, maybe two, maybe even three teams on a good day. No, on a bad day, Coops still wins those fights. And that's not me exaggerating. Like, I've seen this guy with the scar, no scope, a couple of bullets. That's all my dude needs here. Mechanically, I mean, he's on point. Enigma can probably speak more on this, because I know Enigma has like a picture of Coops on his wall. I want to be like him one day. As we all do, because Coops, it just has a solid track record here in PUBG Mobile competitive.
Talk to me, Enigma. What are your thoughts on Coops, and maybe what can he bring for Passion Fruit Esports to maybe help him jump up the leaderboards?
Well, I mean, I've got the room, the shrines all set up. Don't get me wrong. I've got him with the EFC jersey on in the photo because he used to be on one of my teams. Had the pleasure of playing with them right at the very beginning of his career. And I believe, he had told me the other day, he's played for a year or two now. I think his kill total's around 1,400 total kills in just a short span of a few tournaments. He's MVP'd almost every single event. Unfortunately, the latest one they played a few days ago, his NGX roster had won, basically PMPL NA, but for his region he's playing in. But he did not get MVP in that. But I mean, he's just an all-star stellar player.
Well, let's see if Coops can make it happen here. Insane words coming from Enigma himself, but we'll bring Enigma back in after this map. David is map number 2 here, and well, guess what? The fun keeps on having. We have another UC giveaway.
Or UC, type it in real quick before it's gone. And shout out to everybody watching. Shout out to, AMG, the production team putting on these shows. And shout out to everybody, just involved. I mean, it has been one heck of a season. Season number 3. I mean, my goodness, the Titan series is just, becoming something really special here. So game number 2, finals, baby. Let's get into Miramar.
Let's get into Miramar. If you do have that UC giveaway written down, you go to pubgmobile.com/redeem in order to get that. But yes, map number 2 on our way. It looks like we have a pretty solid map line here. Just a very simple south to north. Gonna open up the map, I feel like, and really let people kind of maneuver around the map. Very curious to see where, some of these teams do go. Now, we saw, obviously, in map number 1, it seemingly the play was, hey, let's spread out, let's go, we'll loot up, let's grab our vehicles, and then we can worry about the rotations. And it looks like maybe that might be a similar idea here.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, right? Because El Pozo, it's always a vibe in its own right. And what I mean by that is teams always, some reason, always just fighting in El Pozo here early on. But I kind of going back to game number 1, we were talking about it a little bit, and we were talking about in the pre-show as well, the momentum, how having a really solid game 1 could snowball, right, throughout the rest of the night. We're looking at Loops, almost 2k damage done. They already have the bonus points, and I believe that's kind of playing a factor in why they are so aggressive, because the bonus points they have coming into tonight is equivalent to a chicken dinner. So they have some wiggle room to work with. But now we got IG in the mix, Influence Rage in the mix. So we're starting to see a lot of teams, after only one game, have a nice little foothold on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, I think that's a really good thing to call out, because at this point now, it's kind of like almost like Loop's game to lose, which is, I know, like incredibly too early to maybe be saying that to some people, but it really is, right? When you put up this insane stat line, game number 1, you're coming in with the 10 additional bonus points. You're kind of very easily able to create this lead. But like you said, we have a couple of these teams that are able to come in. All it's going to take is for them to have sort of one lackluster game, and for either INF or IG to be able to come in and, have one of these, 12, 13 elims with a chicken dinner on top, just for that gap to all of a sudden mean nothing. So they have to be on their mark. They have to keep it going. But, guess what? It's anything is possible. That's why we're here. That's why these people have played over the last 3 weeks in Premier.
Yeah, without a doubt. And then, we can't leave out YKG either. We saw them towards the early to mid game playing really aggressive. They have 8 elims after game number 1, but kind of just, fizzled out after that. So I do want to make note, execute now with the whole team, all 4. Game 1, we saw them with only a trio, and they were still really aggressive in the early game. So we looking pretty good after only game number 1. Everybody feeling good, ready to go, locked and loaded. I mean, we got some good games ahead of us here tonight before we crown the champions.
Yeah, I do want to kind of note that at the end of that map 1, if you took a look at the stat line, it did seem like there was a kind of little bit of a drop off between our top, kind of 4 or 5 teams and then the teams behind them, right? I mean, we saw basically an average of like 8 eliminations. Obviously, we had Loops coming in second with that 13, but a number of teams are kind of sitting around that 6, 7, 8 elimination mark. And then the next closest was like 2,
Yeah,
3,
yeah,
like
big
something
drop.
around there. So, while yeah, sure, it's points on the board. Don't get me wrong. When you have the teams that are at the top that are consistently kind of landing that, and then they're able to get those placement points on top, you're going to be playing catch up. So I hope that maybe, game number 2, still play what you need to play. But if you're seeing a similar pattern after this game number 2, I think if you're some of these squads, you're going to have to make that play call to just get more aggressive off the rip.
So I got to ask you real quick.
Yeah.
What do you have against C4?
I don't have anything against C4.
What do you got against C4?
They were great during the Challengers finals. I thoroughly enjoyed them. They dropped back-to-back banger games, I believe. We're doing some really great things. I just, what are they doing here? That's my question.
Yeah, no,
What are they
I get it.
doing
I get
here?
it. I get it. But
They've
you
been
know, I
hyped
don't
up.
feel like you believe that they can be the two-back champions here in the Premier Finals. That's the vibe I'm getting from you. Why don't you believe, man?
Because there's a team with a dolphin as a logo, Dave. That's why I don't believe.
Dolphin. Oh,
Because the Dolphin boys are coming. That's
Dolphin
why.
boys.
They came out here. We have Adrian pulling out plays like that in map number 1. They're hyped. They're screaming with each other in voice comms right now. They're coming into this feeling full confidence. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard to fight. You ever tried to fight a dolphin? Not easy.
No, I wouldn't want to either. I heard some things about him, but Blinky Bay, talking about not wanting to fight somebody. Looks like Blinky Bay from Ace of Spades kind of getting caught out there in the open. Aton will be gathering that one elim point in the pocket here to start their Miramar map. But yeah, listen, I'm gonna leave it at that. All right, I get it. You're a fan of dolphins, I feel like you got like a dolphin plushie on the bed. It's all good, man. I mean, you got your spirit animal. For me, it's C4. If it was an animal, that's the animal I'm going with. But we'll see what they can accomplish here because Ace of Spades, right now, not looking too hot here in game number 2.
No, I mean, if you look at the map, they're split up a little bit. They got 2 players here. Now, the one thing I will notice is that there is somebody nearby. And yeah, it's Nitsu who's above, who is just getting the shots on. Now, the thing is Nitsu is the only one of his squad who is nearby. But definitely, if he's able to kind of find this fight onto Kiddo and be able to win it super easily, the rest of the team can kind of come on in and collapse. And I think that's what's about to happen. But Kiddo's doing a great job of kind of bringing the fight back. And, well, looks like some of the team has come back on over and is trying to help out.
Yeah, it looks like now we see Aton on the approach. Milo's on foot, so hopefully Nitsu can hold them at bay for as long as possible in order for that much-needed support to close the gap and pretty much breach from the first story and catch them off guard. So it looks like they now are aware. And Nitsu hit the escape, hit the eject, was able to vault on out of there and make it to safety and comfort of their teammates.
Yeah.
So, okay. Oh, stealing the vehicle.
play.
Hey, we picked you up in that, man. Imagine taking it and then just dipping. It's like, see you guys later. You got this. So very interesting. Going to be pulling off here. This is Impala.
Ooh, wait.
No teams around them. So they could fight this one out, but Aton's kind of throwing this, in my opinion.
I mean, I was about to just like gas them up because I'm like, that's a really smart play. They realize that maybe they don't want to take this early engagement. They're not feeling comfortable with it. We have the vehicle. Let's rotate up. But unfortunately, they rotate out and just so many shots come on downrange from Kiddo. And it kind of they almost get caught. They're very lucky. I mean, I think one more bullet would have definitely kind of caused them some chaos. But they do get out of there. But not without a price, and especially with the zone coming in too, right? If they weren't able to reset, pop some meds off of that, or if they didn't even find any meds, right? They didn't really have time to loot. They could be in trouble.
Yeah, that's the thing. And if you want to point some fingers, Nisu all day, I'm pointing my fingers at him, because like, hey, we had to come rescue you. That took away, like you mentioned, that precious early game time of being able to get that loot. And now they're in their scuffed vehicle in the blue. Yeah, it's not going to hurt too much because it is early game, but it's still going to set them back. It's gonna slow down the pace of their game here on this Miramar map. Meanwhile, everybody else, big chilling, setting up the defense, looking for teams on the rotate. So it's these tiny little micro plays that all adds up here in PUBG Mobile.
And you have to also think on a map like Miramar where, you can get into these points, especially like this circle where there are elevated positions, right? There's this topography that kind of jumps up into the sky that you're going to want to be on top of to be able to catch these other players that are rotating in. And so kind of playing this late rotation and having to spend your time out in the blue and healing up, and maybe your vehicle not being at as much health as you really wanted it to, it can kind of chalk your strategy a little bit. All for what? You wanted to take this early engagement, which, by the way, you only got one elimination off of. I think they got one. Yeah, they got the one player from Ace, and that was it. So how much resources and time did you commit for the one elimination? Was it worth it? Obviously, it was not. Hopefully, they can kind of regain a little bit and kind of make something out of this map.
Yeah, we'll see what they can accomplish as, both teams now clearly separated from each other, now looking to break into the zone. But look at this. Execute and C4. Okay, this is a big fight. Bond already down on their knees.
Bond goes down. We can see Skur playing around this vehicle. Will get absolutely lasered by its fate. Fate kind of playing the top of this sort of hill here, maybe looking down. You got Daddy Payne in the distance. Might be the only one still left alive. Psych. Down below. Just trying to play this one last kind of player that's nearby from C4. Look at this. Snowix kind of moving over. Maybe going to pull out some of the aggro, get an angle on the C4 player. The shots come out. Trying to play up and down, but Daddy Payne from the back in the house is laying it down. Snowix is in a little bit of a weird situation. The teammates, they got to come over here and help out.
Yeah, I mean, Daddy Payne laying it down, like you said, but position is compromised. We got Kill Switch out here with the M16 looking to make the pull up. Daddy Payne looking for that ricochet off the windowsill with the grenade. Only one more to go, but you got Execute knocking on the door right now.
Kill Switch wants to be able to come on in. That grenade just a little bit out, and you can see Fates made their way in. Kill Switch is here. They are slamming Daddy Payne in this room right here. He was not ready for all three of these players to fly on through and really sniff him out of this house. I love that play. From Execute, right? They knew that Daddy Payne was out here. They kind of dealt with the players that were in the field, and they said, nope, we're going to full send, be able to grab this loot, take this house, and not have to worry about this player at our backs.
Yeah, great play from Execute without a doubt. And I'm also happy that we're starting to see Kill Switch show back up in competitive. I mean, I've been a fan of that player for a while, and I know they took a break for some time. So really good stuff to see Execute gelling really well here tonight. But going back to C4, I don't know. I mean, what are you? I'm blaming you. Like, what are you doing? The curse, man. What are you doing to C4? That's what everybody in the chat's asking right now.
They're like, hey, Caster Curse is real, Dandro, and we don't need this from you.
Blame Dandro. Adam in the chat. It confirmed right there.
Go for it.
4 more games to go. Honestly, the back-to-back champion storyline is looking. I'm just gonna not talk about it anymore. Maybe that additional pressure from us is kind of getting to them, but we'll see what they can accomplish. They're definitely going to pull together. But and Hyper out here trying to look at it. That's Aton still in their vehicles now, finally showing up, pushing right through N Hyper.
The fact that they were able to kind of make that rotation is still a little wild to me. Maybe I've looked a little bit too soon, but good job. Wait, okay, wait. Never mind. Hold up. The Caster Curse lives on.
The U.S., man. The U.S. skin just looking fresh. The spoiler gave it that little additional aerodynamic that it needed to zoom past all those bullets. So 10 out of 10.
Yeah. I mean, listen, people might not say it's pay to win, but that extra spoiler can do a lot. Okay. Can really make or break the difference. Other side of the map, we got YKG. Team that did a lot in the last game was seemingly continuing on. 24K gonna be able to take down Long from super lazy reflexes. The fight is gonna still go on. Stellar's moving up to the top. White Elegy. Maybe he can land this grenade from the outside, can hit this nasty little ricochet. Looks like it's maybe gonna try and happen, but 3v3 going on inside.
Yeah, 24K with the UMP. Fear's looking to hit that heal really quick. Stellar swapping from the M4 to the UMP, getting those bullets over there, soaking it up. Oh, Stellar from behind, running out of bullets, actually. The quick turnaround from 24K. 24K with the double is able to find them.
And now just trying to catch that last player running up the stairs. Can he do it? Weaving in and out with that UMP. Gonna go ahead and clean up some of these eliminations.
It's a 1v1. I mean, the tides turn back and forth on multiple occasions. Joey bleeding out right here with the DBS. 24K looking for the revive, possibly. You're also going to have Execute out there in the distance, looking to maybe wrap her around and just, set up a nice little gatekeeping position on the whoever makes it out alive. But XZZ jumping down, has to assume the revive's coming out. Molotov burning 24K to the ground. SLR 4 elims coming out on top.
Wow, what a fight. That was looking so good for YKG. And then they decide to stick the res. And then XCZ has this sort of foresight to say, I bet he's trying to go for that revive. Drops on down, has the Molotov in hand, able to sort of lob it right in there and catch 24K on the back foot. Wow.
Yeah.
Nice little aggressive play there. I love that.
Yeah, definitely didn't expect that. YKG, yes, they were able to get 3 elims, but we'll see if they can hold their position on the overall leaderboards. But SLR, the solo, probably just going to snake it out like we saw from them in game number 1. So we'll keep tabs on that late game action from them and see if they can survive. So getting into the game, back into it, Passion Fruits right here on the edge with Extreme Slayers on top of them and Hyper. So 2 different teams right on top of Passion Fruits.
Remix, your MVP of week 3. Got caught out in the open in map number 1 and is looking to maybe kind of gain it up here a little bit in map number 2. You saw him just get 1 elimination. Now trying to go for the wrap here. Maybe find some more players from Hyper. Looks like Hyper might just be trying to rotate out here. This is just an absolute fiesta going on here at the edge of zone.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Was it worth picking up Chiffon over here? Was it worth? Oh, Chiffon dipping right there. Rin blowing up in the damage from the monster truck explosion. Now Chiffon trying to save the day with the smoke, but Remix, the MVP, pulling up.
I mean, if Remix can get a nice solid angle on this, I mean, just maybe take some shots through the smoke. Might be able to do something. Just gonna try and bet that it's the right side, but it wasn't. Koino from Hyper seemingly has maybe a solid little idea. Long range grenade. Is it gonna land? Oh, it doesn't. Robert G able to get the heals off in time as well. That would have been insane.
Yeah.
From Koi.
Yeah, a little too short right there, but honestly, the pickup from Chiffon clutch, because now Hyper all 4 up, looking to send it over this hill right on top of Passion Fruits, who are somewhat separated. Rin trying to get the initial run over through the smokes with the monster truck onto Zuko, and Hyper looking to take this compound right now.
They want this. They want to be able to hold this building down. Rin has managed to run on up. You got 2 players from Passion Fruit that's inside. Molotov will go out. Maybe potentially any damage.
Oh, no.
Oh, Quattro.
Oh,
no. Oh, it's just down to Coops. The NA GOAT is here. Hiding behind the lone box, trying to make it happen.
Box in a dream. Coops. And Coops. Do it. And what I mean by do it, I mean wiping out Hyper, and then following up with the wipe on Extreme Slayers. It's only a 1v3. It's only a 1v3.
Only a 1v3. We've seen crazier things happen here in Titan series, right?
Oh no, taking some damage. Oh, Coops from behind. Oh,
almost had that.
Almost. Look at that Rin so low right there. Oh, man.
I think if Rin would have lined up like a little bit more, it just would have been like spray and pray in a single line and pick up the 3-piece. But whew.
Like I said, it's only a 1v3 and Coops almost had it. All right, that's a baby dub in my book right there from Coops.
That's kind of like, okay, 1v3, let me see what I can make happen. And when you almost pull that off, you're not even like that upset. You're like, all right,
yeah, like,
I'm feeling good.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was so close. So getting back into it, I'm surprised that Extreme Slayers, out of all that, didn't try to third party that whole engagement.
Yeah.
You know, they pulled back. They were behind the cliff. They were possibly healing back up, but you really haven't moved very much.
No, I think maybe they just wanted to opt for the safer play there. They said, you know, we don't really want to have the third party, probably because maybe they're worried about getting third party themselves. But on the other side of the map here, on this sort of mountainside, we have Boat taking on INF, and well, Roa, Supra, Jericho, they're trying to do their best to stay alive, but this is just such a tough fight to take if you're Bope right now, trying to shoot up at INF. You're kind of just they're almost just shooting fish in a barrel right now, looking down on some of these players. Yeah,
definitely going to be a challenge for Bope, and I don't see them making it out of here alive. Now, little boy underhanding some Molotovs, trying to get the splash damage spread right there. Yeah, not looking too
Tough.
Good. Yeah, it's definitely just a bad position all around. And now in the blue zone at that, gonna be chunking them down here just a little bit, applying some additional pressure.
They are going to try and go for the res here, but is it going to be worth it? You're going to have time to pop the meds that you need. Medkit going for Supra, and nope, they tried.
I mean, was that revive necessary?
Well, you know what, though? I think they do deny points by doing that, right? I mean, by going down to the play zone. So maybe not a terrible idea. They say, hey, we know we're going to get taken out, so let me try and get you up. That's at least a point that we're denying from INF, who we know is at the top of the leaderboard. Maybe could come back to help.
Or it's when your teammates like, safe res, pick me up. Like, okay, I'll get you up, man. Whatever you say. Whatever you say. So
the opposite of one shot, right? That's really what it is. Like, he's one shot. You're like, this guy is full level 3 vest. What are we doing? Like,
it happens. And you know what's so funny? All these teams, for the most part, are on the east side of this circle, and the lone solo player from SLR, big chillin', XZZ, nobody near them for the time being. So I told you, man, SLR, they know all the spots, they know all the dips, the nooks, and the crannies. I mean, when we're talking rat play, they got it to a T. They got it down pat.
I love what we're kind of seeing a little bit of triangulation going on right now, right? We got Excuse, we got Draco and Matt kind of on this little side of the hill. INF is trying to make this rotation in. They have the smokes in hand, but Loops is right below them, ready and waiting. So if INF is not careful here, they're in this vehicle. The second that Lil Boy comes on out, they might be able to go down through. Are we going to see a car splat? It tries to go through, pops on out, but he's able to grab one.
INF, they see the bowl, they just straight up send it right there. Now they're actually in the bowl. Ayala trying to go for 3 right there. Was able to connect on a little boy. Now it's up to Law. Can we get the pickup? Can we survive? I'm looking for another grenade from Ayala. Oh, there it is.
Oh my, but this was like such a good play for INF until they get here, and then now they're surrounded by 3 different teams. There's a fight going on above them. They know that Ayala is here as well. Excuse is coming through. Excuse might be the ones to go through. Rosh has that monster truck, is gonna come on in. Does he spot Law with this UMP? Somebody else is gonna jump out as well. Law is gonna be able to get one, but the trades are coming out. Excuse able to now be the ones to come on in. The bull Ayala still alive, just kind of hanging out, ready for the fights to continue on. This bowl is like a quagmire. It's just a quicksand. People are going into it, and they can't manage to get out right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Rosh, getting stuck in the quicksand, I believe, swapping to the fists right there, throwing some punches in the air. But, hey, their teammate, we got it. We got it. So, Ayala still going to be surviving, the lone survivor right now for Loops. And just proning it out right now. Thrown it out as Excuse, hey, making some plays. A team that has a pretty solid foothold is going to be the 412 Nomads. So they have all 4 up. They're up in the north, but 0 elim. So I'm looking to see what they can accomplish, because game 1 we really didn't see too much from them, but they're setting up for quite a solid end game here in game number 2. Oh, there we go. Finally in the feed, we see them starting to get involved here. Nice little grenade action over there. Because I'm mentioning them because they got N-Hyper, a strong team, and also Aton kind of hovering around their general direction.
Yeah, I mean, they can come out on top with that. You're eliminating some very powerful teams from the lobby, and also kind of setting yourself up for success for Couple of these zone pulls that we saw in that last game. Sometimes this zone can pull in directions that we are just not prepared for. You got to kind of keep that in the back of your head. But one team that, you know, we saw doing some stuff early on and then kind of forgot about them, it's Execute. They're currently sitting with 12 eliminations,
Ooh.
1,800 damage as we get ready to move into this top 6 that we have here. So they are looking good. I mean, I believe they have 3 players up. They're healthy. They're Excuse is the only other team with 3 players up. They might be setting themselves up for a very solid end game here.
Yeah, for sure, without a doubt. And I believe when we were looking at them, Fate with 9 of those elims, 1,000 damage right there. So Yusuf blocking their stairway right there with the UMP. Nomad coming out on top with a nice little defense right there. But now here comes Hyper pulling up as well.
And they hold this. I mean, this is a huge win for 412 Nomads. They're able to take out Hyper. You got Rin and Kist, who are not too far away. They're down. You got iFan, who's sort of in the distance, playing up from behind. See, they have their weapons out. They're trying to push this together. A little bit of pre-fires.
Oh, look at this. I mean, this is a good test for Nomads to see if they can hold this down. 3-point, Yusuf, both of them on their knees right there. Hyper looking to clean house. Molotov through the window might be damaging their teammates there just a little bit. But it is going to force Hyper to pull back and hit these heals.
The next little finish there, of course, with that grenade through the window. 3-point is down outside. Just going to be Aleem trying to be able to make something happen here.
Busting out a bunch of smokes. I mean, really keeping Hyper guessing here, but I believe Hyper have a solid understanding on where Aleem could be. Here comes Chiffon looking to just press it a little closer. At the same time, Rin. So you love the communication going out right now from Hyper and Chiffon connecting the dots there, making it look so easy. Hyper 70 limbs.
That was a little gross. You saw me just kind of peeked out, wanted to be able to maybe try and catch them off on an angle, and they're just both, one's high, one's low. Classic battle royale tactics, and just say, all right, pick the player you want to try and get shots in on here, because the other one's just going to laser you up, and that's exactly what happens. Meanwhile, the rest of the map here, you can see, well, guess what? Execute's still here with 3 players. 15 eliminations. They are looking to clean up this map number 2. And XCC.
I mean, not obvious at all. You know, there's just a car, a bush, and you know what's the cherry on top? We're in the back seat. You know, we're in the back seat, so nobody's gonna look here. oh, we're popping up. Okay, this is risky.
This is very risky. XCC.
Why? I mean, you're in the bush.
We just watched what Adrian did last game. I mean, XCZ could have potentially been poised to do something similar, right? But no.
That's it. Hey, second place. I'll take that all day. That's 6 points. But Execute, winner, chicken dinner, game 2, Miramar, 16 elims. 16 elims from Execute there.
I mean, I feel like we were watching just teams on completely different sides of the map. And we got to that end game and we're like, wait, Execute has 12 eliminations coming into these final sort of moments here. So huge game from them, adding that chicken dinner on top. That's going to help them jump the leaderboards for sure. That's there. But hey, I mean, XZZ, we were questioning some of the, tactics there, but obviously it worked out. I know, we obviously just got to watch all of that, but let's bring back in Enigma to get his thoughts, because I know he's probably got a lot on the brain. Enigma, Execute popping off. Any surprises there, or about what we maybe expected from that squad? Maybe once they got their feet underneath them.
Well, I mean, I would have expected the double-digit kills on another player like Killswitch or someone. He's played on XZ. He's played on Execute before that as well, back-to-back. Some very top notable teams in the region over the last few years. But Fate being the one, dropping 10 kills. I don't think he got that last kill with the nade. But it was really just an alarming rate with just how that team was able to perform. And unfortunately, we didn't catch a lot of the action with Execute, but Hyper is the other team I was keeping my eye on. We're seeing all these fights go on. Luckily, they didn't die there from the UMP spray, but the fights that they were taking themselves have all just been about playing for trades, and two of the players actually on and hyper, the only players that had kills, Zfon and Ren. I've said it time and time again, I think Zfon should be the one in the roster, and you guys are questioning this punch out a bit. I was thinking it's just a bit of an intimidation factor. That's why they were able to get the kill, but you know, the whole entire game itself just had a lot of just really interesting moments with how teams chose to take fights, and not only in these apartment buildings, but also in all the ridges and divots that we'd seen with nades, UMP action even. Really was just star seller stuff out of all these tier 1 teams.
Yeah, I loved exactly what we saw at a couple of those squads, and especially this squad. We were talking about it. It is, of course, your number 1 team from that map, number 2. 1,500 damage, 12 elims. Yet again, no revives. A little unfortunate yet again that we're seeing that, but I think it's just showing that these teams are just trying to play their life, play aggressive, and maybe just, you know, say, hey, I would love to be able to take, you know, bring my teammate back up, but I'm just not able to. But let's take a look overall. Well, Dave, it's fate all day, it looks like.
Listen, I think they're just playing hardcore PUBG Mobile. If you get taken out, that's it. You know, you got to start over next game. So, yeah, fate showing up here. You'll love to see it. I mean, this team, they were just, you know, looking like a well-oiled machine, and they definitely need this, because coming into this game, I believe they were 8th place with only 5 points. So this is going to put them in the running with Loops, with IG, who had an amazing game, number 1. So I love to see different teams really popping off throughout the maps, because then at the end of the night, it's not going to be so top heavy. You know, you're not going to really know. It's going to come down to the wire.
Speaking of top heavy, look at this. Loops, our current leader, down in 7th, only picking up 2 points for that game. So we kind of mentioned, we said, hey, they just have to not have a game that they really hardcore drop, and they're kind of sitting pretty. And well, map number 2 was exactly that for them, which is a little wild to me. You got Super Lazy Reflex and Hyper kind of keeping it consistent with the 11th and 12th there. But Enigma, some of these teams that are on the bottom, let's talk about them. We're not going to talk about number 16, but let's talk about number 15, YKG. That was a team that you kind of had hyped up at the top of the show, but they kind of mess up a little bit in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting the elim points. You know, they have 3 of them. They are getting the action and the fights that I think they're looking for. It's not really being pressured onto them. But unfortunately, you know, if you don't win that first engagement, I think it really just sets you off balance in these future engagements, these future plans you make into the Miramar matches and stuff like that. So a little unfortunate to see. We also saw Passion Fruit 2, a team that I thought with their positioning would have made it into that top 5 position. Unfortunately, you know, a few errors and Hyper being able to exploit those weaknesses that Passion Fruit was showing, and ultimately, you know, allowing Hyper to get into that top 3 position on the match. So you love seeing it, seeing teams where, you know, they take aggression on some of these movements other teams are making and being able to propel themselves up into that top 3 finish.
Well, let's take a look at our overall standings after map number 2. Execute with that banger game have now tied first with Loops, and well, not too far behind. I know, you know, they were there kind of, I believe, in that 9th place specific position, but obviously they're kind of here. Influence Rage now up here at 3rd. IG not too far behind in 4th, and we have a little bit of a drop off there with YKG managing to still kind of stay near the top at you know, kind of 5th with 18. But Dave,
yeah,
I mean, when we look at sort of some of these rankings here, some of these squads need to kind of turn it up here as we get ready to head into game number 3. Who's maybe needs a little kick in the pants and needs to turn up the heat a little bit here as we get ready to move into the smaller map.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think some of these teams at the bottom can kind of take some inspiration from SLR here tonight. We've been seeing SLR get involved early on in the games, and say it doesn't work out in their favor, they try to make sure that at least one of their teammates is alive, and then after that, just survive. You know, just try to get those placement points. And because of that play style, they're in 6th place right now. You know, they're above teams that we wouldn't have expected SLR to be above, like Hyper, Extreme Slayers, Passion Fruits, and C4. So I think some of these teams take a little mental break, a couple minutes, and just plan it out. You know, game 3 coming in hot soon.
Yeah, all right, we're going to take a little bit of a mental break ourselves as we go to a break. So make sure you stick around. We got plenty more of PUBG Mobile as part of the Titan Series Premier Finals coming right up after the break.
Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame.
says, I'm taking out you first, and then you later, baby. Let's go. I'm gonna be surprised if we see Execute try to, take out this side of the map a little early on, but they're staying completely away. K19 and
They got one up. The DBS.
It's out. Oh my gosh.
Walking right into the DBS. The 1v2 right now, Hot Jukes.
Elf, it's your time.
No.
Can you do this? He gets another. One more. The DBS Hunter. Where are your shots?
Right there with that easy limb. Here comes the bait himself, Remix, pulling up with a little jump shot bump and dump action here. As they fight their way into the zone, and there goes one player from InHyper. Boy taken out, and I believe that buggy missing some tires. GK first also caught open.
They've got the call out on where Ace of Spades just got those. Oh, from Naden gets the first.
Reload.
What an opening salvo from Frady.
Yeah, I mean, Extreme Slayers hearing this fight going down, they're watching the kill feed, they're like, hey, we need to make some sort of move or we're losing this game. And he takes the 1v1 situation.
3 point. Now let's see what Loops does. I think there's a decent chance they go and fight AT7.
Beautiful grenade right there, by the way, on the Frady, who caught it pretty much like a glove.
Scourge is trying to heal in a little bit of a shack, almost getting team-nated, actually. Ooh!
Oh!
The beam, it's a
What return
1v1!
fire? Mythic has to try to relocate his options here. He's going to throw the Molotov inside of the window. Won't be able to pick up any damage. That player moves out, goes for the pickup on Ayala. Now Mythic just flying at him.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Titan Series Premier Final. We are heading into map number 3, and we are heading to Sanhok. My name is D'Angelo, joined, of course, by Mustache Dave and Enigma. Enigma, as we get ready to move into this, right? Sanhok, it's a smaller map. Teams tend to get more aggressive when they get on this map. Now, we've seen some teams kind of obviously already be aggressive on these bigger maps. Are we about to see a bloodbath when we come in here?
I'm expecting at least the hot drops to be bloodbaths. I mean, it's never Sanhok without someone contesting, but I mean, I think this whole match is just going to be a straight slaughter fest.
I love that, Dave. I know you and I were excited to get into the action with a couple of these teams, but in the past, when we've seen Sanhok in this map set, what have you seen come out from some of these squads?
Just all out mayhem. Try to survive the drop, right? Try not to get taken down, and hey, see you at the end of the game. Hopefully, when we're claiming the winner, we're at chicken dinner. I mean, to make matters worse, we're kind of throwing in different lobbies here tonight as well. So these teams, they're 100% not going to be comfortable with each other on this Sanhok map.
I love it. I think that's going to be really the name of the game, is who is staying alive. And if you're still with us, well, head to PUBGmobile.com/redeem. Enter this UC giveaway code. Get your UC. It's a little bit of a thanks for joining us here on tonight's broadcast. Make sure you're snagging those. We got one every single map, so make sure you're here and you're redeeming that. So you can look as good as some of our players, because let me tell you what, as some of these players have been dropping on in, I've been seeing some of the skins they have, and they look sick. Do not get me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, has any skin stood out to you yet that you're like, hey, I need that? I need that. Like, anything in particular? Describe it, describe it.
It's not a player skin, but on Monday, we saw a boat that was like an all-blue penguin with like it had a giant head on the front of it. And I loved that. I love ridiculous looking things. And, like PUBG Mobile, it's this very serious, kind of, I feel like it started out, right, as this very serious sort of tactical game. And then we're like, why don't we give this guy a hoverboard as he flies down with a skeleton triceratops on his back? Like, and I just love that. That's always been so funny to me. And it's crazy. So that's what I would get. Some of the little companions running around with these players too. I would love one of those too. Have a little corgi running around me or something. Sign me up.
So pretty much what you're telling me, your best day ever. Your day of all days is pretty much at the zoo. That's your dolphins, penguins, corgis. Like that's just the vibe. I love it, man. I love it. I love the zoo too sometimes. So we'll link up for sure. But look at this. We're already seeing one of the members from IG knocked out. I believe that might have been Passion Fruits over there, maybe taking some shots in their direction. So we might have some early game madness. That's what we want to see.
Okay. I mean, that's what we kind of expected when it came to this smaller map, right? We were expecting some aggression off the rip. So I'm surprised to see you have a squad like Passion Fruit, who we know has the capabilities to come online to really kind of make some moves and get those high elim games that we've been seeing. They just seemingly have been able to convert in sort of that middle game. They're never really going out too early, but it's always on those rotations in the middle that we see them go down. We saw some signs of life, of course, in that last game where they were taking that fight indoors, but it just didn't work out for them to what they expected. So hopefully now, they're kind of map number 3 is where they start kind of finding their footing. They're feeling a little bit better, right? You've shaken off those sort of tournament jitters, and now you can really play the game how you want.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully 2 games down, they're feeling a lot more loose. Maybe the team columns are flowing a lot better here and a lot more comfortable. Right now, it's all about just bringing it home as we are almost at the halfway mark of today. I mean, this is the halfway mark for the games, right? So we're starting to see Passion Fruits, though. Not only them, but a couple of these teams, right? Who really need to start just cranking up the gas here. Passion Fruits, I believe, 3 points total after 2 maps. So hopefully they can crank it up. But talking about cranking up, Execute, surprise, Aton. Aton. What? Aton, don't let it be. I thought Aton was about to lose 3 right here. Thankfully, Bruno was able to clutch it out. My goodness. I mean, they're just feeding points to Execute at this point.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic work being able to catch the 1, but then to be able to get the extra 2. I mean, obviously the player gets revived, but you see Casper is sort of coming on over here. They might be able to clean this up a little bit. It's still pretty early game. We're even seeing here a Casper doesn't really have a lot of meds on hand. So if you can get the jump on them, they've already had to try to reset from 1 fight. You might be able to catch them on the back foot and get it a nice solid squad wipe. But you see Kill Switch is trying to play behind this rock. Maybe third person peek Aton from across, and doesn't look like it. Maybe just going to kind of slow down a little bit as the rest of the team is across.
Yeah. I think at this point, though, you commit to it. You commit to the camp. You try to take them out. You try to get revenge for your teammate that almost had a 3-piece right there, by the way. Almost. So, honestly, we're talking about game plans all the time here. This is Sanhok, baby. Camp them out. take them out. Just get it done. But talking about a surprise, I mean, who would have guessed there's just a player with a gun looking at your direction on this boulder.
That was, I want to see
Good
how
place.
close. Okay, he got a couple shots into Bruno, but not really enough, I feel like, to feel confident about winning that. So, hey, you know what? Let's give some credit to Aton Esports, right? I mean, they were able to kind of come out of that. They didn't get 1v3'd. They were able to make the trade and come out on top still with most of their team intact.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely going to be, you know, going to be making them scratch their head, though, a little bit. You know, like, every single boulder, is there a player behind that boulder? So hopefully they'll play a little tighter together, you know, just with that in mind, because we're so close to losing 3 right there. So that's one of the beauties of Sanhok as well. You know, you just never know who is hiding where, all the different dips, all the different vegetation. It's really a tricky map, especially if you're just out here running in the open by yourself.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the dangerous part, right? Is that when you're kind of out here and you are by yourself, maybe you're split out from your team a little bit, like we saw that player, it can be rough, right? I mean, you can kind of just get rolled up on by a number of teams kind of flying at you. And next thing you know, well, you're taken out and your team is now only 3 players up instead of the full 4. So can't let that happen.
No
again.
helmet. Just vibing out here.
That's
I
vibing.
think out Vitex. Also,
Wait.
the whole team.
Man, you might get some solid shots here.
Definitely gathering that intel, without a doubt.
Okay, actually, I like this because, yeah, able to spot that this squad is here, kind of jumps them, and you can see the rest of Passion for Esports like isn't too far away, so they might be able to kind of come on in here and start sandwiching in. And it looks like exactly that's what's going to happen.
Beautiful little trap right there from Passion Fruits. Really impressed, and I do believe we're still on the hunt. We're trying to take them out. I love this.
Oops. Has that UMP in hand. We've seen him almost pull off a 1v3 as the last person alive, and well, may actually be able just to make a quick work here. DBS in hand for Seba.
That's what has me worried. DBS is all you need here.
DBS in a
how good of
dream.
player you are. I mean, you just let them slugs pump, and next thing you know, you're winning chicken dinner. Here's one.
Okay.
Dixless coming in and clutch right there from behind, trying to save the day. Now it's up to Coops with the UMP, looking to take out Team Jaguar. Strafing back and forth through the doorway. The DBS just too strong up against Coops, the legend.
Oh, and Zuko's the only one left from Passion Fruit Esports trying to be able to come in, but they're going to be able to get this res off. It's going to be real tough for Zuko. Doesn't necessarily want to go for that revive. And it looks like they've split up in order to get the rest of the team out. Zuko might get the timing on this, though. Comes in, takes a little bit of pre-fires, trying to be able to get those shots in, but the DBS, it's still here. It's still ringing. Bye-bye, Passion Fruit Esports.
I cannot wait to hear the breakdown from Enigma on that one, because Zuko right there. I mean, no armor, nothing. No utility, nothing. Just a dream, honestly. I did like this, though, the initial spring of the trap. I mean, I did appreciate that, but I think that was the downside, right, of Zuko being so spread out, so far from their teammates, that they just weren't able to provide that much-needed support here when Coops needed it most.
Yeah, I think it was just, this was kind of the crux of the issue, right? Is that they're trying to take these fights with UMPs, and we're just watching that DBS just, you know, they're doing a great job just kind of snaking in and out of the doorway, and then you just kind of get that one opportunity where you can let those 2 shots just ring, and, well, if you connect with both of them, it's deadly damage.
It is what it is. DBS. I mean, you either hate it or you love it. We see the DBS topic get brought up almost every single week. And, you know, personally, I'm a big fan. We talk about having a Coops picture on the wall. Well, I got a DBS picture on my wall. But we'll get to that later, because we're seeing a lot of bush play here. We're seeing a lot of teams just trying to snake it out. But look at this. Loops onto Ace right here. Oh, and C4 with the third party. This is a big fight.
This is huge. Ace on the inside. You can see Kiddo's trying to make the wrap. It's going to be able to find Cardozo. sick from C4, trying to be able just to play up on this wall, pop the med kit, get back into the fight. Let's have their own DBS in hand, could make something happen for sure. I love this C4 with a little bit of patience right now. You can see, looks like Loops on the inside. They're trying to maybe get their own little bit of reset as the revives go off and some meds start getting played, but grenades might be coming on in.
Yeah, and you know what's going to make matters worse? I see Excuse also trying to roll up. So we are about to have 4 teams in the mix right now. We got grenades, we got smokes, we got DBSs, baby, showing up here on Sanhok.
See, Daddy Payne was able to kind of make the move on the ace, but does go down, and this is just everybody fighting each other right now. Ayala just holding this inside, getting people to push in. Has that DBS, can definitely make some damage happen. Dick kind of just playing around with some of these grenades, trying to get thing in there, but oh my god! Ace goes to the roof, tries to get the shots off, but oh man, Ayala just says, okay, peekaboo.
You know, a hit on. I mean, the kill feed right now, nothing but DBSs. I mean, we see IG also in a fight, but this is just such a cluster right now. Now Ayala, last one alive, 4 Loops, trying to toss out some grenades, trying to toss out some Molotovs to stop the push through the smokes.
Look who's here. Excuse. They've rolled up.
Oh, so close. Got him with the Tommy gun. My goodness, everybody. I mean, we talk about last game, it was the cereal bowl. That was the magnet. This game, this is the magnet. This is the hot spot everybody wants to take for themselves.
Ooh, I mean, that was just like what was that, 4th party? 5th party?
4th party. Yep, still not done. I mean, 2 members from C4 still alive right now, trying to avoid the sightlines of Excuse. Got him!
Okay, Skur! That was almost
DBS.
Really good.
DBS is mandatory on this Sanhok map. Like, you need to have a DBS in the pocket. I mean, we're seeing how strong it is here in this up close and personal in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some of these teams are definitely feeling a little bit more comfortable with it. That is for sure. I mean, look at some of the teams though, that have already gotten eliminated. Passion Fruit Esports, Execute, Loops, C4. Like, these are teams that in the first 2 maps were kind of making waves and doing a fantastic job. And now we're here on this smaller map where it kind of rewards a little bit more aggression, and they're nowhere to be seen. And well, look who's at the top of the boards right now. It's Excuse with 5 eliminations already. They are down a player, but already having 5 elims with, you know, only a couple teams taken out, that's a really, really, really good setup.
Yeah, love to see it. I mean, this team in particular is one of those squads that we had the chance to chat with before tonight, and they were telling us they're trying to work on their team fights and just, you know, having better comms all around. So good to see them finally thriving here on Sanhok with their DBSs. C4, they are out, but this has been their best game so far. Slowly, you know, starting that momentum, that train here. 5 elims going their way. And Hyper as well, taking out this game, but with 5 elims in the bank here to keep afloat on the Sanhok map.
I think that's like something to bode well for C4, right? I mean, like they have 5 elims. That's great. I mean, realistically, when it comes to the end of this game, they'll probably be about the average, you know, elims. And at that point, you say, okay, we're kind of feeling ourselves in how we get these elims. Now we just have to focus on the placement points. And that is a little bit of an easier problem to fix, right? That's your bread and butter. Our rotation needs to better. Our positioning needs to be better right there. You know, rather than if you're kind of trying on this team who says, okay, we found it. We figured out how to get the placement points. We just have no eliminations to back it up. That's a little bit harder of a problem to solve. So C4, I think if they can kind of, you know, really keep that aggression, they played that fight pretty well. They were 2 people down for most of it. I think that maybe when we kind of get into this game number 4, the back half of the map set, they could come online.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, shoot, that last fight, by the way, I mean, ended up becoming a 4th party. So I definitely understand the challenges there. Almost 1K damage done. So I definitely agree with you. C4 finally looking like they're playing some PUBG Mobile here tonight. So looking forward to seeing how they can kind of pull it together in the last 3 maps here, now that they are looking a little better here after this game. But the circle shift is going to be going over there to the east side. Excuse in it, Team Jaguar in it, IG in it. Besides that, everybody else needs to make some moves happen here as YKG all the way up in the north. They do have vehicles looking for that wide wrap around, but we should see some potential fights here with these teams on the west side, now forced to relocate.
We do have that drop package that's kind of a little bit free. You know, nobody was really around it. There's only like 2 teams that could go for it if they wanted to. YKG is one of them. And Bope Esports is the other one. That might be able to sneak in here and take it out if they really wanted to.
Ooh, I see Remix MVP finally showing up. So many players on fire here tonight. Remix with the grenade, followed by a Molotov. Beautiful play right there. This is going to be SLR, the kings of the rat strat here, now trying to defend their compound.
Trying to defend the compound. Remix is pumping on up, finds a 1. Knows that there's got to be a player nearby who doesn't have really anything there. The shots are going up, but oh my god, the drop shot from Long. Able to take down Remix. Brady coming on over. Robert GG gets taken out. Extreme Slayers is getting picked apart.
That they are. Brady, UMP, trying to put a stop to the push, but Hayuya, where are you? Nowhere to be found. Brady's going to be burning alive, potentially over here, trying to just survive. Did I just see somebody run past Yusuf?
I think you did.
Dude, what? Did somebody just casually run past Yusuf and Yusuf just kind of gave him the nod? Like, yeah, you got this.
Yeah.
Like, you got this. Keep going in that direction. You should be safe.
A-okay. YKG on the rotation. Now looks like they've been spotted by Bope. A little bit up top of the top. And okay, back on over. Yeah, we don't care about the long range engagements. Get me back inside with the DBS. Draco finds his 3rd elimination of the match and is looking for more with this cooked grenade.
So much loot, too. I mean, the potential. Oh, whoa. Be careful here. I was going to say so much loot to try to loot goblin it up right here, but needs to avoid these grenades as excuse. Okay, down to a solo, but we have the safety and comfort for the time being of this compound, and we also have 7 elim, so that's really going to help them as we get into that late game of Sanhok.
Okay. Chuko finds one in the back. It's a little bit of a weird rotation for Chuko, though. You can kind of see he's like, has, you know, all of this height of this rock in front of him, so has to pick one of 2 directions to really go in. See, he knows that somebody's pretty close. INF looks like they're kind of the team that's right in front of Aton. Federal just, you know, in the corner, trying to maybe dodge some of these nades.
Yeah, I mean, INF definitely aware that there's a couple opponents now trying to breach their way into their compounds here after all those grenades not being able to hit the mark. But Milo still with the Molotov through the doorway. Going to make the breach here. It's going to be a 2v4.
Wait, Law is here. Could just peek out. The grenade in hand.
Got him! There we go. Law laying it down right there with enough time to pick up their squad mate, hit the heels, and look to reposition. Draco looking in this direction the entire time, just being like, oh my goodness, this team's going to have to push me here shortly. I'm by myself. Looking forward to seeing how they can defend. But YKG in the hills up here to the north. I see Joey all the way pushed right on top of Bope over here. And I believe the other 3 squad mates of YKG looking to close the gap and provide that much needed support right now to Joey, if Joey needs the help. Because look at that, a grenade right there on a Supra.
Takes down Supra. As the DBS in hand is looking for one more. I mean, it's just going to be a quick peek if needed. You see Fierce has come over as well. 24Ks on the other side. They are circling this. Yeah, Nikrok's going to go down as well. Oh, but here's Franco with the DBS. Finds one, but isn't going to be able to find the second.
3 DBSs at your door. You're just not going to survive that. I mean, that's just a fact here, but intense. Your squad, the Dolphin Boys out here.
Hanging on by a thread, though. Let's be honest.
Ooh, nice pre-fire right there.
Okay. I love this positioning right now here from Adrian. Looking up above, might be able to catch Law and Florin.
Love how we're calling them Dolphin Boys, by the way. I'm just throwing it out there.
They have like an actual name, and we're just like, yep, guess what? You're Dolphin Boys now.
Dolphin Boys now. It's like they have the positioning on to INF, so they're just kind of holding it down for the time being. But we saw Adrian trying to avoid the sidelines of Team Jaguar over there as well. So kind of a stalemate.
Warren. Trying to pop some of those meds, hang out a little bit. Moving
It's
down to the
YKG's game to win. I mean, I'm just looking at the positioning right now and how much control they have of this late game zone.
and they have 3 vehicles.
Yeah,
Look at
that too.
Okay. Adrian. I'm just playing up here. Knows that these 2 players of INF are down below. YKG. Trying to just get into the position, hold the spot that they think will win them the game. As we are down to our final 4 squads here. You can see Jaguar and YKG, only 2 teams with 4 players left. IG, 1 player remaining. INF is going to get taken out. In the meantime, though, it looks like Jaguar is kind of doing a little bit of third-party action.
Yeah, Jaguar trying to soak up some additional points. I see YKG actually sent Joey up there to the north to try to gather some intel and kind of keep tabs on Team Jaguar. I mean, we hear the shots over here, so we know there's a team. Love the play from them. And IG kind of spreading a little thin here as well. So curious to see if they can continue to survive. But we're going to have possibly a straight-up 4v4 here if the solo from IG can just kind of remain calm for the time being. But look at that Mercy from across the way. Yeah, connecting on to Joey.
I mean, YKG, they were feeling pretty great, but we might be seeing a recollection of game number 1 here out of IG, right? We got 1 player left alone who's just trying to do their best to stay alive and let everybody else go ahead and fight. Mercy's going to be able to get the full thirst onto Joey. Pulling that into a 4v3 now in this fight. They could get a little aggro. YKG, they do have the vehicles if they want to try and maybe make a different rotation.
Yeah, but now at the numbers disadvantage as Team Jaguar, I mean, we can see them. They all are just playing ultra group together. They got those grenades. They're in hand, looking to create a mini red zone right here. So very curious to see what they can accomplish with their numbers here in the late game. As the solo from IG now soaking up the blue.
Has to move out. Might have got spotted.
There's a point.
Ooh, okay. Well, they tried.
They tried. 3v4. Here we go.
Jaguar currently sitting on 9 elims. YKG on 7. So this would be huge for YKG to go up the leaderboards and kind of deny Jaguar some points. But Jaguar hasn't really been making any moves yet so far, so this could kind of put them on the map, and a downtown grenade from Seba is going to be the thing to get it started as even more grenades are going off as they are connecting. This might be, Dave, this might be the end of the game.
Yeah, that should be it if they don't burn alive to the Molotovs over here. 24K, last defense, DBS. I gotta respect it, but Team Jaguar showing up. Game 3, Sanhok, 12 limbs. This is exactly what they needed for the overall leaderboards. I got to get to YKG though. I mean, still playing really consistent here tonight, getting a nice amount of elims throughout the matches, a nice amount of placement points as well. It's just a matter of just holding it together, you know, for that late game. Losing Joey right there really hurt them. But shout out to Team Jaguar getting this win here.
Yeah, kind of seemingly out of nowhere, right? This is not a team on our radar, but hey, they're here in the Premier League for a reason. So let's go ahead. We're going to bring Enigma back in and get all of his thoughts on what we have here, because that game was just absolutely electric. Enigma, welcome back onto the desk. A, you know, what did you think of that game? And B, did you expect Jaguars to be the team to pull that one out?
Listen, okay, we're on the jungle kind of map. The Jaguar, you don't really see them until they pounce. So, you know, they were slacking a bit in the first 2 games, but they come in now, you know, winning it out. YKG, you know, one thing I have to notice for them, you know, I had a little bit of my tinfoil cap on today. A lot of it just came down to like, okay, well, I was looking at the logos. Of the map wins. I saw, you know, Execute. I saw the Dolphin Boys, Intense Gaming. I was like, okay, well, they got gold and white in the logo. What's the chance that YKG wins it out? And I was thinking, you know, well, you know, they're in a great spot to do it. And then there was a huge mental shift change going on. As soon as Joey, you know, gets knocked, slight error on his part, their whole game plan just shifted from this full forward aggression momentum to just playing back on the edge of the zone. They allowed Jaguar to find the last intense gaming player, ultimately giving them, most of the zone control and winning the match for them. But I mean, there was a lot of crazy moments. This fight, especially just at this one compound. I mean, there must have been at least half the lobby dead in this one building. And then everyone else, fighting just on the edge of zone. It was never just, let's just play late game and play, our building. It's just, let's just take the fight to everyone and see who has the better gun skill. So, I mean, shout out to the teams that did end up profiting from it, but the other ones are really just kicking themselves for losing those gunfights.
Yeah, I feel like we just watched so many teams kind of fiddle one by one into this compound, right? And it was just DBS on DBS action, and it was who could land their shots first and kind of get them on through. It was pretty insane. I like what you said though about YKG, and yeah, as soon as they lost Joey, it just seemingly felt like they kind of just fell apart right there. It became so much harder for them, especially kind of in that end game sort of scenario, given that cover, right? The Jaguars, they did a great job just kind of pushing on up. I love this. I got to give Adrian some continued shout out. That was a nice pre-fire. Insane.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, like, the pre-fire itself, like, we got the replay. Oh, I'd be mad, too, if I was Federal. I mean, like, you got the guy, you hear him healing there, peek, and then you just get beamed. So it's like, it happens to the best of us, I guess. But, I mean, they really were just kind of chundering in that fight. I was thinking they'd honestly full wipe IG, but they got some, I think it was an IG player had vaulted through the window and lost the fight.
Yeah.
So a little bit of key moments. I think they just cut corners and really just playing, just for the kill, and it really just didn't work out for them. But Team Jaguar, we can see here too, 1,700 damage, only 12 elims. I would think the number would be a lot higher, but for them, it was a lot of early game fighting. They did pick up basically all the kills in those last two zones, so they were able to pick up points themselves. But I mean, it was a good win overall for them. We talked about we didn't see them much going into the last two matches, but now, I mean, they're really showing out.
Well, we're going to go ahead and see how they stacked up against the rest of the lobby. You can see a couple members from Team Jaguar, but hey, Dave, we're seeing some C4 boys on here.
That's all it takes, man. Hey, we were talking about the momentum. We were talking about C4 finally looking like they're trying to show up here tonight in the finals and become the back-to-back champions. And I think this game is the turning point for C4, without a doubt. I mean, finally able to put some solid points on the board. And from here, hopefully it could just snowball.
Let's see how the rest of the lobby kind of came out there. We got Team Jaguar, of course, with those 12 elims, the 10 points for coming in first, 22. We got 13 from YKG and 12 from Intense Game. Not too bad for them to stay consistent. And then Influence, Rage, and Excuse kind of keeping it consistent as well. So not too bad for a lot of those squads down here on the bottom. Like we want to shout out C4 obviously pulling up that 5, and Extreme Slayers also getting that 5 too. So sometimes you can have these bad games, but they really at the end of the day aren't that bad, especially if you're still putting up 5 points, and Hyper also there as well. So let's see, how did that affect our overall? And well, IG, the consistency is keeping them there. Enigma, let's talk about it. IG on top with 34, but Influence, Rage only behind them by 1 singular point.
And I mean, we're looking at it. I'm seeing 3 international teams. Boom, 1, 2, 3. They're 3 points apart, essentially. We're looking at the elims. They're basically topping it out on the lobbies and stuff. But I'm liking the 4-5. We're seeing Execute, a team that was kind of near the bottom side, coming out of the qualifiers portion of the tournament. YKG being able to stay up with their elim points to be able to accumulate. But these teams, I'm seeing, the brain, the gears are moving. It's all going handy dandy until the very end of the match, where they could be picking up those few extra 5-6 points off of just 1-2 crucial kills that they're needing to win. So a lot of it, I'm liking what I'm seeing, but there's some other teams that are just doing it better than them.
And Dave, we're seeing a 4-point difference in that sort of top 5 here between some of these squads. I mean, this is going to come down to it. We're halfway through the map set. We have 3 maps left, man. Not a lot of time left for teams to accrue those points.
Yeah, by the way, Team Jaguar, I'm pretty sure they were in 16th before that game. So it just goes to show you how just one explosive match can really just, boom. I mean, Enigma said it best, handy dandy. So a handy dandy them all the way up to the top of the leaderboard. So I'm looking for passion fruits to maybe handy dandy it up there, and maybe even C4 here. So let's bring it. Bring the heat, baby.
Awesome. Well, we've made it through 3 maps. We've had Dave here for these first 3 maps. He's going to go hang out. We're bringing in Hot Jukes here. So before we head to another quick little break, Dave, got anything you want to say? Any shout outs, any last minute predictions before we head to break?
Yeah. C4, back to back.
Oh
Do
gosh.
it. C4, let's go. C4, I still believe. All right. Hey, they're kicking me off, but C4, they're going to show up. I guarantee it. 3 more games to go. Easy. Free lows is what I call them. Free lows out here.
Free lows. All right. Well, hey, hopefully they get your energy. They take your spirit on. But we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, Hot Jukes is jumping on in. And we have our final 3 maps coming for you as part of the Titan Series Premier Final. Welcome back, everybody, to the Titan Series Premier Finals. We've gone through 3 maps. We got 3 more to go till we crown our champion. And, well, we swapped out one beautiful man for another. Hot Jukes, welcome on here. I know you've kind of been watching in the back. You were scurrying home a little bit. I mean, you had a chance to take a look at the leaderboard for a hot sec. Any surprises to you? Any of these teams that you're like, what are they doing here?
Hey, you know what? Execute's doing something, baby. That's what I've been waiting to see for a hot minute. You know, I mean, this is a team that's had so much hype, a roster that should be performing at this stage. But for a while now, I've been having a lot of questions about them. I think they've been doing too much a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But now it looks like they're finally starting to get a hold of things. That gel is starting to get together, and currently sitting in 4th place with only 4 points behind first. So, I mean, they could definitely make a run for first at any time, at least in my eyes.
Yeah, no, it's totally a tight race at the top. You know, Dave was kind of mentioning it right before he hopped off as well. It's kind of anybody's game to win here. But Enigma, as we get ready to move into the last final 3 maps. This is kind of the mental shift point, right, that we need. So as we get ready to look at these maps, what do these teams need to do differently to come online? Because some of these squads are just falling flat.
I mean, I'm looking at the top 8 teams, and the kill spread is only, fanned out by about 8 or so eliminations. So these teams, I think, that are wanting to take these early game fights, I mean, you're needing to start take these clean fights, either 4 for 1 or 4 for 0. Even losing only just 1 player would be worth it. Because I mean, you're going to the late game. We saw it in the last game. I believe it was 4-12. Made it into that top 5 placement, but they only have like 1 elim. It's like, what are you doing out there? All these other teams that chose to take the early game engagements are coming out and passing you up on the points. So, I mean, Vikendi's a bit of a wild card, We talked about it before in the previous, I believe it was the Challenger Finals. Just Vikendi is, go in, let's just try to get the frags out, play the DBS meta like we all love to see, and just try to win out.
Yeah, I really think that Vikendi could be a swing map for some of these squads, right? I mean, like you said, all 3 of us were here for Challenger Finals on Monday, and this was the map that we saw someone like Bope Esports kind of come alive on, right? They fragged out. They were going heavy on the elims. That's a squad that I'm kind of looking to maybe make something happen, because they've been relatively silent, and it was around this point on Monday that they came alive, and I'm hoping that maybe them or one of these other squads, maybe Passion Fruit Esports. I know that's one that we've been talking about all night, that they've showed sides of life, right? We have the NA GOAT Coops kind of rallying them, trying to push them forward. So I'm hoping that maybe they can get here. But Hotchukes, I'd love to kind of get your opinion on sort of, as we get ready to move into Vikendi, some of these squads, right? I know them like the back of your hand. Who's going to be feeling right at home here?
Okay, well, feeling right at home, is going to be obviously, I think, YKG, a monster squad. They have a monster lineup. And when it comes to their synergy, at least from what I've seen in the Titan series, not to mention also, PMPL's going on here at the same time. So I have seen so much synergy from them that I think that it's going to be pretty simple for them to adjust to this lobby. And, considering that factor too, a lot of these squads are doing PMPL as well. Sometimes it takes a little bit of a little while, right, to adjust your mind back to this lobby, right? Because this lobby is a lot different than PMPLNA, and in my opinion, way harder, because we got some serious international teams here. So, places where you thought that you could go to, not anymore, right? You could just all of a sudden just get absolutely taken out. So I think that now that 3 games have been played, there's no more excuses, right? They should be fully adjusted to this lobby, and hopefully we see these teams really perform the way they actually should be doing.
Yeah, I think that's really kind of the marker of sort of the good to great teams, right? The great teams are the ones who gave this lobby the full respect. They're not letting these sort of new 4 teams that came from challengers, they're not letting them shake them. They know what their game plan is. They might, they know that they're the best team in the lobby, and they're going to play how they want to, right? Especially some of these squads that are going to do, be able to come in and be able just to fry out. So as we get ready to move, of course, into Vikendi, though, Hotchukes, you're here, you're brand new on the desk. What is your prediction for who's going to be taking this next map?
Hey, you said good to great. I think about that Jim Collins book, right? Why some companies make the leap and some others don't. And I think that book says, right, it's all about hiring the right people. Having the right people in your team. I think YKG has that, and hopefully we see them make it happen here in Vikendi.
All right. Well, as we get ready to load into the map, make sure you are heading to PUBGmobile.com/redeem to get in that UC giveaway so that you can get your points and you can look fresh and fit. But with that being said, Enigma, Hotchukes, I'm going to lead it to you guys. Have a great time.
Woo!
Thank you so much, Big Papa. Oh, goodness gracious. We're going to Vikendi, Enigma. Let's get it going. Still 3 more matches left to go, right? So we're at the second half of this tournament. Anything can happen. This whole roster, the whole leaderboard that we're looking at right now, could completely change in just a matter of seconds. So, you heard my prediction. Everybody else heard. What is your prediction, Enigma, as we get started here?
I'm kind of looking at the rankings real quick as we got the drop in, and I'm just eyeing Hyper. I'm seeing them take some gunfights. They're winning a lot of the very crucial ones against some big name teams. It's not like it's the lower end of the lobby they're fighting against. It's a lot of these teams that are, up near the top. They're able to at least trade, get some kills themselves. But Hyper's got to be the pick, because Vikendi's always been a bit of a a wild card for a lot of teams, and for them, I think they played the best with at least their positioning, with them holding those spreads they like doing the first zone or two, but I have to put a little bit of a note on that as we see Execute opting to drop onto Team Jaguar. Two teams that are basically neck and neck with each other, spread out between a few points, so this might be a big upshift for one of these teams if they choose to take the fight and win out. But, I mean, Jukes, baby, I gotta ask, what kind of gun are you rocking? Because, I mean, the DBS seems to be the name of the game in the last 3 matches we've seen.
Oh, I'll tell you what, I think Killswitch learned which gun the hard way. You know, that DBS. Oh, I heard it was nerfed. Did you hear that?
Well,
Huh?
you know, maybe we're playing on an old patch or something. I'm not too sure, but.
Well, SLR's getting nerfed right now. They got to be careful. They have 2 players down. Elegy has some angles. They do lose long, so C4 still has everybody alive. Sick is knocked, and it looks like they are going to go for that res. So smart play from them. Just, hey, you got the elimination. Buy some time. Get the reset going. But you know, Super Lazy Reflex, down 2 members. They're going to have to make something happen sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and this is one of my favorite spots actually to fighting because it's just this big open room, and I mean C4 is taking note of it because they are just slaughtering with the DBS right now, having 2 already knocked just down to Stellar, trying to just hit some pre-fires out, but it doesn't seem to be connecting. C4 with a great full wipe. Don't believe they lost a single player either, so free little 4-for-0 trade going on. SLR, a team that I was eyeing, you know, I was expecting them to, you know, maybe start picking it up a bit more, but unfortunately not the case on McKendy. We do see someone taking a little bit of a peek, though, just north of Villa, but doesn't seem like they'll do too much as Aton in a fight with Excuse.
Another hot drop here, and look at this as getting absolutely shredded. The jump DBS shots being too strong, and you can see Milo's there trying to get that nade out in time, but it was not quick enough. Rush.
Oh, man.
Goodbye.
And he had to finish 2 on the teammate, so it wasn't like he was pushing that for the res. He was forcing the 1v1, and I mean, he died the same exact way his teammate just did. I mean, if all your friends, you know, they said jump off the bridge, are you doing it with them? And you know, the answer is usually no. But I didn't think he was ever taught the lesson. You know, different day and age. Back in my day, I'm somewhat of a boomer, I guess you could say, compared to some of these players. But
you're a boomer, bro. I'll
yeah,
tell you what.
I'm too old for this game.
Look both ways while you're crossing the road. Okay.
Yeah. Well, what about the wall? Are you supposed to suspect the wall is supposed to be a spot you gotta watch? Because he just got.
Well, you better now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you better now. I mean, these jump DBS shots are gross. We saw some of them yesterday in PNPL. We're seeing them here now in the Titan series. DBS, I know they say that it got nerfed, but it still looks strong as ever. I mean, CQC, all it takes is 1 shot, and beautiful thirst there from Aton. 3 other players down, so it's just the solo. Here comes that DBS. Too strong. So it is Excuse that will get the last laugh, but they do lose 2 players in the process, and that's always rough.
Yeah, and I mean, 2 players are just a little bit too much for an early game fight. This is a little bit of a jump shot preview. Juco actually knew he was there, just try to go for a pre-fire on a guy that, I mean, it's not like you're really going to hit him unless he jumps instantly, and Rosh really just playing this to perfection for his team. They're actually in a 3v4 going into that, so him winning those 2 fights basically sealed the deal for his team. As we were saying that, I think Execute is camping a car. I haven't seen this in a while.
I think they're trying to get revenge, right? Because they lost kill switch to that DBS shot.
Oh, I didn't see that
match. Yeah, it was right off the rip. So losing kill switch definitely hurts. So you can see Fate trying to get a little bit of revenge. I think they're staying here a little bit longer to hopefully give Jaguar some false confidence and then catch him slipping. Because Fate's spot is sneaky, that's for sure.
They've got the bait. It's in the perfect spot. Now, one thing people don't know too much is most car spawns face to the east. So if you have the car to the east, it usually means that no one's there. And Fate hopefully is going to get him here. He butchers the shots. He didn't get the knock. Oh, no.
My goodness.
We talk about the skins, and I think that car skin maybe just screwed him up a bit too much on it. But, I mean, there's fights all around the map. Intense Gaming fighting 412. He hits the shots before getting traded out. Not sure where the rest of 412 is, but the Intense Gaming will be able to get the reset going on. A little unfortunate. Gunpain actually winning that 1v1. Really surprised. I think he actually got spotted while Intense Gaming was driving around, and they decided to hit a little U-turn and take the fight to him.
But this is the difference, right? I think this is what separates teams like Intense Game and these international squads from North American ones.
Yeah.
If you look at just the way they are mid-game, early game, right? Where there's you don't a lot of teams could get a little lazy, right? And start, splitting up a little too far, looting different things, whatever. If you always notice that these international squads, they're always in a position to cover each other, like no matter what, always. So you saw, like, a player from a Intense Game get knocked, could have gotten thirsted almost instantly, right? All it takes is 2 seconds, and then that person's gone for the rest of the game. But one of your players gets knocked instantly. You're automatically looking at them, getting that suppressive fire, and they got the return knock and were able to save their teammate. And it's little plays like that that separate the big dogs from the little ones, right?
Yeah.
If you lose a player early on just because, you're a little too separate, you're looting out this or you're looting out that, that's going to cripple your squad for the rest of the game. And I don't know, it's little plays like that that kind of always open my eyes. I'm like, dang, that's no joke.
And I think, you've said it time and time again, too, beforehand. A lot of those small, choices that these teams makes, I think are almost just subconscious movements from just being in a team environment for so long. NA is a team that opts to make roster changes quite often. A lot of these teams, we're seeing the same 4 rosters year in, year out, played through to the end. We're going against the same teams over and over. We have a play style we want to play. Splat. But going back, we have... Oh! Wait a minute. A little bit of BM going on? I mean, camp the car, and you don't even get one. I respect.
It's tough.
I respect the idea, but Jaguar, you get the BM. But going back, to the note earlier, a lot of these NA teams, I think there's just a little bit of miscommunication, no cohesion really going on outside of these, mental-driven moments. And we look at teams like Loops, another great example. Even when they're down to 3 players, they know exactly how their teammates are going to react to certain situations. And I think that's what makes them the best candidates for taking fights that maybe they're down 1 or 2 players.
Yeah. Even look at their positioning now. If they were to somehow get crashed on, they're so tight together that instantly they're gonna be shooting at anything that even gets close. Number one. But if they do somehow a car just slips by them and crashes, they're so close together that they can defend so quickly. Jaguar proving that right now with Jaguar just shutting down and Hyper. And look, where's the rest of the team? Where are the other 2?
I mean, they're just spread out. I don't know if they were camping rotations. VicTech's unfortunately in a 1v2 situation right now, but like Hyper, you just said it. Where's the rest of the team? Jaguar, all 4 players up on this.
Gotta go.
A little bit of a nade. Pre-angle. Not gonna hit. Oh, the DBS!
Oh!
Wait a minute. What happened?
Bye!
Did Rain get knocked to the nade? How did Rain go down?
That nade, I think, just made him hezzy a little bit to the left to avoid it. And he did take a little chunk, but that DBS shot was it.
Wow.
I caught him right there at the last second before he was able to get into cover and was taken out. And it's those kind of plays, you know what I'm saying? That I think separated. If Rin was just a little closer, he could have pushed with his teammate and finished the fight, right?
Yeah, and I think, there's got to be some communication of, these people are 4 deep clown car. We only need to watch this one vehicle, and as soon as you see the car start coming a certain direction, why aren't you, rotating instantly? I'm not sure what the callouts were there, but it definitely could have been a lot faster for them, ultimately resulting in, and Hyper picking up a few free points, but now, going out in 13th with just 1 elimination. One team, though, that was popping off pretty decently were both these 2 teams, Influence Rage and Extreme Slayers, but Influence Rage opting into just playing a little cave troll action. Does rat 1 player out. Robert now forced off of the car. Will try to just drive away. I don't think that's an off-road, though.
Oh, no. The 4x4 not working. that vehicle is getting beat up like crazy. And then here comes the rest of Influence Rage right at the top.
Ooh.
They spotted him. And, yeah, they realize it's just 1. We're going to come hot. Uh-oh, you better watch out, though. Hayuya on that off angle. I love how Federal just shoots. He just shoots just to make him peek away. And that allows the rest of the team to crush his teammates in the up close. And that's how you do it. This is what I'm talking about. These 3-1 splits are not as useful when you have a team that is so cohesive, like some of the international squads.
I think a lot of it's just the playbook itself. We know this is a correct play. But can you execute is a different story. And we see here, you know, N-Hyper's a team that loves taking these off angles, these zone camp fights. They have such vast map knowledge of where these teams drop and will possibly fight in. But them taking the fights is just a different story right now.
Done and dusted, just like that. Extreme Slayers down to 1 player. That's pretty wild, too, because I think Extreme Slayers has been like one of those underdog teams for me. I've really
Really?
seen them perform well. I mean, Remix is a monster. I mean, that dude by himself can make things happen. But, you know, this is, like, I can't stress it enough. This is a different lobby. You know?
Yeah.
It's really difficult, especially against Brazilian and LATAM teams, to find a situation where you're fighting 1v1.
Yeah.
It's just so rare. Like, you're going to fight, if you go against them, they're not going to fight fair. They're going to come in 3v1, 2v1,
Yeah.
and just take advantage of you all day long. And so, I don't know. Hopefully, we could see some of those changes here soon.
Yeah, we see Intense Gaming opting to just chill on top of Mount Kresnik, I believe. YKG just below at this compound. We actually saw a lot of mayhem go down in Challengers Finals with, I believe, Bope and one other team at this compound. Not sure if we'll see it here today, but see on the right side as well. Jaguar already 8 elims with having 3 players alive. That N-Hyper fight really secured them, I think, with loot and everything they'd need to be able to tank in zone. Get later on, but Passion Fruit already losing 2. I believe they died to Loops as the Jaguar fight was going on, so a little unfortunate for them. Don't think Sixes was playing this match either, but it doesn't seem like that roster's really doing too much of a change with the performances they've been showing out tonight. But a lot of this stuff, I mean, it's just, we say it time and time again, the redundancy, the consistency of some of these international teams is just on a whole nother level.
It really, really is. And Passion Fruit is one of those squads that I would put in that category of, like, they're so strong gunner-wise, and
Yeah.
I truly believe that. I mean, there's no doubt about it. As far as individual gun skill, we all know that they have it. You know, but being able to play as a team and always covering each other's angles, you know, hey, you push up, I'll cover you. I'll pre-fire this angle for you so you can move forward, you know? And when you get to that position, you know, you throw some utility, throw a smoke on them, and then pre-fire so I can push forward. Like,
Yeah.
those kind of plays is what gets you to championships, right? To get you those crazy games when the zone isn't happy. But if you all are all 4 separate playing your own individual game against a team that is playing like that, you're going to get bodied. And
Yeah.
I think that's just what's happening here.
But I think, you know, our best like team at the moment when it comes to playing as a bit of a team cohesion while also having those individual players is YKG. I mean, the Sanhok match, a lot of them were 4-man driving around together, some of them going off alone, but they all kind of had the same idea. Let's take these fights. We're looking for these engagements. If someone says there's players on me, we need to react instantly and support them. Unfortunately, you know, the later end of the game when it comes down to those more 4v4 fights, not this almost guerrilla kind of tactic where you're going in and out of these fights, a little bit of a falter from them in a lot of cases, but them, in my eyes, have been showing tremendous strides in these sorts of gameplays.
Absolutely. You know, and one thing that I heard earlier that, well, first we'll get back to that in a second because things are starting to heat up here. As we can see, Loops have their eyes onto C4 as they are starting to get closer and closer to pod. Cardoson with a long nade, trying to see if he can catch it through a window. Oh, nope, that's going to miss. And I think he does sense that. Okay, so that nade, I think he saw the pathing of it, and he realizes that Skur's behind that rock.
And what's scary, too, you know, is all the Loops players are just condensed down on this one building. If they're able to get the knock on Skur, they're instantly able to just explode onto the rest of C4. Even though there is that 30, 40-meter gap of openness, I mean, Loops is one of those teams where they'll just have one person stay back. Rest of the team drives up, and they just absolutely force the fight. So, you're one of these teams, and, you know, it's hard to know which teams you're really against in these lobbies because of the vague kill feed info. You're only seeing the numbers until you know, get finished by them or finish one of their players. I mean, if you're seeing Loops, you know, as soon as you die and they're already on you, I mean, I'd be shaking. I would not be having it.
Absolutely. I mean, this squad is deadly by all sense of the imagination. You can see even, look at their coverage. Look how they hold things, right? Like, okay, obviously they're focused inwards because they want to be able to get into pod. And so at least that's what it looks like their intent is. But you have at least one player always focusing on their backs.
Yeah.
Always, you know? Keeping an eye out just in case. Because if he does get pushed up on from behind, they're going to be in trouble here. So always putting themselves in a position to really dominate a game. And even his position back there, he is keeping an eye out, and he still has his body in a spot where, just in case if he doesn't see something and gets knocked, he still has cover, right?
Yeah.
He's not just putting himself out in the open.
Talk about the opening, though. I mean, the map, we can see on the top right, zone shifted up north of Passion Fruit and Loops, just to the west side of the river. And a lot of this terrain is going to be just basically on ridges or in the open to some of these compound teams. YKG just on the edge to the west on top of the mountain. And I think a lot of this is going to come down to who wins the fight on top of the mountain and who wins the fight at the bottom. We already see C4 trying to opt into getting down below the mountain. Loops getting an opening on a Passion Fruit, who I believe they already eliminated 1 or 2 players, so they already know they're down to just 1 player up, and Loops is looking to execute on this.
Yeah, even if they don't realize that it's the same player, they're going and pushing automatically. Ooh. They didn't realize C4 was on top, though, but they are full committing here. Zuko gonna get the finish on 1 player. Here come the DBS is out. Can Mythic shut him down? C4 has to be coming down, but just like that, they are done for. And yeah, here comes C4 to look like they're going to third party this and finish the fight, but a little hesitancy. Yeah, they took just too long to get in the car. They wanted to, but that I think is going to hurt them right there.
Yeah, I think Intense Gaming or someone opted to actually shoot down on C4. C4 was, I mean, they already saw him. There was 3 players or so in the car ready to just drive down the mountain and take out the last Loops player. But Loops, I didn't really realize this, but they lost 3 players on that drive up. They only got the 1 kill in the compound, losing virtually the whole squad. Obviously, he is in zone now, but I mean, it's only a matter of time before Jaguar or one of these other teams opts to just clear you out.
Yeah, that's just one of those unfortunate pushes. You know, I think Loops, after that knock, they were just like, all right, you know what? No matter how many people we're dealing with, we're just going to push on this. We can make this push. But they just didn't account for another squad just right above them, all 4 shooting at that car. So, you know, it's an unfortunate push, but that's PUBG Mobile. Those kind of plays do happen.
And I think you'd rather be proactive than, you know, just stay back and not do anything off of it. C4 was another one, too, that was proactive in their own way. They opted to go on top of this little compound here, just in front of the Loops compound where he's at right now. And actually decided to turn around. They heard the shots. They were watching the kill feed, saw, hey, you know, someone got knocked. What's the chance that Loops pushes? And, you know, them watching and doing all this information gathering really just paid off.
100%. Let's see if Skur can steal this elimination. Taking it. He does get that last little tap. And no!
Wow.
Matt goes down to the play zone.
Well, the play zone, I think, is going to be a big one, Jukes. I don't know if you saw it, but the zone shift goes straight north. There's probably 3 players in total into the next
That is rough. Let's see how this is going to all play out here. As Bope Esports starting to get into the mix as well. This zone shift is disgusting. Squads are going to have to get moving so quick. Influence, the only team that's currently sitting in the zone. Loops, Mythic all the way down south. C4 making a bold push with their vehicle.
Wow.
And man, look at this. They're going to have this entire compound here on the north to themselves.
Free. I mean, who would have thought that this would be free of all spots in the zone? And they're not even a team that came from the north. They just full sent it.
Well, you know, actually, it's a pretty heads-up play, because usually when you have a hard shift like this, usually the hard shift side is clear, because a lot of teams are mostly like in that center of the map. So I think C4 realized it and said, you know what, let's not hesitate. Let's just drive right through here, straight to the hard shift side. It's most likely here. It's risky, but it did work out.
Yeah, and I mean, they're one of the only teams with 4 players up too. So them putting themselves in that advantageous position really just opens up the idea of, hey, you know, do they win the game off of just this one rotation? And, you know, it's obviously PUBG Mobile. Anything can happen. We've seen it time and time again. But in my eyes, I mean, I could see C4 winning this.
Well, let's see if they can finish it, right? They got 6 eliminations so far, so they're feeling really good. Jaguar has 8.
Jeez.
Bope with 6 as well. So all these teams putting in a great performance. Bope is definitely a force to be reckoned with, but they're going to have to take on Intense Game. Fuego is in a very compromising position here. It's going to be hard for him to defend this shack.
And he sees the one running down the open. Does have the nade pre-cooked. Seems like he might miss it. Little short. Yeah, a little roof blocking him. Some free shots into him from the side. But look at this. Bope is actually opting to push out of the compound.
That's nice.
To them. Intense Gaming down to just Cello on top of this little lip. And I think Bope has an idea of where he's at. Super opting to take out the DBS and push up the mountain. I'm not sure if he knows how to actually get up there, but Super right there next to him. Opting to take the fight as the duo Fuego. They do know now. I mean, he just shot. 2v2 situation. A little bit of pre-fire. Just hold it. Doesn't get one, but Diego getting the other. And, I mean, this might be a bit of an awkward situation for Bope as they lose 2 players wiping out IG.
I do like the play, but I don't like the timing of the play, and I think that's where something Bope struggles with. If they would have done that, you know, a minute and a half ago, they'd be fine, right? But they do it right at the last second, and they lose 2 players because of it. So again, great play, just unfortunately not at the right time.
Yeah. See another zone shift, and jeez, this is just. I mean, I'd be feeling bad if I was Jaguar. You're a team that was kind of in a power spot on Mount Kresnik. You're thinking, hey, you know, if it goes anywhere other than northeast, we're farming. And then it goes northeast, and then it's like, well, we're going to get farmed now. So, down to just 1. INF actually has a pretty nice spot in the zone. They're just on the edge, and C4's opting to fill the space in, and I think this is going to come down to just 2 teams in this last zone.
Farming to farmed, and it looks like that will be the case. Most likely going to be Influence against C4. Influence Rage going to go ahead and throw out some smokes to get some coverage. I like these here. So that way they want to be able to peek up this hill, get a good sight line on what's ahead of them. But they are aware of those angles upside of the mountain. So playing it still very, very carefully. They want to make sure there's nobody right above them here. And here's some bouncing, it looks like, of a smoke. Yep, right on top of the building. So, yeah, and especially with Lil Boy up on that roof, he's going to be able to get some good sight lines here.
And, I mean, he could look at Excuse. He could be looking at the solo Jaguar player. I mean, we're seeing a lot of solos. 3 of them all just basically elbow to elbow on the southern side. Some of them don't even know they're there, I think. So, if Bope or, you know, INF can pick up these kills, they could really shoot up the leaderboard off just some placement and solo kills alone.
Mythic pushing on up. Rosh gets taken out by Fuego, so that's 1 of the solos eliminated. 5 teams remaining. Here comes Jaguar again, going from farming to farm, but it looks like he's doing he's got his axe out, and he's throwing it to the ground. Fuego's on fire. He is going to hit the rock. Mythic. He's going to have to battle it out with Mythic. CBS out. Shots over and over, and Mythic gets taken out by Victex.
I mean, Fuego just really clutching up for his team right there. This could be a few extra 4 or 5 points. Victex has to run in the open, and yeah, he's dead. But Fuego somehow being the player that makes it out of that 4v3v1. I'd like to see C4 just clear out the boat player, make sure they don't get shot in the back. We saw in the first game, Intense Gaming was actually able to win the match off of letting the other 2 teams fight, staying alive. Can't see it again now, unfortunately, but I mean, we're in the last fight, Jukes.
Oh, and look at that nade onto Lil Boy. It looks good. Here comes Sick with another one. I heard you, Mustache Dave. Right before I popped on, he said, C4, let me see something. And buddy, old pal, you're seeing something right now, because that one push all the way up to the hardship side, it was the game-winning play right there.
Yeah, and I mean, we can look at the zone shift again. It's just all C4. They actually only have 1 player in the zone, just putting full force on INF. That has to just make this, like, this climb up the mountain. Barely any trees for them to even play behind. It's all just going to be if they can just outgun C4, but I don't see that happening. Daddy Payne's got an insane off angle. All Daddy has to do is, when the zone starts closing, he walks in with INF and just makes him look to the side. As long as they're not looking at Skur here, Skur just farms everyone and they win the game outright.
Yeah, I love how C4's playing this so actively. They're taking the edge of the zone away from them completely. So they're using the blue zone to their advantage. The only way Influence wins this is with this right here, with these nades. If they're able to hit a good couple clutch nades and take away the off angles, that is what's going to make it happen for them. But if they're not, there's no way they make it out of this alive.
We see it too. The snake play. Daddy
Payne.
Just Laurent.
Did his job. He did his job. That's all he had to do right there, because it's C4 Esports winning match number 4 of the Titan Series Premier Finals. Beautiful game from them. And man, I mean, a huge heads-up play to make that push. It was a risky one, but it worked out.
Yeah, and I mean, they only had one car too, which was even scarier. Luckily for them, you know, a lot of teams were opting to fight people that were right next to them. No one was looking into the middle. It was all just about them being, hey, you know, all these games have been people just fighting each other. Why don't we just go in and just take the free spots? That's what they did, and they ultimately ended up winning the match.
Yep, just like that. I mean, this is what we talked about earlier, right? How you said it earlier, Dan, right? You said that, of course, Vikendi is that wild card map, right? So what do you think about it? Was in fact what you said?
I think it was, man. I'm looking at some of the stats over here on my side screen, and we had 3 different teams that were above 10 eliminations, which is just wild, right? That just, I think, just showcases how aggro and active the map was being. I don't know if Dave was the curse or not, but the guy leaves and then C4 comes out. They catch the dub with 11 elims. I mean, that was just a little special to be able to watch. It was also nice to see Bope kind of finally come online as well, being one of those squads that was over that sort of 10 elimination mark. But let's take a look at sort of that map from start to finish overall. We're kicking it off with Mercy, who was able to find some quick early kills, which, hey, Jaguars, they're kind of starting to feel a little consistent. So Hot Jukes, as we kind of go through some of these replays, I love to kind of get your opinion on, when it comes to these teams like Jaguars, for example, right, who struggled, and then it seemingly is like on these smaller maps have finally kind of found their footing. Do you think they have what it takes to kind of continue that consistency into the next couple maps?
This is the premier finals, baby. I think any one of these teams, right, can really start fragging out and getting it done. But Jaguar in specifically, getting these kind of eliminations, is gonna pump them up. I mean, they take out one of the players early, they take out a kill switch, and they set up a trap. Execute tried to trap them, and Jaguar, they busted out them claws, baby, scratched them right in the face and said, no, sir.
And I mean, Enigma, they took on many teams that were like high-level teams, right? We just saw them kind of take on Excuse. Here they are taking on Hyper as well. I mean, what led them to be able to get this high amount of elims and then kind of get to this end game where they were able to, really rack up those elim points?
I mean, I think it's just those early game fights and just having more team synergy than the other teams. I mean, Jukes and I cannot emphasize it enough about these teams where just we see the small little errors. Ren being off too far, Execute having only Fate watching the car, he misses the shots. That's a little bit more of an unfortunate situation for him. But
sure,
I mean, we're just looking at the teams and saying, this is 4 players. Where are all 4 of the players? And we're only seeing 2 or 3 of them on the screen. Fortunately for them, Jaguar got eliminated a little bit earlier in the match, but I mean, if you're dropping double-digit kills, it doesn't matter what placement you get.
It doesn't matter at all. C4 able to come out on top in that last match. 2,000 damage
on
even.
the dot,
on the nose. 11 elims, but hey, I want to call out this stat. 5 revives. We saw in those first couple matches, all the teams that were winning with no revives. And I got to imagine these 5 revives was the key to their success, to be able to put up so much damage and snag the eliminations they needed. And well, looking overall, no surprise here to see, Skur is over there. Total knockouts of 4, but we're seeing some other people pop up as well. We got Daddy Payne with the 5 total elims, the 2 assists, and hey, Team Jaguar, highest damage on the map. It was, of course, Victex with that 785. So, kind of no surprise here to see that the top eliminating teams have members that are on this match report, really putting in the damage, getting the eliminations. But let's take a look overall, boys, and what we have here in C4. Okay, they're kind of making it happen. 21 points for that game. But Bope also putting up 16. I mean, as we look at this top 8, Enigma, I mean, I'm looking at Intense, who only picked up 4 there, but I don't know, some of these top teams, they're starting to slip.
Yeah, and I mean, Loops is the big one too. They obviously did get 6 elimination points, but I mean, these other teams are dropping 20+ point games. C4 being the one in this match. We'd seen Execute in the Miramar before. A lot of this is going to be coming down to, can you at least minimize the point loss you're getting if you get eliminated early? Can you get that minimum points you want per match of, let's say, 5 to 10 points? It's just up in the air on who is actually able to reach those sorts of numbers.
All right, well, let's see how the overall played out from some of those point matches. And ooh, a little bit of a shake.
Wow.
We got INF at the top now, 45 points, but not too far behind them. It's Loops who's making a comeback. I mean, Hot Jukes, Loops, they were the team favorite kind of coming into this, right? They had those 10 bonus points to their name. They dropped a little bit, but here they are back near the top. What are you thinking when we look at this leaderboard?
Oh, I mean, them bonus points helped out a whole lot right here,
True.
right? That's definitely saving them. You know, I do see a massive jump from Team Jaguar. They got to be pumped up after this match, so hopefully they can continue that. Oh, looking at the rest of the board, you know, I'm a little disappointed with some squads. Crazy to see Passion with only 4 points in 4 games. That's really wild for me to see. And Hyper, man, this is one of those teams that just can frustrate the heck out of me because so skilled, right? So much experience. And Papa Sheepon is on right here. But you know what? They always say that they're a late tournament team, right?
Sure.
Late tournament team. They take a while to warm up. But this is what I'm scared of, right? Is what happens when they get to these finals where it's only 6 games that decide it. You don't got time to warm up. You have to start fragging out right off the rip if you want that first place, if you want that belt, that watch. You know what I'm saying? You got to do it the hard way.
I mean, I'm going to be looking, they got to drop close to almost 15 elims at a chicken dinner back to back, right? I mean, 2 25-point games gives them 50 points and puts them up there. I mean, some of those teams that are at the top have just been so consistent that it's going to be hard to outpace them to get there. Reminder, only top 3 of our teams are getting in the money. Of course, first place taking home that lion's share of that $2,000 prize pool. So insane stuff. And we're getting ready to the back half of some of these games. We're getting ready to head into map number 5, which is, of course, Miramar. And that is, of course, a map that earlier caused a little bit of struggle for some teams, but we did see Team Excuse kind of fry out. So, you know, we talked about it on Monday during the Challengers Finals, and Hot Jukes, I want to get your opinion as we get ready to go back into these maps, right? You weren't here. We had Dave and I there, so it's kind of be your first time looking at it. But do teams kind of do what they did before earlier on in the map set? Or are they saying, hey, we're flipping up the game entirely because we're trying to get more points, but we're trying to make it to endgame?
Ooh, I'll tell you right now, it ain't hot drop time. I'll tell you that. You know, so if you are thinking you're going to hot drop here in the late side of the tournament, you do not know what you're doing. So avoiding hot drops at all costs, I think is definitely the play, you know? So that being one thing. Other thing, you know, is getting to those spots nice and early. Or even if you want to play that edge style, I think timing is going to be so important. I think Bope learned a huge lesson after that last game, right? Because I think their synergy is good. I really do. I think that we could see them make some really good plays here and there. It's just deciding when to take that fight, when to leave is so crucial. And I think that could have cost them that last game.
It really could have, right? I'm glad to see they were able to kind of somewhat regain it, but you're right. So small mistakes can, you know, if they were able to take the fight so much earlier, they get a nice clean wipe. They're able to make a rotation. They could have potentially won that game and been setting themselves up even better. But we always say map 5 is kind of the nail in the coffin map, right? It's where some teams really kind of solidify their spot or where they just have a dud and they go down. So Enigma, you're in here, you're getting ready to head into map 5. It's a kind of a more standard map, maybe one that you're more familiar with. What's going through your head? What are you telling your team to get them locked in for map number 5?
I mean, I'd be trying to do some sort of performance like what Execute did. Fate alone dropping 10 kills for his team. I mean, if he didn't have any other teammates, they would have been already up there in that top 2 finish on the map. But, you know, going into this next match, if you're not in that top 8, you're needing to get into the top 8 after this match. If you're not, you're basically out of contention for it. A little unfortunate to see if teams choose to just, you know, give way now rather than playing this match out. I mean, game 6, you know, we're obviously going to be eyeing the teams that are near the top, seeing who is actually going to be finishing in that first place spot. Because right now, no one's ahead really. Everyone's within that 5-10 point match, and we've seen it before. You know, a lot of these teams are dropping double-digit kills. What's to say another team that hasn't won a game yet can't do the same as them?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy, right? When we talk about the consistency of some of these squads that are here, that are able to really kind of just come online and be able to, you know, kind of perform across all of these different maps and across all of the play styles. We're getting ready to head to the next map, so I think we got to do that part of the show, which is my my favorite. Let's grab some predictions, boys, and feel free, kind of give me some solid reasoning, right? Jukes, we'll start with you first.
Okay, you know what? I think they need to do the opposite of what your sign said in the back, right? I think they need to work hard and not be nice to people. You know,
All right.
it's no longer nice boys. You know, it's time to go and start putting in that work. We saw some of that BM shooting some boxes. That's what we need to see right here is full-fledged aggression, especially for those teams, right, that are on that mid of the leaderboard. Like you said earlier, right? And Hyper, 15 eliminations and a chicken dinner each game if they want to have a chance. Can they do it? I think so, right?
Sure.
But not the way they've been playing.
So, okay, well, with that being said, who is your pick to win this next map? Because I think that's going to be what we're kind of looking at. You know, who are you really feeling to actually take the map, though?
Passion fruits, baby.
Oh,
Let's go.
God.
Not last place. Not last place. You know what? Hey, Nate's going to do what Enigma said. He's going to be Thanos and say, fine. I'll do it myself. And get it done.
Okay, all right, I love it. Enigma, I feel like you're gonna have a little bit more of a rational take on who you think is taking this game number 5. I think you got in the bag.
I mean, it's got to be Hyper. I said at the last match, they had the gunfight. They kind of crumbled it, in the later part. But if they won that, imagine if they got to that late game. They could have been in the spot Jaguars and possibly played it better than them. So, my vote's got to be Hyper. I like seeing Shifan in there, Shifan and Ren, the tag team duo, it seems, on that roster. As of the last Miramar, we're going to this Miramar. I'm expecting the same results out of them.
I'm a little disappointed neither of you are riding the Dolphin Boys train because they are my new favorite team. Of course, intense game, and I feel like they're going to maybe learn from their mistakes in that last. We're going back to more of the bread and butter. We saw them perform great on both Erangel and Miramar, and I think that they're going to do something here as we get ready to head into game number 5. So like I just said, we are back here. It is the long range map on lots of these compounds. We saw the DBS is going crazy last time around. So if you are here though, head on over to PUBGmobile.com/redeem. Enter that code for your little bit of UC. It's a nice little thank you for tuning in to our broadcast here. But with that being said, Hot Jukes, Enigma, take it away.
Let's
Nice.
go, baby. Here we go. Second to last match of the day, Enigma. And let's take a look, see what this playing path is looking like. All right, a little off the beaten path. It is going to allow El Pozo to be in play. That's good. But for all those teams that land, in that water treatment, Hacienda area, they're going to be in big trouble. Could that be possible?
I mean,
Please?
it might happen, but I'm kind of looking. I like seeing, northeast of La Cabrera. There's that water, city going on there. It's no named. I like to see it end there. I mean, we don't really see the map end too much on the very edge. You usually see it, on some mountain or some name spot. I'm trying to see it in the corner of the map, Jukes.
Dude, you know what? I have, in my entire PUBG Mobile career, played a lot of Miramar games. Never seen a prison finish.
Really?
Miramar. Zero. I have seen a Villa del Mar bridge finish,
Yep.
I've seen a Los Higos bridge finish. I've never seen it go down to prison. Not once. So, I would 100% get ridiculously hyped if I did see it, But you never know. We have seen...
Because it's
We have seen multiple island finishes.
Oh, yeah.
Over there on the east side.
I was gonna say one of our PMPOs was that on east of Impala, and it's crazy. The amount of matches you and I have played together is probably close to 30,000-40,000.
Probably.
Thinking of it,
Yeah.
it's got to be just some absurd number with the amount of years and effort and time we've put in. Luckily for these players that maybe haven't played as much, they don't need to try to have the brain knowledge of what prison looks like around the map because it does center forward. But Loops opting to fight. Actually, I think they were just dropped into the compound. I think this is Passion Fruits next to him, if I'm not mistaken. Only a pistol to their name, and I mean, this is looking kind of scary right now.
I said it. Avoid the hot drops. But hey, you know what? If you're Passion Fruit, it's the opposite, right?
Yeah.
It's the opposite. You need crazy points, like something that we've never seen before, if you would want to get even close to the top 3. So, heck, a hot drop off the rip, if they're able to get this full entire squad wipe, especially against Loops, this will definitely pump them up. Here goes Cardosen. He's got that Uzi.
Ooh.
And 7, can it get it done, though? It does. I love the heads-up play from Passion Fruit, recognizing that there is one player separated out. Hey, let's take advantage of it. 2v1. Easy peasy.
Yeah, and luckily none of them got knocked too, or else Ayala could have maybe done something. Unfortunately, he has just the pistol, but Loop's a team that, started off real strong at the beginning of the tournament. They had the bonus points. They had a few good kill games at the start, but really slipping. And this is a team like Passion Fruit. Imagine if they get all 4 of these elims and then finish in that top 3. They might be up next to Loops. This team is not in a secured spot yet to be saying, we don't have to really try much against this team. And this is the 5th match. I mean, people switch it up, especially on Miramar, going back on the run back, playing this map a second time in the same day against the same teams, really just leaves it open to saying, hey, you can't just forget about us just because we're at the bottom.
Enigma, I'm telling you right now, if Ayala, John Wicks, the entire team of Passion Fruits right now, I will force all of these players to retire.
Well, he doesn't have a
100%.
pen. But... Oh, wait a minute. Nate, we're gonna need
Nate, stop this. He hasn't been touched. He.
Oh man, I'm not liking this, Juke. He's kind of putting the moves on him.
He's doing it.
No vest or helmet either, just the suit.
Parkour.
Oh.
Oh my! He's not touched. He has not been touched. He's John Wick. He's the chosen one.
Was it close?
Was jumping off the play though. Oh, in FBP, finding angles. Did the rest of the team come back? Do they have loot now?
Oh, they're here. Wait,
free fire! Oh my goodness! Ayala's still alive! He goes down finally! But the rest of Loops found the shots that they needed. They found the weapons. Man. And here comes Mythic. Wancho, you gotta make the play, buddy. He's so lit.
Oh no.
My goodness.
And
wow.
Slice
him up! Slice him up! Slice and dice time, baby. Get out of here.
What's crazy is that's now 2 maps out of the 5 we've played. The Sanhok, the same exact thing. They just take a year, 3-4 zones, it seems like, just to take on one guy, which this one, he had a pistol. It wasn't like it was the guy, he's having to strafe a building with, full 2 gear. This is a guy with just a pistol. He doesn't have a vest. He doesn't have a helmet. He's got a boost going. I mean, I don't know if that's really putting more damage into the gun, but Loops just, making him look easy.
I know where Juancho lives, okay? He doesn't live far from me. I'm going to his house, and I'm talking to his mom, and I'm telling her to get the faja right now.
Oh, gosh.
Because that is not right. Crazy to see. You're right. I mean, he has a pistol. How are they not ending on him?
Tommy gun Uzi, like, just take the trade. You got the gear on.
Take the trade! Ouchie. Ouchie is the word. That's the only way I can describe it. Seba goes down to Supreme for Bope, and he does get thirsted. So, Jaguar, a little too split up. Way too split up. I mean, they're having a 1v1 situation. You can see them running to try and pick their teammate up. This is what I'm talking about. Why? Enigma, please explain this to me. Why split loot this far?
I think it was maybe like they thought someone wasn't going to land with them. I mean, that used to be our drop. We can get a little bit of a replay here, too. Ayala just... How are you this scared of a pistol? You ended up getting a 2-helmet at some point. I think when he dropped on the balcony, but, like, you have the auto. Just pre-fire it. He's got 7 shots in the clip. It's not like it's nothing crazy. And then, Mythic, obviously winning this 1v1 was the biggest thing of the fight, I think. Wancho really just missing the pre-fire. Bit of an outplay. I mean, he didn't even have a helmet either. Imagine if Wancho hits headshots there. See Coops here now, ratting above Loops. I think he's just wanting some payback, but...
Bro, please tell me what Juanchito is saying to the rest of the team right now.
I mean, I think he's just laughing at him. He's like, you guys just got sauced by a pistol. Like, he's watching the stream now. Maybe that's why he's sitting in the corner. He's like, bro, I gotta watch what the heck happened to y'all.
I gotta watch that back, dude. Oh, and then Team Jaguar getting just... ripped apart, and this hurts to see, especially after such a strong performance,
Yeah.
Man. Yeah, it's stuff like that hurts. Hopefully we can see them bounce back in the final match here, but there goes Juanchito.
Jeez.
Cooperino going out, and that is Passion Fruits. Man.
1 point.
Prediction was wrong.
Another point.
My prediction was wrong. I'll take it. That was on me.
You gotta wear it. Wear it on your chest.
That's right.
But Bope, right. I mean... I didn't realize they were the team that was fighting Jaguar. Picking up 3 elims, not losing a single player. Team that was dropping a lot of elims, a lot of points. I mean, what's to say they can't do it again in this Miramar match? Because they have seem to be turning it on. That Vikendi match must have flipped the switch or something for them, because they're taking fights against teams that I thought they'd be losing against, and they end up winning them. So have to see how the rest of the match plays out. Tense Gaming kind of just chilling. I think they know Loops is here. Some sort of rough idea, but just want to make sure they don't cut their own corners trying to take the fight, because Mythic, I mean, we had seen it in the previous tournament days. You know, 1v3s, 1v4s coming out of this roster alone. So definitely take your time with this. Play, you know, throw a few nades, a few smokes. Just make sure that you're not cutting any sort of corners to lose any players here.
Let's see what the play is. As we look at
Ooh.
Mythic getting popped by that nade. That's going to be rough. And I'll tell you what, Intense Game is
wow.
not a team to let that slide. So Loops, you know, saucing up Passion Fruits a little bit, but it was Intense Game to finish off both of those squads. 4 eliminations for them. And look at the zone! Good week. Oh, Los Higos bridge finish. Come on, baby.
And I think I've had it end just south of where Fate's at, more like away from the bridge, but I mean, that terrain is mostly just 1 or 2 hills. There's really nothing out there on that part of the map, Jukes.
Indeed, indeed. This is going to be a tough one, and this could be one of those C4 situations, right? Where, you know, you have a hard shift like this, you know that hard shift side has got to be clear. And turns out it is, you know, so which team is going to make that hard drive down there? I could see C4 making some moves, but, you know, you got Extreme Slayers going down that southern road. Big rotations coming out right here. And Miramar, such a large map. Got to have those vehicles and a couple of gas cans, because there ain't no way you're making a rotation like that on foot.
You know, I mean, some rotations even can be halted too. We see here 412 fighting INF. 2 teams that have had their moments in some matches, obviously more for Influence Rage, but I mean, this fight, it doesn't seem like there's that many teams around them that possibly could third party if they were to take the engage, but it seems like they're going to opt out. Go right down the west road. Try to get a little bit more of a centered spot, see if no one rotated that way. Unfortunately, I think there are a lot of teams on that southern side. YKG, we can actually see 2 just on the edge in front of them, so might actually see some teams get caught off guard if teams choose to camp the roadsides.
Well, let's see who gets caught off guard indeed. Let's take a look at the Nomads. Taking a look down range, trying to find the right rotation. C4, here comes that monster truck madness onto Victex, the final player from Jaguar. He moved. I cannot believe he actually moved. I was surprised.
I mean, nice try from him, I guess you could say. But C4, you know, 3 elims now. It's not like they're quiet this game, that's for sure. I gotta ask Jukes. I'm pretty sure it's in the competitive rooms you can use the road spikes. Have you ever used them before?
I've never used them. I've been wanting to. I have not put them to the test. How do you feel?
I mean, if there's a bridge camp, I think it's amazing. But I don't see enough teams picking them up and camping the road, because we see everyone rotating early. Might be a halt like this, and Federal is just cleaning house with the 249, gets 2 there, both finishes, and Nomad's just spread far and thin down to just their last 2 players, and Influence Rage seems like they're not going to let them get away.
Influence, this is what they do, right? This is what I'm talking about. This how tight this squad plays together. If you're a team that's too far spread out, like trying to get intel, if this team rolls up onto you, you're going to get picked apart one by one by one. Robert, nice knock there onto Chico. We've heard a little bit from YKG, but not enough in my opinion. Let's see if they're going to be able to bounce back. It's just Fears and Joey up. Fears, oh wow, missing the shots. Unfortunate for him. Joey's going to go ahead and go skirt, make the quick U-turn, and try to get the res on 24K. He's waiting to say, come to me. I know you're 1 HP, but you got to get hit in this bowl, because that there is a team we do not want to mess with.
A little bit of a heads-up play from 24K, opting to actually crawl away from his teammate there, Fears, so Joey can actually come around the back. Now, obviously, you still lose a player in the end, but better 1 than 2, puts yourself in a bit of a better spot. But this is a spot that YKG loves playing, so I'm surprised they're getting just steamrolled this hard. Robert down to probably just 1 shot. Joey getting hit with the dodgeball of a throw from a grenade, down to just 24K in a 1v3 situation. He's opting to push up with his UMP.
Let's see him push up a D. 24K, gonna need to make a play here. Oh yeah, he saw 2 players move
Ooh.
away, but didn't matter. That nade is gonna do too much damage. He's gonna go down, and that is YKG eliminated in 12th with the goose egg. 0 points. That's gotta hurt.
Yeah, I think that's a rare sight from them too. We usually see them take, 2 or 3 elims. They've been able to get away with some placement too, I think. Same with SLR, but now teams are starting to say, hey, we're not going to let you get away. Same with 412. We saw INF taking the chance of possibly executing on them, but Excuse now opting to take the fight in the exact same spot, just the roles reversed, and Fluence Rage said, we just wiped the team here. This spot isn't good. Let's just rotate away. Excuse recognize that. Trying to play a bit more of an edge spread. Try to catch teams rotate, maybe on that lower road. But with so many teams, starting to die and lose players early, I'm not sure if teams are really going to be opting to move towards the center of the zone.
And yeah, it's going to get harder and harder as time goes on here. And the teams that are currently center zone, hey, one of them's in hyper, but they are down a player, so they did lose one on rotation.
Oh.
Another team is C4. And C4, they are iron hot right now. Look at that. 4 players up, 3 eliminations, and especially coming off that last match, you know that they're going to be coming in hard. So, and hyper, spread out, trying to hold these angles. They got to be careful to not be too far spread and get pushed on.
Yeah, and I'm really wanting to see some other teams maybe recognize where these car positions are on an hyper and just start shooting them out, because Miramar is one of the maps where if you don't have a car, you get stranded, it's over for you. I mean, you're not making the crosses, you're barely pushing compounds with how open it is around them. A lot of it just comes down to how safe can you be while putting pressure on other teams.
How safe can you be? Always the question, right? Always gonna be the question. Let's see where this next zone's gonna go. How dangerous is it gonna be? Are we gonna get that crazy hard shift to the bridge? I know Fate wants that, but yeah, I doubt that it's. I doubt that's gonna happen. Meanwhile, you got Bope doing the long shift down to the south side. That's gonna work out for them because there's not a lot of players there. The only team they got to worry right now is Ace. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there's a bit of a lip too on the roadside, just on the edge of zone. They could maybe just pull up their cars and camp behind, or they just opt to rotate straight into the last execute player and say, hey, we'll just take the bridge. We'll be the bridge trolls. Little freebie spot. And that spot, I mean, you could see every single hillside basically in zone. So for them, if Bope is able to rotate into there, I mean, all these other teams are going to have a real hard time if it shifts south.
That tap for ball was ridiculous. That made some players move real quick. And you can see Fuego barely edging into this next zone. They do hear the shots right above them, so I wonder if this is a fight they're going to decide to take. Fate is actually going to take out Ophelia from Bope. And yeah, Bope is just lost right now, trying to figure out where's the best place to go. Fuego said, nope, not this way.
And I think what's scary too is Bope doesn't recognize that's a different team on the hill. Fate is the one that got him the knock, but it's a different team registered. So if they actually get knocked by an Ace of Spades player, they might think, oh my goodness, like there's a full team camping the bridge. There's a full team on the hill. What are we going to do? And it might result in Fate getting away with this sort of, solo rat position on the bridge.
And you're right. That's the tough part about esports is that it's not easy to tell which player, which enemy is on which team. And let's see how Chronix is going to decide to make this decision. Tries to throw the nade. This is it. Oh, yeah. Nice little flash there.
Aimed through a flash at him. Didn't hit him, but coming inside. AK pre-fire. Not hitting anything yet. An excuse getting some damage in on him. A little bit of a third-party action, too. Not sure.
Third party's all it takes.
3 point now. I mean, he's just a solo rat and a little. I'm not even sure what you'd call. What would you call this, hot chicks? A tractor?
I think it would be. I think it's more. We'll call it tractor. We'll call it tractor.
It's not a tractor.
I think it's more of a long bed truck. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
You know what?
I guess that's not.
Well, I'll call it tractor. Why not? Yep. Well, let's see how this is going to track, right? Let's see his excuse have Rosh knocked, but they are going to make some adjustments here. Supra up on top of the hill. Bope has the edge, but they lost they lost one of their players, Ophelia, who is a monster performer. Where's the zone going to go? Where's the zone?
I want it to go south. I want Fate to get blessed by the PUBG zone gods. And I want every team on the north here that's holding a spread to just have to funnel in on Hyper and all these other teams. Because, I mean, we had seen it the previous 4 matches. This has been an absolute bloodbath. First zone to the last, and now, I mean, it goes towards the bridge. Centers directly onto Hyper, not as south as I'd like it to see. But all these teams are going to just have to keep creeping closer and closer together. And it's going to come down to, can you get in without getting knocked? And can you get in while getting your own knocks on enemy teams?
And Fate just big chilling underneath this bridge, just trying to catch something. I mean, hey, what more can you do? You're all by your lonesome here. Just try to put some points on the board. He's got to be just careful not to expose himself a little bit too much. There's that player from Ace of Spades that could have sightlines on him. But so far, so good. The calm before the storm. You can see right there on the right side of the screen. Circle's closing in 8 seconds. That's going to make this thing much more difficult. And Zone 6 is going to be the one we're going to really see the action really crank up.
Yeah, I mean, there's 34 total alive, only 1 solo. So basically, everyone's 4 3-man teams. It's not like you can't make a play in some of these situations, but I mean, it's just going to be an absolute slaughter. We're already seeing it happen. INF getting caught out by an Extreme Slayer's wrap play on the edge of zone. Federal now knows, but it's a little too late to save his teammate. Extreme Slayer's a team that has been fumbling a few matches lately. They were, you know, in that second place bonus points, kind of getting saved a bit on the leaderboard, but ultimately from them has been a bit of a lackluster performance.
I have to agree with you. As Influence Rage are looking to dominate, looking to take that first place here and be crowned the champions of the Titan Series Premier Division for Season 3. Law starting to make the drive, looking for some sight lines. Okay, he does spot one of the players from XS. Meanwhile, Ayuya trying to figure out what to do here. I mean, they do have Robert GG down. I'm assuming they're going to probably try to get this res off, but it's going to be tough. Yeah, Federal does get the thirst, so they're going to be stuck with just 2 players up.
Yeah, I think you just got to kind of cut them off there. No point in trying to res. They are in nade distance, and we can see, too, right on the left side of the screen there, Excuse even looking towards them. So I think it was a good heads-up play by Extreme Slayers. Just really unfortunate they had to lose a player after that wrap play. You kind of question, you know, what kind of spot were you holding? If you get a knock, you can't just drive away instantly. So really interested to see how that one went, but Influence Rage now opting to just kind of play it slowly. They don't know exactly where they went. Kind of just below the hillside to their east, the compound north of them. See, I think there's some spots on certain maps, Jukes, where it's like the compound, it's good in theory. You look at the map, but then when you get to it, it's like, why in the heck would you even play inside it? Because we see INF, we see Excuse. Being able to just see every single building, and it's just a 40, 50 meter dash to any sort of cover outside of the compound.
Man, this is going to get tough right here. Next zone is about to pop. Where's he going to go? And Hyper with 3 players up have been big chilling this whole time. They're really hoping the zone comes to them. But again, sometimes when you're in this dead center, teams really want that position. If you get crashed, it's going to make things really tough on you because you have to fight, and then a third party is going to come. Yeah, it's a really tough decision for both squads. It does center up here. All right, so Influence has to move on in. Excuse up on the top. Ope there on the bottom. Fate has to leave his safety bridge. That's going to be tough for him to do.
Dang.
But, hey, that's the name of the game, baby. That zone moves, so do you.
He's got the safety bus, though. How about that? That might be enough. Because the bus, I've always said it, it's the BRDM of Miramar. That car has so much HP. The only problem is, you know, getting the speed up at the start. It's pretty slow going, but I mean, if you're going downhill, I mean, there's literally like 0 chance, in my opinion, that you get blown up. Just drive it in, slam into a tree, shoot the tires maybe if you have the time, and then it's just a big old wall in front of you.
Let's see what the play is going to be, right? He is starting to push up, and I believe it is going to be in that safety bus. Let's see, the zone is starting to creep and close. A lot of teams out already here in Stage 6. A lot of teams get into those early engagements, and I think that's why we're seeing such a slow mid-game.
Yeah, I mean, we could see it too, like Aton and Loops. They have 3 kills, but I mean, the previous matches, we were seeing 5 or 6 as that number, and it was spread out between the 5 or 6 eliminated teams. We're seeing a lot more teams now, which I love seeing, just having more of their team alive, because if you have more, That means you can do more plays, you can watch less angles from yourself having to watch, and it just ultimately makes the game 10 times easier.
I have to agree. But I'll tell you what, this end game isn't going to be easy at all. Intense game, forced to push out. Oh, Influence pushing on.
Wow.
Extreme Slayers, and they hold them down. Influence Rage eliminated. Wow.
Yeah, and I mean, they got a bit of love from SLR, but all that comes down to Baby Bray just making sure that he's not peeking when Ayuya is. Having, 1-and-1, everyone peeks on their own, just switch it up a bit, allowing his team to get that bit extra placement going on. And he might actually even be able to get Ayuya if Excuse chooses not to push all the way down the hillside. Could be able to get the reset. Might not be the case now, but Excuse, they've been a little bit quiet. They've been on this north side. They do have 3 elims themselves, but I was expecting a bit more out of them with their positioning.
I gotta say, I do as well. So really interesting to see that be the play for them. But you know what? They're gonna have to make some adjustments in the final game if they want to be crowned the champions. Let's see, as Diego's got some sight lines onto C4. C4 red hot from the last match. In a great position to gatekeep. They're right alongside of Intense Game. And they're most likely going to have to push out of this position. So I wonder if the second the zone goes away from him, if they don't decide to just push this fight against Intense Game.
Yeah, and I think their saving grace is just how far of a gap there is between, the warehouse C4's in and the hillside ridge they're at. Because their hillside, I mean, it's free for the taking for C4. It's just a matter of getting out there and peeking over. Now, obviously, both teams now spotting the Excuse team. A little bit of a misplay by Excuse, not being able to pick up some knocks here. As that's being said, the zone shift is going to be happening any second, and I'm interested to see it centers directly onto N-Hyper, who has just made one rotation the entire game. SLR is a bit on that. I believe that's a southern compound on the north side of the road, but every other team is going to be eyeing you, Jeeks. You said it. Looking for the crash.
And if that crash happens, the chance of N-Hyper surviving is going to go down tremendously, because once that crash happens, another one's going to come right after, and it's so hard to defend those positions at those times. So N-Hyper have to really stand up. They cannot be passive anymore. Now's the time to stand up straight, get this monster truck stuck. I'm just kidding. Losing a big tire there. All right, Daddy Payne moving on out. But yeah, time to stand up, shoot at anything that moves. You do not want a team pushing on you at all.
Yeah, and the scary thing too is, they were eliminated so early that teams were probably able to watch the kill feed and be, hey, this team X number has only 3 players now. Luckily, Ren getting an opening knock from the XQ crash. 1-for-1 trade currently. Everyone in zone. Ren with a bit of a pre-nade. Might hit it onto Rush. Forcing to a 1v1 actually on the left side of him. Matt opting to heal. And this is just complete mayhem in the compound. Zfon picking up Rosh, the player that was naded Chronix with the trade. I believe it's just a 2v1 situation now. Now 1v1 situation in this single compound.
Chronix trying to get that res off, but here come the nades on in. Rin's going to start this push. Actually, he's going to throw an offensive smoke onto them to completely eliminate their sight lines. Rin did allow him the time to get that res off. I wonder why those nades didn't come in a little bit quicker. Maybe he was just afraid of them peeking and pushing him in return. Maybe he didn't realize how many players were in this building. So many questions, but heck, you know what? Who am I to question Rin? Let's see how he can handle this. As he is throwing every single piece of utility he has. He says, you know what? Who needs these smokes for the end zone? If I don't make it now, I'm not even getting there.
Yeah, I mean, he must have thrown 6 or 8 by now, but he's still got 2 more. He's got a molly and a frag left too, but this is a spot that's still doable for him. A player of his caliber, the individual's skill and gun skill level. I mean, he just has to get the first knock, not take, down to 1 HP. Opts for another smoke. Jeez, I mean, we might as well have been playing Vikendi with how much white I'm seeing on the screen. Excuse now opting to take the push. They think the nade did a lot more than I think it actually did in their eyes. Chronix trying to take a bit of an off angle, have him look one direction while the other player peeks the other side. And I think Rin is starting to realize this. He's beginning to get pinched on just this solo wall. Luckily, the smokes are buying him a bit more time, but I think Excuse is maybe taking a bit too long to take this fight.
And here we go. Rin getting eliminated. That's going to hurt there. So Excuse getting the last laugh there onto N-Hyper. Rosh still up, and the intensity is rising. It's Fuego trying to make a defense against SLR. Can't do that 1v3. Super Lazy Reflex showing up here in the end game with 8 eliminations. Looking really good.
Yeah, I mean, this is my favorite team, I think, from one of the newer rosters that came in and stuff. They were kind of, a little bit of a quieter side of things in the qualifiers and stuff. But when I'm watching this team play, I see the plays happening. I see the team communication going on. It's just the experience these players need to be able to make that consistency go up in their play.
Super Lazy Reflex looking for some angles here. Let's see if they're able to get this chicken dinner. It's the last player from Ace of Spades. Completely off in that corner. Blinky making the push.
Can you get up onto the ridge?
At 1v2. Oh, it doesn't look good. Actually, it looks real good, baby! Blinky Bay shutting SLR down. And oh, here comes XCZ.
No!
Oh, saving them at the last second. But look at this. Only 8 seconds on the clock. They're barely going to get off one res.
And I wish just one of these teams, whoever that is on the northeast side, C4, I wish they heard this and just opted just to full send it. Maybe they don't have a car or something, but SLR maybe getting a bit of a saving grace out of that. Losing one player was just, I guess, good enough for them. They're getting knocked as well, and every team is just looking at them. And away, here we go. C4 with the drive-through play. Ah, come on. Opted to stop short.
Yeah.
We are in stage 9 though, Jukes. There is no zone after this.
You're right. The zone is going to go all the way down into nothing. So C4, I think they definitely have the big advantage right here. They are sitting pretty with a lot of players still alive. Super Lazy Reflex was able to get a reset here. Long is pushing. They do catch one of the players from Excuse. Here comes C4. Daddy Payne getting Chronics is huge. But Daddy Payne gets knocked by Rock.
Ooh. Oh, and Long gets caught.
This is crazy. Knock after knock after knock. It's up to Skur, really, to get this final elimination onto XZZ. Looks good. So many players are knocked in this position. Here we go. DBS versus UMP.
He's getting
2v1s
though.
He is getting those 1v1s, but not
Oh.
for long. C4 Esports. Say what?
The dub.
Say what? Back-to-back dubs? Back-to-back dubs?
The back-to-back. And
You know,
kind of I'm jealous, Jukes, because we were making jokes about Dandro having a dolphin plushie and stuff. And I think Dave's got like a C4 plushie or one of those area rugs with the logo on it. Because I mean, he had the faith in him. Maybe when he left, he gave him some coaching advice, some tips, like something. Because I mean, it's a completely different team now in these last 3 matches.
maybe he's got one of those C4 voodoo dolls. You know what I'm saying? Give it a little massage, saying, "Hey guys, you got this." Get all nice and warmed up because these guys are on fire. Dandro, C4, back to back. You talked about the Mustache Dave curse. I think it's the Mustache Dave blessing here at this point.
I think so. I mean, the guy steps away and they start absolutely frying, right? I think it's insane to kind of watch, right? We said, hey, maybe this was the game, right? They had that one game where they had 5 eliminations, right? We said this could be the start of what they need to kind of, get back into the thick of it. And it's kind of seeming like that's what's happening, right? I mean, they take that game home, 8 eliminations in first place. That's a solid 18-point banger, and they're going to be feeling great going into game number 6. Let's talk about sort of what led up to C4 being able to take that dub. And it was just fights like this that kind of left me scratching my head a little bit with like Mythic just getting the drop shot. It was a little gross, Hot Jukes.
It wasn't just a little gross, it was disgusting, right? I mean, oh my goodness. Ayala with a pistol, him versus an entire roster of Passion Fruits, and he said, "Don't worry, we got this." Absolutely crazy to see.
See, this is Team Jaguar, who, we were kind of hoping was going to do a little bit better. They kind of were making some moves, kind of making their way up the board, but unfortunately in this game just dropped a little bit. 0. They dropped the goose egg. Nothing really there with them. So, I feel like that was sort of the kind of pace of this game was just so much more slower. And I think there were teams that adapted to that a lot better than others. So what do you think, Enigma?
And, you know, I think it's just that mental aspect we talked about. We're going into the 5th and 6th games, you know, you're wanting to play slower. If you're near the top, you're saying, hey, you know, let's not go for these overzealous fights and pushes. A lot of these teams still, I mean, the early game is just a bunch of errors and hypers still having this sort of rotational mind. I'm not sure what's going on with them, always losing a player in some of these early zones, but SLR, the team that I was kind of happy to see out here. I've seen some of the fights where they've been, you know, eliminating teams and that sort of stuff, but they haven't been getting the placement points. So seeing them get a 2nd place really almost brings a tear to my eye.
We love to see that. I mean, they had 10 eliminations, but yeah, our winners, C4, yet again, 1,800 damage, 8 elims, 2 revives, always making sure they get those revives on lock, because we saw in that other game that they had been able to come out on top with was 5, I believe, revives they seemingly had. 2 revives here. It is definitely part of the strategy that they need. They're obviously finding some success, and it's working, right? That we have. I'm excited to see C4 is kind of coming online. And let's take a look at these match reports. Hot Jukes. Let's talk about some of these players though, because I'm seeing Skur 5 total elims, 4 total knockouts. We had some other players make some moves too.
Skrrr! I mean, that's crazy to see. I mean, it's good to see these individual performances, but, you know, the teamwork makes the dream work, baby. And C4 have it right now. I mean, 2 back-to-back chicken dinners during clutch hours. That's what we like to see. I mean, who knows? We could even see a triple here at this point.
We definitely could. Let's take a look at that whole sort of match. Overall, we talked about C4, we talked about SLR, but we also have Excuse and Extreme Slayers who also, you know, were able to kind of use those elims, use those placement points in order to grab a decent amount of points. 11 points, especially this late in the game, is nothing really to kind of, you know, laugh at, especially for Extreme Slayers, a team who we kind of expected to do a little bit more, you know, kind of here as we moved into the last and final game. You know, obviously we were kind of hyping up Remix at the top, right? He was our MVP, and seemingly that team has really lacked able to get there. But Enigma, I'm kind of curious to get your idea. I'm looking at teams like YKG, 0, Goose Egg, nowhere to be found.
Over.
I mean, them and Loops, I mean, it's not just one name I'm seeing at the bottom here. It's a lot of Intense Gaming's got to get thrown in there. They do have a few more points. You know, they got the 5 elims, Influence Rage even, but it's like these top teams are really kind of fumbling under the pressure that C4 is bringing right now.
Yeah, I mean, these were all teams that at the start of those first 3 maps, we're like, wow, they're top of the boards. They're being consistent. We're super excited to see that they're able to kind of maintain game over game, but they're kind of losing some steam. So let's see the overall board that we have. And well, C4,
Wow.
they are creeping their way up, only 2 points behind INF,
Wow.
who is in first with 48. But guess what? Hot on their trails, it's IG and Loops, both tied at 44. And I'm going to even give it a shout out to Excuse in 5th with 39. Like, that's not that far away either. So this is still kind of looking pretty close. And even Jaguars and team, you know, the Execute, they are so at 37. Like, conceivably, you know, 15 elims and a dub, and some of these other teams kind of drop the ball like they have been. This is still anybody's game to win going into game number 6. Hot Jukes, I mean, if you are kind of one of these top 4 teams, what's the game plan as we move into map number 6?
Top 4 teams, you just do what you've been doing, honestly. That's it. You know, you avoid the hot drop and just do what you've been doing. You know, one thing you do have to concern yourself with is those teams at the bottom who at this point have nothing to lose, right? They have nothing to lose at all. So, you know, if you happen to shoot some crates at them, you know, you may have to kind of have it in the back of your head. Maybe these guys are going to drop on us. You know, that's something you really have to think about.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see. Map number 6 is coming up, but we are going to take a quick break before we head into the last and final map. So don't go anywhere. We have map number 6 coming up as part of the Titan Premier Finals of PUBG Mobile.
We will stay through the perils, we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Dangerous dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the
The nice pre-fire should catch kindness. Passes some kindness. Says, I'm taking out you first and then you later, baby. Let's go. I'm gonna be surprised if we see Execute try to to, take out this side of the map a little early on, but they're staying completely away. K19 and
Think I went up. The DBS.
It's out. Oh my gosh.
Walking right into the DBS. The 1v2 right now, Hot Jukes.
Alf, it's your time.
No!
Can you do this? He gets another. One more. The DBS under. Where are your shots?
Four. I really like this information he's getting. Huge knock. Oh my god.
Two in the background coming down. This fight takes too long, but he hits the free fire on two players.
So Diego looking over that window is going to pop his head, saying, peekaboo, 1 down, 3 to go. Now looking to find the second, does so. Joey Chico last up for the squadron. YKG losing 2 players early to an elimination. Well, Chico, doing a little prone crawl here, but gets caught by a fragmentation grenade. Those things are nobody's friends ever.
Oh, and here's a fight.
Ooh, this is going to be Zombie Boys. They needed to hear that hype speech. They got 1. They're looking at 2.
Wow.
Can they finish it off? They already had 1 elim coming into this, turning and burning on a Mercy. Mercy will go down. That'll be a bunch of eliminations, and Zombie Boys.
They're gonna let the circle do its work. All 3 of the 8 down members in 1 car. Ayala on foot in the wide open.
Oh my gosh, Ayala, don't do it to him! Don't do it to him, Ayala! Don't do it to him! Time, ladies and gentlemen, map number 6 of the Titan Series Premier Finals of PUBG Mobile. We're heading into the last final map of the night, of course, being that classic map, Erangel. You know it, you love it. You wanted some more of it, so we put it twice in here. Let's take one last look at the standings before we get ready to head into the map. And Hot Juice, I'm going to ask you to kick it off. Give me your predictions for map number 6.
Ooh-wee. Okay, what are my predictions? Because the last game of a tournament like this, there's always some shenanigans, and I'm predicting that we're definitely going to see some. So it's totally possible that we see, some teams at the bottom just do some hot drop craziness, So I think teams at the top need to watch out for their backs, and those teams at the middle are desperate, right? So they got to go around getting some insane amount of frags if they want to make it into that top 3. So I think we're going to see like half the lobby gone by like circle 5.
Ooh, okay. A bold prediction. I like that. Enigma, give me your predictions as sort of the player, the big brain, the mastermind of PUBG Mobile. What do you think that we might start seeing here in our last final map of the night?
Well, I think Jukes is definitely right for, half the lobby being gone by X-Zone. But, the team that I'm looking at has got to be the Dolphin Boys. I mean, the
Yes.
team, they had a good start. They won the first Erangel, but, they kind of slowed it down a bit. They're still up, in that contention for first place. I mean, even the top 7 teams, I could say, are in contention for, that first place spot if they win with 8 or 10 kills. But I mean, a lot of this is going to come down to what do those lower end teams choose to do? Are you going to take the fight to them? Are you going to try to play safer? Or are you even just going to get hot dropped on without you even realizing it?
That's a totally valid point, right? I mean, some of these players, I think they think that the lobby might play out, just like a little bit how they're used to. But like you guys said, it's last game. We know it in esports. It's always the last game of any sort of battle royale. Everybody wants to get mixy. You have these middle of the pack teams, like you mentioned, that are just they want those elimination points. They know they have to get aggro. They know they have to kind of move around the map quickly, and they're going to be doing so. But with those high kind of reward plays, that comes with a high risk. We've seen multiple times where a team has rolled up on a compound. There's been a team inside, and they felt pretty confident about taking the fight, only for them to just get absolutely pieced apart when it happens. I fully imagine we're going to see some of those. So I definitely love the good shout out to Intense Game with Dolphins. And, while it isn't a dolphin, I do have this little orca plushie. So they're part of the dolphin family. Okay. They're actually not whales. They are part of the dolphin family. A little fun fact for all of you at home. So that is why they are, they are my team. So I'm right there with you. They're right very close at the top. I'm totally with it. Now, Hotchicks, I asked for your predictions. You told me the gameplay style. Give me a team. Who is the team that you are rooting for in this final map?
By the way, they are the dolphin family, but they're murder dolphins, all right? Those guys, those orcas, you don't mess around with them, okay? But I'll say there's one team in particular that I'm really scared of because there is something that I predicted before, and that is that I may have to pour a bucket of water on my head because I said that if C4, after just getting bodied during the league stage, somehow win the Premier Finals, that I would pour a bucket of water on my head. I can't believe that we might actually see it. The possibility is ridiculous right now. So you know what? C4, I am sorry I doubted you. I am sorry. I deserve this. And I can't doubt you for any longer. C4 for the win.
All right. Now, here's the real question. Do you have the bucket of water on hand?
I got a cup of water and a cup of coconut water. So how about the cup of water? It's a big one. It's a big one, So
Okay.
We got it going.
That looked like a solid 32 ounces of water. I think that's an acceptable amount that, if C4 managed to pull this off. That's here.
Please no.
There's a number of teams, though, that I think are still in this, right? I think Influence Rage is one that I'm also looking at, right? They seemingly have always snuck up always to the very end, and they're always like at that end game. They're pulling out a couple eliminations. We always get there. There's 2 or 3 of them. They're still staying online, and so I think they definitely still have the ability. It's a tight race at the top, right? Let's remember that going into this game. It is a tight race up there. Top 3 are in the money. Just as a reminder, first place taking home $1,200, second place $500, and third place taking home $300. So you know what they have on the line. You know the standings. Looks like the map is ready. So let's head on in to map number 6 of the Titan Series Premier Final. Heading in to Erangel. Before I throw it over to the boys, we have one last final giveaway for all of you. Head on over to PUBGmobile.com/redeem, and you can enter that code on the screen to get you some UC. You can look stylish. You can look fly like some of our players playing here today. But with all that being said, Jukes, Enigma, take it away.
Thank you so much, Gandro. Here we go. Final match of the Titan Series Season 3 Premier Finals. Man, I got lost for words when I just saw the zone because I'm just like so focused on this playing path and seeing where teams headed, where are they going, because the drop is a concern because I talked about it earlier, Enigma, right? The last game shenanigans, they could definitely be in full effect. So my eyes are on these top teams and seeing if they get hot drop.
Yeah, and I mean, we obviously see, a big spot teams like to take. Sarki, George, Pulsaverni, all of it's going to be, you're fighting people for car spawns right off the rip. Seeing a few teams opt to go to that Millie Bay side. I'm hoping when the zone shows that it goes to the Millie Bay side. I do love seeing a few bridge camps going on. But you know, one thing I gotta ask you, you've played these tournaments, you've casted virtually all of them afterwards. What are you thinking that is going through these players' heads? Because in my eyes, I'm seeing it as like when you're at the start of the game, especially in that make or break moment, the silence is almost deafening to you.
Yeah, 100%. The silence is huge. You got to have that one player on your team that's able to rally the troops. I think that's so important. It's one of the most underestimated aspects of a squad, in my opinion, because, you know, this is where the going gets tough, right? This is make or to break it time. And sometimes you're going to have some players, some teams that don't do well under pressure. I'm looking at you in Hyper, right? I've seen too many times, right, where you falter in situations where you should have won. So, you know, hopefully some of these squads, they have those players, they make those decisions, and they're able to work together, rally, and just get it done right when it counts.
Yeah, I mean, talking about interesting decisions by certain teams. I mean, YKG and Execute landed Primorsk, opting to take the fight. We are going to see a bit of a preview. Aton, wait, he actually got ran over, not knocked, but Matt picking it up. Nitsu pulling up, trying to get some revenge or something. A little bit of a seed swap with the Bison.
Uh-oh.
1 HP on him, runs out of bullets. Already seeing, we talked about it, Jukes, the early game fights for cars, if you're not already hot dropping on a team, is going to be if you are getting out with all your squad.
Meanwhile, you see a tense game. This is a team that cannot go down. They cannot afford to go down, and that is exactly what's going to happen, and it's going to happen to the Nomads. 4-1-2.
That's one
shutting
of the
them
teams
down.
that's kind of already out of it. Like, they're not going to be able to finish in that first place position and getting caught out like this. I mean, this is in a spot of the map that's the car spawns are few and far between. If you ever have to drop on this west side, go back to the Primorsk fight. It seems like there's an ISO'd player on YKG on the north side. They don't know it yet, actually, it seems like, but Execute opting to take these fights. They're looking to drive around. Fade, actually, maybe he's going to bait his teammates.
The teammate bait coming in hot. Chico catching trick slipping. These are your old rivals going to go at it right here. Chico all by his lonesome, though. Not able to get the rest of Execute. And the rest of YKG is just too far away. So, interesting to see, you know, just YKG and Execute go at it. Because both of these teams have been wanting to drop Primorsk. And honestly, I think at this point they realize what time it is.
Wow.
Wow, yeah, they realize what time it is in this tournament. And they know that there's, you know, there's other tournaments that are at stake, and they say, you know what, we have to claim Primorsk, right?
Yeah.
Execute. We know we're gonna go against you, not just in the Titan series, but in other places as well. And you know what, we've had enough, right? This is our home. Don't come near here.
And Execute, I mean, they're not playing with Kill Switch this time around. They did bring Trick back in. Not sure what's going on with him, but I mean, losing this fight is just, there's just a huge mental struggle you're going on, because I mean, it must have been close if they're still dropping there. You know, maybe one team wins at one time and the next is the other, but I mean, seeing it now, it's not like that was just straight one side. Obviously they both traded 1 for 1, but YKG had the way better positioning going into possibly fighting the next few players, and Trick actually just got left behind. A little shack rat, but not sure what was really going on there with that. Hopefully he makes it out, but it'd be really tragic for Execute to come all this way just to really just fall short.
Yeah, I hate to see it, but you know what? It's an absolute possibility here. And let's see where they decide to go. It's crazy because, you know, we finally saw some life of them in match number 2. They get a huge chicken dinner. Fate has a performance that we haven't seen from him in a long while.
Yeah.
And then just after that, it's just radio silence.
I think a lot of that's just the stress, but Nitsu seems to be performing just fine. Gets the one, unfortunately not the thirst. SLR playing real nice with the team push. Jaguar as well. Looking for some BM on the Bope, another team that's kind of on that middle ground area, fighting each other. And I mean, the teams that are fighting each other are losing 1 for 1, and the teams that are at the bottom taking out the big dogs are just steamrolling them. So a complete flip around from the start of the day, it seems. And Bope is taking the action to Jaguar.
Sure have right here. And let's see exactly what the play is opted to happen as Seba gets to finish there onto Fuego. And Bope losing players early on is so tough. I said half the lobby be gone, right, by Circle 5, and it looks like we're on pace for that here, Enigma.
I mean,
Tons of players going down.
53 peeps. Every team's alive still. You know, that's a nice sign. But I mean, if it's a solo, you might as well just be dead at that point. I mean, come on. You're not gonna pull an intense gaming. That's a once in a blue moon in my eyes. The solo wins against 8 other players, but Jaguar not letting them get away. Bope is actually forced now into this fight. We see the off angle on the north side of the road. Would like to see him come in, but free fires from Big Tex. I'm needing to see some shots connect though. Don't let him run away.
Nightcraw's on the run by Team Jaguar. Team Jaguar heated up a little bit earlier, but that last game was definitely rough for them. Trying to get some early points. And this is what I was talking about. Those those mid-pack teams that need some good solid ones, are definitely heating it up real quickly here. And Delta is always a really tough place to fight because there's so many broken walls, so many off angles. All it takes is one little mistake and you're knocked.
Yeah. And I mean, the other thing too is just, you're already down a player. So if you get knocked as the off angle, there's a good chance you're not getting revived. If they just sat still and just waited for you to bleed out, there's really not much you're going to be able to do. And we saw too, just on the other stream Slayer's coming in, but Supra getting caught out, punched out again on a knock player. A lot of BM tonight going on, Cheeks, which I personally love to see. Makes the blood boil, makes you try harder. And we miss, players like Carnage, old pro players that would kind of light a fire under some teams by just making them mad that he's in the lobby. Or making them mad that you have to play against them. Going on. I mean, it seems like they murdered Nightcraw's getting one, but down to 1 HP. I don't see him really winning the fight. The free fire's going on and almost gets a second, but Jaguar really just taking it to Bope in that fight with only 1 elimination for Bope. So unfortunately for them, I don't see them going up that much. But Jaguar in a really good pace to possibly make this their game.
I mean, they were at 7th place before this match, so they were down 11 points, right, from first. That's still catchable. That is very catchable. So all it takes is, a good chicken dinner and some nice eliminations. They already got some, but unfortunately for them, they do lose 1 player. So they have to play this very carefully for the rest of the match. But they're on a decent pace. But they can't afford to lose anybody else for the rest of the game. As we move on, look at this circle. All right, this is a tough one, because a lot of that island on the north side is still in play. So you have to make that bet, right? Do you want to go to that north or south? If the zone locks there, and it can still go in any direction. So we'll see which teams opt to decide. Execute still in the blue zone, but, at this point, Execute are... Well, actually, they're in 6th place. So, yeah, a chicken dinner from them. They can win this. So many teams can win this right here.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, basically the top 8, in my eyes, have a chance to do it. And I think I had said 7th before, but I mean, we had seen some 15-plus kill games tonight. A lot of these teams, though, I feel, are going to get landlocked just from the edge of zones. Chronic's down to 1 HP. I think he might have just drove into the water. Opstock just on the rocks. Super lazy reflex. A team that has been picking up elims in the last few matches. Slower start from them, but opting to take shots long, trying to maybe get an aggressive angle, chooses not to, sees Aton riding by with, and Hyper actually choosing to take the school compound just to the west of them. So a lot of these teams taking these centered spots around Rozhok, where it's either you can drive into the water or you can drive right across the bridge. But I mean, when we looked at the map, Loops was actually on that Milta fight as well. There's 3 or 4 teams around the map, whether it was on the Yasnaya side or it was on the Milta side. A lot of these teams are really just going to start holding each other at gunpoint in blue.
Yes, they are, and they have to start doing it sooner rather than later. I'm telling you, they need to do the opposite of Dandro's sign. Work hard and be rude to people, right? No more respect. If you want to win this game, and if you're a team that's pretty low on the leaderboards, you have to just push like crazy, and you need a ton of eliminations, because now with placement points only being, 10 points for first place, like, I mean, even for a team like Jaguar, that's not enough. 10 points isn't enough. You need that and elimination, so we'll see if they're going to be able to get there.
Yeah, I think the saving grace, too, is a lot of these teams with the early game fights have actually lost players already, so them being a 3-man is not too detrimental to that game plan of possibly winning, but there's also these teams like Passion Fruit opting to just play that same play style they have been. Let's just take a spot in zone where we know we can rotate from. Let's other teams fight, and then try to make our own plays later on. Now, unfortunately, plays haven't been good at all from them. Only having, I believe, 5 or 6 points out of them total, out of the 5 games we've played. But, you know, it's always nice seeing them still trying, playing their style of game, and at least working on it. Because, I mean, it's not just this tournament. There's PMPL coming around the corner. They're struggling in that, and we're needing some better performances out of a lot of these teams, Jukes.
And I love the fact that they're already going against international squads here in the Titan series. So, I mean, yeah, by all means, you know, PMPL is a lot easier lobby than this one. I mean, well, we've seen it, right? We've seen what Ayala could do with a pistol, right? It's so crazy to see these teams and these players here. So this is I cannot describe how valuable this experience is for so many of these squads. And, you know, that's why I'm really surprised to see C4 just doing what they've done so far. I mean, these guys have really clinched it and could win another Titan series right here, right now.
And I think, too, for the newer teams as well, the the Challengers teams even that came up, you know, made it from their qualifiers and beat out the Premier teams, they're able to get that exposure and recognize, you know, a bit of a wake-up call. This is the level of play that's going to be happening when you get to this. Like, if you want to play comp, this is the standard. And for them, you know, we're seeing a lot of teams be able to perform well under it, and other teams fumble under it. So we'll have to put a little bit of a note on that, because Loops and Hyper and YKG all around the school apartments just full slamming.
Let's see how that slam's going to go off. And then there are some teams that also disappointed as well. You know, you got like teams like Zexus, Wall Street Bets, not even making it here to the Premier Finals, getting regulated down to the Challenger division. So, you know, those guys got to put in some work, because those are PMPL teams. So it's good to see teams that, you know, are able to make it here to this level and still perform. It's only going to make the entire region better as a whole as time goes on. So let's see how
bottom there.
YKG is going to regulate this fight. They're not going to get relegated. Oh, they're going to regulate, and Passion Fruit is eliminated. The Dolphins have been eliminated. So intense game. Out of there! The door has been opened!
Asher's Curse. All I'm going to say. Asher's Curse. It's a real thing. And I'm kind of worried because C4 has 4 players alive, Hot Jukes. I could see the water coming out. Okay. Maybe I'll pour it on you or something. If we were in the same room, I'd pour it on you. I'd have talent, you know, I'd message him on the side without you seeing it. Hey, get me the cup. Get me the bucket. Put some ice in it so it's nice and cold.
No.
Yeah.
I don't want
We're doing it all. We're doing it all.
Scared.
Maybe I'll tell Zute, hey, you know, we got to do it tomorrow if he doesn't do it today.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
No,
on the PMPL broadcast.
Oh, goodness gracious. Well, let's see. Where's C4? What are you doing so far? 0 eliminations. All right. Hey, keep doing what you guys are doing. You guys are doing great. All right, buddies, you know, just keep up the good work. Who else do I got to look at here? Intense game, obviously gone. Influence Rage, 4 eliminations. Let's go, Influence Rage. Come on, baby. You're almost there.
Yeah, I think they have a pretty decent spot in zone. They're not too crazy out there. Actually, zone shifts just north of the school apartments, and this is, you talked about the 50-50 with the Roshawk River. This is the second best thing to it, because it's this huge road just down the middle. All the compounds will be taken, and you're just going to be seeing people full send like Loops. I mean, they're screwed if it shifts off them, but there's nowhere else that they can play that's not already taken.
That's true. It's all gone. All gone. Just like that. And you can see teams really starting to crank up the heat, doing everything they can to make plays. This Influence Rage! The first place team! Oh no! Jaguar coming here too! 4 teams! Hey, half the lot be gone by circle number 5. It looks like it's gonna happen. Jaguar losing a player. Influence Rage down to just Fedidal. C4 can win this. C4 can win this. Influence Rage have, what, 4 eliminations? So that leaves them with a 6-point lead onto C4.
That's
so it's 7 points is all they need.
Definitely not enough.
Oh, Sheepbot said, I'm going to burn, baby. I'm going to burn. My ankles are on fire. And you know what? I live in the heat, baby.
Yeah, but look at the proactive play now. We talked about it. Rin is finally there supporting his team. Look at that. They clear him out. They wipe Jaguar, I believe, out of the lobby. So a little unfortunate for them. Also, Execute getting eliminated just after them off screen. 1 elimination point. I mean, a lot of the lobby that's contending for it. Jukes, I mean, the only way I think you're not getting water on you is if one of the bottom teams wins the match.
Unreal. Unreal. Okay. Well, C4, the floor is yours at this point. You know, the world is your oyster. Influence Rage with just 1 player up. It ain't looking good. I mean, he could definitely make something happen. Federal is a monster, and maybe he gets 1 more elimination. Who knows? This is going to come down to the wire. Come on, Federal! YKG, it's just 24K. Just push. Just push.
I don't think they know. They might think it's N Hyper in here, but... Oh, Molly on Molly. Just throw everything.
Boy, he's getting shot from outside.
Luke.
There he goes. 6
Prelims.
6-point lead. 6-point lead on the C4. They had a 7-point lead on Loops. That has been cut down since they have 3 eliminations. So all Loops needs, if nobody else surpasses them, right? 5 more points, and they're going to be your Titan Series Season 3 Premier Finals champions.
Yeah, I mean, but there's still other names. It's not like it's just locked in just yet for them. They still got to try and play the game. We've got 9 teams left. 4-12 Nomads. Being the team that, you know, kind of was catching out Intense Gaming at the start. Definitely capable of catching out these other teams. They actually do have a lot of the zone control, actually. They're hearing the fight go down with the SLR and Excuse. Down to just 1, actually. I think a 1v1 with Excuse. Long wins it for his team, but how long is he going to stay alive for?
Uh-oh, C4. Here we go. C4 looking at the Nomads, looking to go ahead and pick up some nice points. This is right on the edge of Rozhawk. Okay, the zone no longer splitting with the water, obviously. It goes on down. School, still a viable option. That is going to be intense. And C4 are going to take School up completely. What a strong position for them to hold. This is no joke.
Yeah, and I think the main position is just going to be if Skur stays on the mountain, because if people slam the fence, I mean, it's almost impossible for you to drive a car through the broken cracks into School without making that 30-meter dash in the open. So C4 in a prime position. If they can just keep teams out of School next to them, get themselves some free real estate, I mean, they just absolutely slaughter the lobby from the spot.
100%. And especially if the zone goes to School, I mean, they have it in the bag at this point. And Hyper finally showing up in the last game, but a little too late. Hate that. Hopefully something they can fix sooner rather than later. As we look at the Nomads pushing up onto C4. They don't want to lose Skur right here. So, yeah, Skur hopping in the buggy saying, I'm out of here. Nice suppressive fire from his teammates.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, he's going to come back. He does have the 3 nades. Give him them pings, you know, mark the tree, tell him, you know, just throw it back here. Throw it somewhere inside. Well, that might be money.
That looked good.
2 up on the note.
Wow.
Didn't even get the reset either. And I mean, 412 just running away. I mean, there's not much else you could do. C4, the most important fight, I think, other than maybe the one at the very end of this game, is just going to solidify them. The water pour on you, Cheeks. I mean, it's coming.
I don't like it.
You're summoning it.
I don't like it at all. It's Zone 5. Half the lobby's gone.
Wow.
And it's in Erangel. Color me shocked. I wonder who could have called that. Who could have called the bucket on the head of water? I mean, you just give 2 free eliminations to Skur and C4? Why not? You know, it's only 1 player. Only one player. But Nomads, who needed to have a monster performance here, 1 play, all it takes for them to fall apart. And see Long looking to drive around for some reason, possibly looking to bait out some shots.
One thing that's nice to see, though, is...
That is the most ridiculous peak I've ever seen.
You know, I wouldn't shoot that. I don't think I'd be able to.
That makes no sense. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'd be hitting the door frame or something, but... I mean, hey, you know, he's him. He's that guy that hits those.
He is him.
And I don't question it.
I don't hit those.
Any one of those players, you know. If he wants to 6x spray, full scoped, like an AK, like, I'm never questioning it. Because he's probably just him with it.
It's probably, I would question if it's the meta now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'd be like, is the DBS not it? Like, he pulls out, you know, the pump. Like, shit, bro. Like, I'll pick it up next match.
The Ayala pistol. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're gonna be grabbing that. Maybe it's like a, you know, little luck charm for them. They pick up a pistol now, and they just clutch every fight known to man.
Goodness gracious. Where's the zone gonna go? We're gonna have an apartments finish. We're gonna have a school finish. We're gonna have an open field finish. Where are we gonna go? We're going to the road, baby. Hey, where we're going? We don't need roads. Let's see.
We don't need the roads.
We don't need roads.
Look at the
YKG.
map though. Jukes, I gotta be cutting you off here real quick because Baby Bray, for some reason, takes the shack in the middle of nowhere, and it works out for him. The rest of his team is able to overwatch this. And SLR, we haven't seen much of it, but I think they're at like 5 or 6 eliminations on the board, just playing this northern compound. Everyone else is at the apartments. This might be your saving grace, Jukes.
T4, you've done enough, buddies. You've done enough. You know what I'm saying? You've impressed me. You've impressed everybody. Sometimes that's good enough. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, that'll do.
That'll do. That'll do. You know, put it in the title. Say that, hey, we had the big comeback. We're good. We're good. You don't need to push on the nomads. You don't need to push on that shack. You know, there's a whole team there. That's right. You hear those shots.
Let's push Aton, maybe.
Let's push to apartments. Why not?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Field
Let's push
pressure.
YKG across that open field. I think that's the best play. Yeah, Skirt. There you go, Skirt. That's where you want to go. Throw some smokes in that
Well, maybe
direction.
not that way, but
No, not that shack. You don't want to go to that shack. That shack is not the place.
they're all kind of looking at the shack.
There you
I'll
go.
be honest.
Right there. That's where you want it. Here come the smokes. Get that buggy. Send it over there. You're going to be fine. Not the shack!
Oh no!
Not the shack!
Maybe Aton was able to do something here though. He's got the nade cooked. Didn't hit it. 2 players, 3 players now. Maybe not. He threw the molly.
Free Molly. That's right. Light him
It
up.
didn't go in the shack.
Bond is
I
just
mean,
going to hold
SLR.
on to his Molly.
Oh, he knocked one with the nade actually.
Oh.
Wait,
The
this
pre-name?
could be big.
Oh! Bond. 2 other players knocked, though. But the position that they're in, yeah, actually, they cannot leave that shack. So Bond has to play it really carefully here to get outside that door and make it on over to his team. Here he goes. And he makes it. Wow.
One thing I'm sad seeing though is SLR sees this go down and they opt not to send anyone to the bridge line there. Like there's no third party potential there. It's just we got the knocks, but we're not going to do anything about it. So a little unfortunate to see C4 picking up 3 limbs total now.
Well, actually, it's fortunate for the C4 fans. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's fortunate for them, but for me, it ain't looking too good. It ain't looking too good here as they did get a really solid shack in this next zone. And I'm sure they're going to end up pushing SLR up top most likely. It's going to be a hard cross, though. Yeah, you can see those nades definitely start to come out. Loops getting knocked by Baby Bray. And Thurston, it looks like. Wow. So Loops in big trouble. Loops has the opportunity to win this game as well, but with these kind of shots downrange, it's making things really tough, real dangerous.
I mean, the nades too. We said it earlier today, and oh my goodness!
Wow.
Robert getting both with the nade. Really
Loops.
just wiping Loops out.
Loops out of there. So now Loops, with them being done, they are not going to be your champs. It is up to C4. Up to C4 to pass Influence Rage. And I believe they only need, what was it, 3 more points? Actually, they may already have done it with their placement. Let's see. Oh, C4! C4, you gotta survive. You have to survive. This is 6th place if you go out right now. You can't afford to do that. You gotta survive a little bit longer. A couple more elimination points, I believe. This is gonna be so close. C4 cannot afford to go down. Rin is on fire.
I mean, his whole team's alive still, though. It's looking a little bit better than the previous fights they've taken. We're also seeing C4 got onto the Aton building, but it's only 2 players up. It's a 2v2. This could be doable for him, but opting not to push out. I mean, there's so many players just in these 2 buildings at the apartments. YKG full stacked above and Hyper, and now C4 is pushing into Aton.
This is intense. Choco, you're my hero. The one man that could save me from the bucket of water. Can he do it?
Oh!
He can't.
Wow. You know, they only picked up 1 there, I think, though.
But that's it. I think that's all they needed because YKG is too far down. SLR is in 8th place with 34 points, but how many eliminations do they have? They have 10?
Yeah. They're
Uh-oh.
fine, Jukes.
Uh-oh.
The sleeper.
The super lazy reflex is bragging out of their minds here. They're in a really tough spot, though. They got to watch out. Actually, if the zone goes to them, they're going to get these reses off. They just cannot afford to just get beamed like this. C4, I think, realizes it. This is going to be close. SLR has a chance here.
Yeah, but I mean, as that's going on, Joey going huge. I think he just 3-pieced with a DBS. Only
Goodness
1 up. Is
gracious.
that 1 up on? Oh, no, N-Hyper got wiped out of that. That is insane. So we're down to just 3 teams, 2v3v4. I mean, you're kind of questioning SLR if they were able to do it. I'm not sure if they'll have enough points if they wipe the rest of the lobby, but the zone shift's going to show if it goes to them or if it goes, you know, more towards YKG and stuff. But we'll have to wait and see.
Let's see.
Oh!
Wow.
Right on him, baby.
Right on him. Super lazy reflex. There is... What is there? There is 5 eliminations left. 5 eliminations and a chicken dinner. Would have that been enough? They were down from C4 by 12 points. Oof. That is quite a bit. Well, let's see. You never know. C4, in order for this to even be a chance, I think C4 would have to go out right now. They cannot get any more placement points.
I'd like to see C4 even if they don't feel like they can get out of the building. I mean, maybe even just pass the meds off and have them shoot YKG in the back.
That's
There's
true.
nothing for them to play. I mean, they had the smokes, of course. Oh, my. That's a lot of gas cans, but YKG actually opting to make some sort of aggressive play, trying to win the game themselves, because I think they're in a spot where if they win out, they could be winning this too.
Well, let's see. YKG had 31 points at the start, but with 9 eliminations, who knows? Who knows? This is going to be an absolute battle between these teams. I think all 3 of these squads are going to rocket launch themselves up the leaderboards. But here we go. C4 in full snake play. Still alive. Clutching it up right when it counts. Clutch badge earned. If they win this game, too, by the way, that's 3 chicken dinners in a row.
3 chicken dinners in a row for the 3-peat. Bond actually getting caught out. There's no smoke anymore for Skur, but haven't found just yet. And SLR. 4v3 time. SLR has, in my eyes, the advantageous position, but Joey has to go big here. He's got the off angle. It's just a matter of SLR recognize that he's going to be around there. I'm actually opting for a bit of a TPP angle. Try to get a bit of a drive, and oh my goodness, wait, this rock might be it.
A long rock. Oh! No! I mean, yes, Joey with the beautiful knock. Very, very good, Joey.
Oh, man.
Keep it up. Keep up the good work. Let's see how 24K is going to handle this. As Joe the legend, the man, Joey, the big Papa Joey, looking to put in some more work. He stands up straight. Stellar. Keep it going. Oh, boy, I think he gets the knock, but now it's just XTZ, the last player up. He's running out in the open. He's shimmy. The jukes, they're hot. Can he hit these shots on a Pierce?
The prone.
Oh, no, the rest of the team is too far away. They're going to push up.
They're opting it. Yep, they're not going for the res. Don't let them get the revive.
Free fire?
Free fires. Oh, and YKG
do it! YKG clutch it right at the end. Absolutely disgusting. 14 eliminations and a chicken dinner. That, my friends, is 24 points. 24 points. Was it enough?
I want to know how many of those were on Joey, bro. Because, I mean, like, the one knock there onto the C4 player, and then onto the SLR player afterwards, just clutch the fight with N-Hyper, the 2-3 piece with the DBS. I mean, like, it wasn't like they were that doing any stellar performances out of their players, but Joey, that last match, I mean, has to be the MVP for the squad.
100%, man. I mean, it's crazy to see them shine right when they did. And I'll tell you what, no matter what, I know for a fact, right, they got to be up there in the leaderboards after a performance right at the end. I mean, beautifully done. Let's go ahead and bring Dantro back. Let's bring in our host. Brother, how do you feel about that last match?
Dude, you called it, right? You're like, hey, half the lobby's gonna be gone, through this. And I was like, yeah, okay, sure. I'm starving. I went and made a yogurt bowl. I sat back down and half the lobby was gone. And I was like, what happened, man? And I was like watching from there on out, dude. And it was just pure chaos, right?
Yep.
I mean, let's take a look at what even happened during that, right? We had some early game shenaniganeries with Rosh getting that hit with the car, and just people just taking these fights that were honestly like kind of leave you scratching your head just a little bit. I mean, Jukes, when we kind of talk about, what happened in this game overall, I mean, yeah, I think you called it the best, right? Everybody was trying to get aggro and get their kills where they could.
I mean, that's what it's all about, right? I mean, it's desperation time for a lot of these teams. They know that if they want to have a chance at winning it, they need a ridiculous amount of eliminations. And it ain't going to happen by playing it normally, playing it towards the end. You got to go get them for yourself. So, I mean, we even saw the Nomads, right? 4-1-2, take it to intense game off the rip and get the better of them. So, yeah, like, those top teams, last game, you always got to watch your back.
And Enigma, we saw a couple of these squads just drop down like really fast that we were not expecting to be there. Bope Esports, first team eliminated. Passion Fruit coming in 14th. Team Jaguar, who is seemingly kind of making their way up the leaderboard, go out in 12th. What do you think it was? Like, where did these teams slip up? Was it just the extra aggro-ness of the lobby, or was it just maybe some nerves?
I mean, I'm not sure if it's what they ate in the morning, to be frank with you, because, I mean, this series itself has been the closest it's ever been, I think, in Titan series. We're having half the lobby in contention for first place. We're having teams pull back-to-back chicken dinners coming from basically last place almost up into that winning contention. And, I mean, this whole entire tournament has just been absolutely stellar out of all these players, but some of them have been able to show up when it matters the most, and we're able to see it today.
Yeah, I mean, this end game fight was a little crazy. We kind of were saying, like, SLR, I think they were in potential contention to maybe take first place. All they had to do was win the game, and well, we just see them get absolutely picked apart by YKG. We've seen them been doing some great stuff all day long. YKG over 2,000 damage, 14 elims, 2 revives. This team has been playing well all day. They've had their moments of greatness. They've had their moments where they've kind of been off the map. So, even if they don't make it into the money, they should at least be looking at that last map as like, hey, we need to attack every map how we just played that game. They were playing with confidence. They were moving around the map. It was definitely working out for them. Now, Enigma, I heard you saying you were like, I want to know how many kills Joey had, how many eliminations. Well, he had 6 total knockouts, 24K, was right there up with it with the 7 eliminations. And you can see all of them coming up there. Got to give some huge shout outs to Stellar as well, who had 6 eliminations as well. So you can see YKG, they're able to get the assists, they're able to get the knockouts, the elims, and that's what helps them take this first place spot. As we look at this sort of top 8 though, Hot Jukes, couple teams we were looking for them to be near the top, and they are. I'm looking at Loops, I'm looking at 412. I mean, I don't know. What do you make of this?
I don't give a crap about Loops for 412, dude. I'm looking at YKG and C4. Oh, 24 points. C4 with 9. This is gonna be crazy when it comes to the overall leaderboards. I don't know who won this. I do not know who won. This is crazy.
Yeah, very, very crazy. I mean, listen, that's why we have some amazing admins in the back doing all the math that's there. But I mean, Enigma, we had a couple teams at the bottom there as well. I mean, who, as we even just look at that last game, anybody surprising to you who you were like, I really thought they would turn up in that last game, but then when we look at the kind of match report for that game, they're at the bottom.
Well, Intense Gaming, just because I voted for them going into the last one, but also INF, I mean, they were the team that was, the team to beat, and they just underperformed in that last match. I'm not sure if everyone was just focusing them. Maybe someone just had it out against them, shot their bodies or something off screen, or maybe we even caught it on stream. But, anything can play a part in the factors for that final match. But for them, it's just all about, what was our mental like? How can we improve on it for the next season of Titan Series?
I'm right there with you. A couple of those teams were definitely a little lackluster, but we do have our official standings ready to showcase. So let's go ahead and see who we are crowning our champion of. Let's go ahead and take a look. Do we need the bucket of water?
Oh!
We need
Oh,
a
no.
bucket of water by the skin of their teeth, I imagine. C4, not just winning, not with the back-to-back, but with the hat trick. The back-to-back-to-back. They're able
Oh my goodness! Are you kidding me?
Dude, I can't believe YKG tied
Wow.
that up. Insane that they were able to do that at the very end. And look at that, INF just 3 points off.
Oh,
I mean, Jukes, you have the water ready?
this hurts. This hurts. This is. Why couldn't it be eliminations? Why did it have to be chicken dinners? You know, this is unreal. I mean, yeah, shout out to YKG, obviously, for them clutching it up and getting second place. A huge jump, right? A ridiculous jump from where they were. But, you know, C4, you guys suck. I'm just kidding. You guys are great. All right? You guys are insane, dude. I mean, this is ridiculous. Where were y'all during the regular stage? You know, and then come finals time, you guys are just all of a sudden legends?
Hey, I mean, there's somebody we got to give some shout outs to too. And it's Mustache Dave, who was here with us earlier, right? I mean, he was hyping up C4. He was on the train all early tournament. You know, even when they weren't really pulling it together, he was like, you know what? There we go. That is exactly what I need. So Enigma, talk to me about C4, right? We watched them in the Challengers finals. They're able to make it back up here to the Premier finals, and they've put on a show.
And I think a lot of it just comes down to them sticking to a certain play style, you know, fine-tuning it for whenever, you know, they're underperforming, and they didn't change. Those first 3 games weren't that good from them. The next 2, absolute blowouts from them, winning back-to-back, and then it all comes down to the last match. I mean, you couldn't ask for anything better. It's basically the Cinderella story of PUBG Mobile right now.
I'm right there with you. Listen, I literally got entered into this scene on Monday, and I'm already like, this is insane. This is great, right? I love this storyline of this team.
Yeah,
Just, like,
great
adds so much
storyline.
Support and is comes in and is able to take it. I know. Listen, man. I know you don't like the storyline, but I feel like we're owed something, Jukes.
Hey, what can I say?
Storylines.
I am a man of my word. Here we go. Let me just move this around.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh! Wow. Drenched.
Okay.
Wow.
Drenched.
I think that will suffice.
I listen. I'm happy about that. What about you, Enigma? You happy
I'm
about that?
enjoying it. I'm loving it right now.
Oh my goodness, dude. Crazy. Honestly, congratulations, C4. You have proved me wrong. That is how you get it done right there. I talk about the Hot Jukes clutch badge. That's how you get it, baby. That's how you get it. Back-to-back chicken dinners and a legendary performance. I mean, what can I say? I'm proud.
And I mean, one thing to note too, that's a squad that came in today with no bonus points available.
Yes!
Remind everybody, we had some teams come in. Loops came in with 10 bonus points and still managed to not, be able to clutch it. So as a reminder, huge shout out again to C4, taking home that $1,200. YKG in second, taking home 500 as a squad. And in third was, of course, I believe it was INF, who is going to be taking that third place $300. So congratulations to everybody who was able to take home some cash today. Not bad cash for playing some PUBG Mobile over the last number of weeks, but I think that's really all we have here today, boys. So let's go ahead. Let's start kind of talking about our collective thoughts. Enigma, I'll kick it off to you first. Give me kind of your thoughts over, this entire Titan series sort of premiere. We've been running these qualifiers and challenges over the last couple weeks. Kind of give me your thoughts overall and any closing remarks you have.
I mean, it's just night and day from the previous tournament. I mean, all these teams came out to try to, take that aggression factor to the next level. We weren't seeing that many teams play for placement, and those teams that were going for placement weren't getting them that much compared to the teams getting kills. So really just love seeing the finals portion today. I mean, I had an absolute blast casting with everyone, of course, and talking about it because, I mean, you just don't see that every day.
Yeah. And Hot Jukes, I wanted to let you sit there a little bit more, which is why I didn't go with you first. That way you can just really soak in that victory, and everything that's there. But hey, you're a staple of the PUBG Mobile community. You've been watching all of these teams over the last 3 weeks. Kind of give me your takes on, of course, our event as a whole.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes you gotta let it marinate, baby. And that's what we saw here today, right? Just C4 sitting, waiting in the back line, all of a sudden just showing up hot right where it counts. Congratulations to them. Good to see YKG clutch it up there at the end. Still a lot of teams that I'm kind of disappointed in, Passion Fruits and Hyper. Come on, guys. I know what you guys could do. Hopefully we could see them clutch it up in the future seasons. And of course, thank you to all the international teams, right? Coming over here to NA. That is what it's really all about. That's how we get better as a region.
Love that. Couldn't have said it better myself. So thank you both for being on here today, being, of course, my brains of PUBG Mobile. Huge shout out to Mustache Dave, who was here earlier, my co-caster, and also was helping us out as well. But that's all we have for you here today. So we want to remind everybody, if you want more information about Titan Series and Season 4, you can go follow us on Twitter at Titan Series GG. Go ahead and give us a follow there for more. That's that. But from me, from, of course, my co-casters, the talent, of course, everybody on the back end, all the observers, and everybody, we want to thank you for tuning in to the Titan Series Premier Finals. And until next time, have a great night.